Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Jackie. The crowd erupts in cheers as I push my way through the bleachers. My shirt is stained from where I spilled coffee on it, and my feet ache from taking orders and bringing them to tables at the diner. The lunch rush is a special kind of hell, but I can't miss another second of my boys' game. Jackie, Coach Allen calls as he waves me over to an empty spot beside him. My heart warms at the realization that he saved a seat for me. Thanks, I say, sitting down on the cold, hard bleachers. Jack has control of the puck and is guiding it across the ice like he was born with skates on his feet and a hockey stick in hand. I promised him I would. Jack's been giving his all like always, but he's been a little distracted, mostly looking over here, trying to find you. He smiles. I wish my kids liked having me around as much as yours does. I laugh and playfully smack his arm. Give it a couple years. Soon he'll be a teenager and want nothing to do with me. He chuckles but doesn't say anything more, instead focusing on the game. A boy from the other team who's hit his growth spurt early and stands a good half a foot taller than Jack body checks my son into the boards. The crowd erupts and groans. In spite of myself, I gasp and spring to my feet, a protective instinct flaring inside me. But this is not a battle I can fight for him. Still, that doesn't mean I can't encourage him. Come on, Jack. Get up. You've got this, baby, I shout. I don't expect for him to hear me, but his head turns in my direction. When our eyes meet, I watch his face light up as it cycles through a gamut of emotions. First, surprise that I'm here. That one stings a bit, but is fair. Then, relief and joy. Those make me feel warm despite the cold of the arena. And finally, determination. He gives me a nod, short and sharp, and pushes himself to his feet. I whoop and cheer as he rejoins the game, quickly taking the puck back from the opposing side. It's hard to believe he's only 10, Coach Allen says as I take my seat. My heart swells with pride as I watch him play with renewed ferocity. If I had been knocked over like that at his age, I would have gone crying to my mama and sworn off hockey for good. But Jack has a spark in him, a passion like how I used to feel when I sang on stage. A passion like, never mind. I don't want to think about Freddy, not right now. So instead I focus on Jack as he hits the puck, sending it into the opposing team's goal, right as the halftime siren blares. The cheering of the crowd almost drowns out the sound of it. My smile fades from my face as a pang of sorrow and guilt squeezes at my chest. His father, Freddy, should be here. He should see his son's tenacity and skill and see that his son takes after him in a way that's almost uncanny. But I made the choice not to tell Freddy about Jack. I'm sure he would have been a great father, but his career was just starting. I was afraid that we would hold him back, afraid that he would resent us for it, afraid that he would eventually reject us. Now he's a hockey star, and it's too late to tell him. I'm not sure what I'll do if Jack starts to press about his father. I don't like keeping secrets from him or leading him to believe that his father is a bad man. But I also am afraid of what will happen if he tries to contact Freddy and gets rejected. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. For now, Jack has a game to play, and I have a son to cheer on. I grab the extra water bottle I've been carrying in my purse and climb down the bleachers just as he glides to the edge of the rink. His forehead is beaded with sweat, and when he takes off his helmet, his curly hair is practically pasted to his head. "Look at you, helmet head," I say, ruffling his damp hair. "You're doing amazing out there." He grins, revealing the gap where he lost his upper canine last week. He's growing up so fast and looking more and more like his father every day. "Did you see when I got the puck back? I was like, Nyum." His stick is right next to him, but he still mimes guiding the puck with his empty hands. I grin and hand him the water bottle. "You're a regular Wayne Gretzky." He flashes me a toothy grin. "I'll be better than Gretzky someday." My heart swells even bigger. "You're on your way there, and I'm going to do everything I can in my power to make that happen. And then I can take care of you, just like you take care of me. I'll be able to buy you nice things like jewelry and a PS5. His eyes are wide, eager, and guileless, making me feel a twinge of guilt. I try to protect him from the world and from my struggles, but he's not stupid. He knows that his birthday and Christmas gifts are not as nice as his other classmates, and that there are some weeks where our staple foods are ramen and peanut butter. He understands why, but I still ache whenever he looks excited at a new toy or equipment, only to see the price tag and forlornly put it away. Oh, baby, you don't have to worry about me. It's my job to take care of you, not the other way around. He furrows his brows, looking worried. But if I can't take care of you, then who will? I grin and ruffle his sweat-soaked hair again. I can take care of myself, of course. Instead of giggling and rolling his eyes like he usually does, Jack frowns. But that isn't fair. You do so much and... I sigh, shaking my head. I know, and I know you can tell that I'm stressed, but the first thing you learn when you become a parent is that the number one thing in your life will always be your kid. "Celia's dad had a heart attack," he suddenly blurts out. I blink, shocked by this change in subject. I knew that there was something that happened to a classmate of his recently. He brought home a sympathy card for us to sign, but I'm not sure what this has to do with anything. "I'm sorry to hear that. Is he okay?" Jack looks even more distressed. "She says that the doctors told him he had a heart attack because he was working too much and stressed all the time, and it made him sick." "Oh, I see now." I throw my arms around him in a hug. "It's okay. I'm not going anywhere, and all this stress is temporary. You know I've been going to night classes. As soon as I graduate, I'll get a good job and things will be better. But will you let me take care of you sometimes?" I kiss his forehead. How did I raise such a sweet kid? "Of course, baby. I'll tell you how you can help me out." Taking a step back, I grab him by the shoulders. "Right now, the best way you can help me is by going out there and giving it your all. I've had a busy shift, so put on a show for your mom, okay?" He polishes off his water bottle and gives me another gap-toothed grin. "I'm gonna win this one for you. But no matter what happens, I'm proud of you, even if you fall or split your pants on the ice." He laughs at that, and I feel something wound tight in me uncoil at it. The sound of his joy is always lovelier than any musical note. "I'm proud of you too, Mama." I give his shoulder a squeeze. "Go out there and show them why you're the best player around." Flashing a final grin in my direction, he skates back to where his team is huddled around the coach. They're probably strategizing for the second half of the game. The first went great, especially with that last-minute goal by Jack. I have full confidence that the second half will go just as well. His father is one of the best hockey players in the country, after all, even if I'm the only one who can know that. As I take my seat on the bleachers, I hear a commotion on the other end of the rink, somewhere near the entrance. For a moment, my heart stops at the sound of screaming, and I scan the crowd searching for Jack. He's looking toward the entrance too, his face lighting up in excitement. I realize that the screams are actually cheers, but I can't see what has everyone so excited. What is going on?
Chapter 2. Freddy. The crowd goes wild as we enter the rink, the air electric with excitement. My teammates and I glide on the ice, and I know they're feeding off the energy as much as I am. As members of the Cincinnati Hawks, this great city's hometown heroes, we are greeted like we're gods on ice. Flashing them my brightest smile, I pump my fist in the air and the cheering grows even louder. Sully elbows me. "Show off!" I turn around, skating backwards to the amusement of the crowd, and shrug. "If you got it, flaunt it." "And what makes you think you've got it?" Sully smirks. I turn to skate forward again without missing a beat. I don't think. I know. The children surrounding us cheer and whoop. For a second, I think I catch a familiar face in the crowd. But when I do a double take, she's gone. It must have been my imagination. Jackie is in New York working on her music career. She left and never looked back. I wonder how she's doing. Does she think of me as much as I think of her? I force my thoughts away from her and back to the crowd, basking in their adoration. It might sound arrogant to say, but times like this are one of the reasons why I love my life. The game, the adrenaline, the adoring crowds, the cheers. This is the life I've always dreamt of, and I'm enjoying every second of it. I'm going to play the game for as long as I can, but athletes do have a shelf life. Eventually, these kids on the ice will replace me, and they'll be just as good, if not better. As I put on my gear and tied my skates earlier, I caught some of the kids' game through the large window overlooking the rink. I damn near jumped to my feet and cheered when I saw that boy score a goal right before the buzzer rang. That's the kind of fire I love to see. My teammates and I glide our ways to the starry-eyed children on the ice with our Sharpies in hand. We'll sign every jersey and helmet put in front of us. Anything to inspire the next generation. The kids flock around us, and things become a frenzy of small, chattering voices and equipment being shoved in our faces to sign. "You guys are all doing amazing today," I say as I sign a helmet with a flourish. "Which one of you scored that last goal right before the buzzer?" The coach grins and pushes a small boy towards me. That would be Jack, our star player for today. The boy is a little shorter and stockier than I was at his age, but I see a fire burning in him that reminds me of myself. And honestly, it's not just the fire that I can see looks the same. Our faces are strikingly similar. He has a straight button nose like I used to have before it got broken in a game a few years ago. We have the same bone structure. Our smiles are both wide and bright, making our eyes crinkle in the corners. The only real difference is the color of his eyes, hair, and skin. I'm much palmer and fairer than he is, and I'd guess this boy is half black. He looks like he could be my son, the son with Jackie I never had. The thought stings, so I put it aside. The boy starts talking a mile a minute, his words becoming a jumble in his excitement. "Mr. Blaine, did you really see me? I mean, do you really think I was good?" I chuckle, endeared by his starstruck stammering, and give him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Jack, right?" He nods vigorously like a violently shaking bobblehead. "Yes, sir." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Jack. You did some amazing work out there today. It reminds me a lot of myself when I was your age." His grin grows wider, if that's even possible. It reveals a gap from a lost tooth and a dimple on each cheek just like mine. "Really?" Jason elbows me. "Maybe too much." He leans in and lowers his voice. "You sure you haven't been around here before, Freddy? He looks just like you." The rest of the guys snicker, and I laugh good-naturedly. We both know I haven't really dated anyone in a while, not since Jackie left. Sure, there have been the occasional short-term relationship and the even rarer one-night stand, but my reputation has always been that I'm the guy married to the game. Nothing and no one could ever measure up to her. For some reason, Jack's face falls and he studies his skates. Jason, that idiot, must have hit a nerve without realizing it. We don't know the kid's story. He might not know his dad, or worse, knew him but he died, and the boy is still grieving. A protective instinct flares inside me. Not in front of the kid, I say, knocking on Jason's helmet. No matter how well meant, this is not an appropriate thing to say to a child. Jason's eyes widen as he remembers himself and where he is. He turns to Jack. Oh, she. He pauses, glancing between my glare and the wide-eyed, impressionable kids hanging on his every word. It ate mushrooms. Sorry. And sorry for teasing you and Freddy. That wasn't appropriate for me to say. Jack's brilliant smile returns, but there's something more to it. A little touch of impishness. The kid may seem sweet, but it looks like he's got a mischievous streak. It's okay, Mr. Trest. My dad died last week, but I know he would have loved the comparison. Jason sputters, and the kid keeps a straight face for so long that I begin to wonder if his dad really did just die. But finally he breaks down and laughs. You should have seen the look on your face, sir. I'm sorry, but it was worth it. The rest of our teammates and I join Jack in his laughter. Not only is the boy a great player, but he's also apparently clever as well. Yeah, there's something really special about this kid. Embarrassed, Jason rubs the back of his neck. I guess I deserve that, huh? I pat Jason's shoulder. You definitely had it coming, you jerk. Jack looks restless again, his gaze darting beyond us as he scans the room for someone or something. His brows are furrowed in a mix of concern and confusion. Is everything okay, Jack? I ask. He nods, still looking past me. Yeah, I'm just looking for my mom. I want her to see that I got to meet you. She was here a second ago, but I don't know where she went. I give his shoulder a reassuring pat. Maybe she just ran to the bathroom or to get some snacks or something. I'm sure she's fine. He nods, his attention snapping back to me with a shrug and an easy smile. I think you're right. She just came from work, so she probably went to the snack bar. I don't think she ate lunch. I grin. That's probably where she is, yeah. I'm sure she'll be back soon. His smile grows mischievous again, those dimples reappearing. I think you'd like her. She's really pretty, and she's single. I throw my head back and laugh. Once you get past his initial shyness, this kid is a bold one. Sorry, Jack, but I'm not looking for anyone right now. I'm married to the sport. He shrugs. It was worth a shot. But not all shots get into their goal, I say, patting his shoulder. The halftime break is just about up, so my teammates and I make our way off the rink so that the kids can resume their game. Normally, staying for a kiddie hockey game is pretty boring if you don't know any of the children who are playing. I cheer politely for both teams, but there's something about the clumsy strategy and stick work that makes me want to jump in there myself and teach them how it's done. But this time, I find myself invested. I can't take my eyes off Jack as he skates circles around the rest of the kids, sometimes literally. The kid is pro material, that's for sure. I watch the rest of the game in rapt attention. Despite what the guys say, there's no real familial relationship between me and this kid, but I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a connection to him. I can't really explain it, but it's there like a puzzle piece I didn't know was missing. Jack scores the final goal for the game, and my chest swells with a pride that feels strangely personal. As people file out, we stay in the rink until everyone who wants an autograph gets one. I keep an eye out for Jack, but he quickly disappears in the throng of people. He must have had someplace he needed to be, and I try not to feel disappointed. Maybe I can find a way to mentor him. Talent like that needs to be given every opportunity to grow, and I want to be the one to help him reach his fullest potential.
Chapter 3. Jackie. Everyone, give a warm welcome to the Cincinnati Hawks, the announcer calls. My heart stutters in my chest as I watch Freddy's team skate into the rink. The father of my son is here. For a moment, I think that he might have spotted me, so I duck behind the bleachers. Pressing my back to the wall as people migrate closer to the rink and to him, I stand frozen. A part of me wants to go to him, to let him see me and let him choose to call out to me. But if he doesn't, if he turns his back on me, I don't know if I can take it. Or worse, he'll try to talk to me and realize just what a disappointment I've become. And if he sees me with Jack and puts 2 and 2 together, I have to get out of here, now. "Excuse me," I mutter, pushing my way through the crowd. Some make disgruntled noises while others give me curious glances. Normal people would be drawn to the Hawks like magnets, but I'm running away. Finally, I get to the car. For the first time since Freddy's arrival, I feel like I can breathe again. With a groan, I rest my forehead against the steering wheel. The memories of the last time I saw him flash before my eyes. We were in his apartment, celebrating him getting drafted by the Hawks when I got the call. "Is this Jacqueline Rhodes?" came the voice on the other end of the line. "Yes, and who is this?" "I'm Miles Sanders, the talent manager at Club Glass." My heart stuttered, and I prayed that this was the break I'd been hoping for. "How can I help you, sir?" Across the dinner table, Freddy mouthed, "Who is it?" Shaking my head, I held up a trembling finger. "Not now?" "Well, I listened to your audition tape, and I'm very impressed. What would you say to being our first alternate lounge singer?" My grin spread wide across my cheeks as my heart began to soar. "I'd ask when you want me to begin." "Would a month from today work for you?" "Yes, of course." "Thank you so much." "I'll see you then, Miss Rhodes." "Thank you again." Hanging up the phone, I squealed and ran into Freddy's arms. "I got the job at Club Glass." His face lit up. "That's amazing." Scooping me up, he peppered my face with kisses. "I'm so proud of you." "And I'm proud of you joining the Hawks. All our dreams are coming true." With a final kiss, I stepped out of his arms. "So where's Club Glass? I'd like to see you perform." And just like that, my stomach plummeted to the floor as reality hit me. Oh my God, it's in New York City. We would be hours apart from one another. His face fell for a moment, but then he forced a smile. "That's okay. I'll try out for the hockey team there. Maybe the Rangers will have a spot for me." I shook my head. "I can't. It's been your dream to play with the Hawks for as long as you can remember. You can't give that up for me. And I won't let you give up your dream of becoming a singer for me. We'll think of something, long distance." My heart threatened to shatter in my chest as I gave him a soft, sad smile. "You'll be surrounded by beautiful fans, and I'll be surrounded by handsome men. I know I trust you and you trust me. But long-distance relationships are hard. I don't want to hold you back." He shook his head. No, we can find a way to make this work. I'll find a different job if I have to." "I can't ask that of you." Cupping his cheek in my hands, I stood on my tiptoes and kissed him. "You never know. We might find our way back to each other again someday." I was about to leave when he grabbed my wrist. "Wait," he said. "Stay. Just one more night." And I did. I still think about the last time we laid in bed, intertwined and dreading the eventual parting. When I found out I was pregnant, I worked for as long as they'd let me. But when I started to show, they found an excuse to send me back home. I thought about telling Freddy about Jack, but decided against it. He was skating his way to stardom, and a pregnant ex-girlfriend would only hold him back. Maybe it was the wrong decision, but it's too late now to change anything. I push the memories away from me as I wait in the car for the game to end. As the shock wears off, exhaustion sets in, both from work and from the roller coaster of emotions that came with seeing Freddy again. I start to drift, dozing in and out of consciousness. I haven't had the chance to nap in a long time, So when I wake up an hour later, I feel so groggy that it takes some time for me to remember where I am. When I see the clock, I realize that the game is just about over and race back inside in time to see Jack score the winning goal. As soon as the game is over, Jack makes his way to me, looking confused and concerned. "Where were you, Mom?" I stifle a yawn, still feeling a bit like I just woke up from a coma rather than a nap. "Sorry, my professor called me to go over an assignment I needed to finish," I lie. "Oh, okay." Jack stares up at me with wide, trusting eyes, and my chest twinges with guilt. Even if he doesn't believe my story, he likely believes that I had a good reason for missing most of his game. "But I did see that last goal. You were amazing." I take his skates and hockey stick as we head out of the building and half listen to the excited chatter of the kids around us. Most are talking about the appearance of the Hawks, but some are discussing a summer hockey camp. A knot forms in my chest and I start a mental calculus of our savings. "What's this I hear about a summer camp?" He shrugs, not meeting my eyes. "It's just a stupid day camp that Coach Allen is hosting. I don't care about it." Judging by the slump of his shoulders and the way he refuses to meet my gaze, I'm sure that he cares about it a lot, but knows that we probably can't afford for him to go. "Well, I can talk to the coach and—" Jack emphatically shakes his head. "No, I don't want to go. Honest. I always like practicing alone better anyway." That's a lie, but I don't call him on it. Jack is a good kid and he knows that we're just barely scraping by, so he stopped asking for things in the hopes of making things easier on me. But it isn't fair. My kid is an amazing player. He deserves every opportunity to grow his talent into something truly great. I wish I could afford to give him everything he could ever want or need. I know I could reach out to Freddy and tell him everything. Maybe he'd be willing to help us out and give Jack some of the opportunities that Freddy had at his age. A small domestic fantasy plays out in my mind. I am singing and cooking dinner. Freddy and Jack open the front door of a nice house, talking and laughing about their most recent team practices. Just the three of us. But that isn't realistic, and so many things could go wrong. Maybe he'd believe that Jack isn't his and reject us both, or he'd demand a paternity test. The request would be fair, but I think it would break my heart. Or he could hate me when he finds out that he's had a son for all of these years. I would understand if he did. But he also might resent Jack, and I can't bear to have that. I can't let Jack think he'll gain a father figure only to have it cruelly snatched away from him. I doubt that the second possibility will happen, but the thought still fills me with fear. Jack, who has forged ahead of me, turns back and gives me a gap-toothed grin. "Are you ready? I can't wait to tell Miss Nora about the game and Storm Blaine. He told me I did a great job today." My heart squeezes with guilt, but I hide it, smiling. "I was thinking we'd get ice cream on the way. What do you say?" His eyes widen. "Really? I mean, can we afford it?" Laughing, I ruffle his still damp hair. "Don't you worry about affording it. This is a victory celebration. Of course, I can fit it into the budget. Assuming I get tipped well in the next couple days. If not, I can forego coffee for the next week or so." The brilliant smile he gives me makes the prospect of even a lifetime without coffee worth it.
Chapter 4. Freddy. Now with our social visit over, we're practically on vacation, boys! I shout as I clink my jug of beer with the others. They all hoot and whistle before taking a large chug. There's a collective sigh of satisfaction right after. We're all happy to use our hockey celebrity to encourage the youth, but sometimes it's nice to just kick back and feel like we're finally off the clock. If there's such a thing. Most of Ohio would recognize at least one of us. In a big group like this in public, we don't exactly blend in. I kind of feel bad for the other team. They didn't even stand a chance, Marcus says, as he takes a mouthful of cheese fries. David nods in agreement. Did you see the kid they ran over? Even with the padding, he looked too small to be on the ice. I smirk. You were even scrawnier than he was once. One gust of wind and you would have been gone. You weren't all that bulked up either when you started, Freddy. Didn't Coach once say he could see right through you? Sully says. What does Coach know? I didn't join the Hawks until after I got my muscle definition. Of course, that's something you'd say, the man in question answers from behind his glass. But old Golden Child got tackled right after the whistle blew on his first game. Laughter erupts, including mine. I remember that day and can attest to it, although it's solely because I accidentally took a handful of melatonin gummies, thinking they were just candy. I was feeling a little nervous about that game and wanted to chew on something before starting. The waitress comes by with a new round of drinks. We haven't finished the ones we have yet, but that doesn't stop us from hollering like a bunch of baboons. He's been the Golden Child since birth. It's in his blood to be an arrogant ass, Jason says. I scoff. I was born into hockey, so I think I have bragging rights. Sure, but your head does get bigger when fans are around. So you mean every day, all damn day? David quips. I shove him. What about you? I see how your face changes when pretty women are nearby. Okay, I get it. David sighs. But in my defense, kids and other men don't like me. Women are the only ones that come up to me for a picture and autograph. I don't think so. The kids from today wanted to shake your hand as much as Freddy's, Sully mentions. He shrugs. I think they just came my way when Freddy was busy, but that's okay. I don't need to be the hero. I'm just happy that more kids are getting interested in hockey. They all usually want to be in soccer or football. We all nod in agreement. These past few years, hockey has risen in the ranks of being a popular sport. However, because it's still not on the same level as the other major sports, there's not as much funding for seed teams. They played with their whole hearts, Jason says. They have good sportsmanship, too, and they're quick to help each other when one falls, Coach says. Looks like they're really serious about playing. We might have future Hawks among them, I say. Maybe, but they'll need upkeep if they want to continue. The expenses are always a reason for a kid to stop playing their favorite sport, David says. We can cover that for them, can't we? I mean, what's a new set of hockey sticks or better padded uniforms? Marcus asks. Without a second thought, a decision is made. The Hawks will buy new equipment for the kids, a gesture of giving back to the community in our attempt of fostering the next generation of players. With more added support, the kids should be even more motivated to play. They all can be the best out there, I start to say. But I do have to say that one does stand out more than the rest. The guys glance at me curiously. You mean the boy that caught your eye? What was his name? Jack? David asks. I nod. He's skilled. The kid's got a spark, just like I did at his age, I remark with a smile. Laughter echoes as my teammates tease me once more about the uncanny resemblance between me and Jack. Already picking favorites, huh? Jason says. You'll get that boy bullied because of you. It's not picking favorites. You all saw how fast he skates and how good his offense is. As they say, like father, like son, Marcus guffaws. Very funny. Excuse me for reminiscing about my younger days playing. I shake my head and drink from my beer. If anyone has a kid out there, it'd be David. The latter deadpans. Nice try, but he had the same face you have when you smile. It was like copy and paste. I shake my head dismissively. It's nothing more than a coincidence that he looks like me, though it is an uncanny similarity, minus his darker complexion. I guess if I also think about his age, I think to myself. A memory of Jackie surfaces unbidden, and I vividly picture her sweet smile, expressive eyes, and glowing skin. Unfortunately, my last memory of her was of her crying before she left me. I haven't seen her since then. The timeline matches a little too perfectly. Remembering her causes a flicker of doubt. I brush those thoughts of her away. Jackie's the one that broke up with me. Why would she keep my child? I sigh inwardly, dismissing the doubts and suggestions of the kid and me being related. It's all just a coincidence. There are many of those in the world. My focus reels back to the conversation, wanting to think about other things. I didn't even realize that the conversation moved on to the kids' summer camp. When is the start date? David asks. I think it's the 3rd week of May. Registration begins at the end of March, Coach says. He pauses before continuing. That reminds me of a conversation I had with their coach. What is it? He was bummed out that not all his boys were going to be able to participate. He didn't know what to do to make sure all of them got fair treatment. He takes a sip. He didn't want to say, but I know he meant Jack. I jerk my head back. Why Jack specifically? Coach shrugs. I heard that his family's going through a rough patch. Even though his mother works more than one job, Jack still has to borrow his uniform. Which means that he won't be able to afford the camp, I realize. That poor kid. He looked so happy, playing out on the ice. I can't imagine how heartbroken he'll be if he misses out on the summer camp. And he's too good to miss important chances to build his skills because of money, damn it. Seized by an impulse I don't understand, my mouth moves before I know it. I'll fund the kids' summer camp experience. Out of my own pocket, I blurt out. I earn myself a fresh round of cheers. Everyone lifts their mugs for a toast. Our glasses clink, and we stand from our chairs. To the new generation of Hawks, Jason announces. We hit our glasses, getting beer on the table in our hands. We all chug down to the very last drop. Pride swells within the group, knowing we'll make a real impact on those kids' lives. We all love hockey, but this somehow feels more tangible, more real, more useful. We find ourselves ending the festivities. The pub looks emptier than when we got here. The bartenders look about ready to kick us out. We take it as our cue to get the hell out. Everyone collects their belongings and heads out. I'm the last one standing at the entrance of the pub with my mind wandering. Thoughts of Jack still crowd my head. I don't know if my bold gesture will be enough help for him. I sigh, shaking my head from those wandering thoughts. I'm jolted out of them when Coach smacks my shoulder in goodbye. Before he walks off, I find myself stopping him. Coach, can I have a moment? The old man turns around. Of course. What's up? I look over my shoulder and murmur to him. I was just thinking. I wanted to donate additional funds toward Jack and his family. He blinks in surprise. Are you sure? Your first offer was more than enough, Freddy. I nod. Yeah, I'm sure. I wouldn't want a star player quitting hockey because of money problems. Coach laughs. I get it. If that's what you want, I'll talk to his coach about it. He leaves, and I jog to catch up with my teammates, my thoughts still in disarray. I can't shake this lingering connection I feel towards Jack. There's an inexplicable pull that both confuses and intrigues me.
Chapter 5. Jackie. I tighten my grip on my laundry cart, pushing it down the hotel corridor. I just have about 3 hours to go before ending this shift. My feet are absolutely killing me, but it is what it is. This job is calmer than the other two. At least I don't have angry customers hounding me when their orders messed up here. This job allows me some peace of mind. The only downside is that I'm alone with my thoughts, and none of them are good. Bills are piling up. I barely have enough to cover groceries for the week. Jack has a school project coming up, and he's going to need new materials. It feels like everything costs a pretty penny. Just focus on work, I remind myself, heading into the laundry room to empty the dryer. The crisp snap of sheets as I fold and load them onto my cart fills the air, but the monotony is hardly a distraction from my worries. I'm counting the minutes on the clock for my next break as I head out to sweep the tile hallway. I want to call home to check up on Jack. He should be in bed by now, but I know that boy likes to stay up late watching cartoons. My thoughts always go to him. Whenever I catch myself complaining about the workload, I'm reminded that I'm doing this for my child. He deserves to have everything, and I'll gladly break my back to get it for him. Even if it means occasionally throwing away used condoms, I think with disgust. There's about 30 minutes left before my break as I wheel the laundry cart down the hall. I need to go to the other end of the hallway to use the elevator. As I make my way, I nearly collide with a stumbling and inebriated guest. He nearly falls into my cart, but somehow manages to keep himself upright. "Oh my goodness. Are you all right, sir?" I ask, trying to make him let go of my cart. I don't want him knocking my clean sheets over. He lifts his face, and his drunken state is even more obvious. His eyes are bloodshot and unfocused. His face is beet red against his pale complexion. Not to mention that his breath reeks of alcohol, even though I'm standing a few feet away. I glance around the hall to see if anyone's with him. He, unfortunately, came alone and is now slowly becoming my problem. I need to call in for security as this is out of my depth and pay grade. His sullen expression brightens up. He tries to muster a smile, but he just ends up drooling on my sheets. I cringe and gag internally as the little droplet of spit falls on the top layer. "You're pretty," he mumbles. "What's your name, pretty lady?" I keep my composure, trying not to think about the washing I'll have to do. Again. I try to pull the cart harder away from him, but he holds on to it tightly. I frown. "Sir, please let go of the cart. If you need help going to your room, I can call security." "Aw, come on, doll. Can't you give me a ride in this little thing?" No, I'm working. Kindly let go, I'm very busy." His smile suddenly disappears. "Can't you help a man to his room? I'm being nice." A shiver runs down my back. The coldness of his voice indicates that he's looking for something else. But I try not to seem so scared or else I'll make him angrier. I clear my throat. "I'm not allowed to do that. If you could just—" The man reaches out, his hand grasping my arm. I barely have any time to react. He blocks my view, and all I can see is his lustful desire. I try to push him off, but he grabs on tighter, his slurred words a mix of bribery and threats. "Come on, doll. I'll pay you extra," he leers. "Don't make me talk to your manager." My heart races as I try to pull away. I can feel his breath on my skin. Goosebumps crawl all over my body. I need to get away immediately. I'm not interested. My protests are firm, but my voice is edged with fear. "Please let me go," I insist, my eyes darting around for help. I'm completely alone. The other guests don't come out of their rooms to check on me. My walkie-talkie is underneath my cart. I can't reach it without him noticing. "Come on, I don't bite. We'll have fun." This is inappropriate. I said no already. The struggle intensifies, and he manages to make me let go of the cart. He wraps his hand around my wrist and upper left arm. I dig my heels into the ground to no avail. His grip tightens as he attempts to drag me to his room, his intentions as clear as they are vile. I find myself trying to squirm out of his hold. When I manage to release my wrist, I start to hit his back in an attempt to flee. "Let me go," he grunts, grabbing my loose hand. "Shut up already." He pulls me towards him. Snaking his arm around my waist, I can feel myself wanting to retch. Tears well up in my eyes, and it's a mix of anger, disgust, and fear. I've never been treated like this. No man dared to put their hands on me after I rejected them. "Why are you being difficult? I'm just trying to have some fun. You should be grateful that I'm giving you my attention. I'm good looking." I said stop. I'll call the police. "What are you making such a damn fuss about?" I said. "I'm being nice here." "Are you out of your mind?" I said. "Let me go. Right now, I'm calling the police." The sound of footsteps grows loud. The drunk man tries to hurry, but I fight even harder to stay outside of his room. The footsteps are fast approaching us. My heart leaps with a mix of hope and dread as I recognize the figures of Freddy and his team rounding the corner. I can't believe it at first, but those striking blue eyes don't belong to anyone else. Freddy. Time slows as our eyes meet. A cocktail of recognition, shock, and humiliation floods me as he takes in the scene before him. All these years, and this is how he has to find me. Humiliation eats my insides, my position more vulnerable than ever under the piercing gaze of my first love, now witnessing me at my lowest. And yet, at the same time, my heart flutters. Freddy Blaine, my knight in shining armor, here in my hour of need. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" one of Freddy's teammates yells. They all spring into action without letting the man speak. Their athletic builds and commanding presence draw the focus of the drunk man. His grip loosens for a mere second, but decides to continue with his initial plan. Freddy is the one to pummel him. His tackle comes at full force, and I nearly fall as well. Thankfully, I hold onto the doorknob for leverage. Despite that, the man still has a hold of my arm, and his grip is getting tighter. "Let go of her, you asshole!" One of the teammates helps release me from his death grip. It's too soon for me to feel relieved, but it feels good to see a whole group of men circling around the man, like a pack of wolves. Their intervention gives me a chance to slip away. I struggle to find the strength in my legs as I get up from the floor. My knees are scraped, my clothes are disheveled, and I know that I look like a complete mess. I walk at a fast pace to get away from the mess, not wanting to be even near it. The adrenaline is still present in my veins, and I can't find a second to breathe. I want to shed tears even though I'm out of danger. I look over my shoulder. That beast is finally subdued with his face on the floor. I turn away right before Freddy can see me staring. Embarrassment still wins over my relief. I can't bear to look at him like this. This can't be happening. But dear God, thank you for sending help. I silently pray. The ordeal is over. My body trembles as if it is still happening. Relief mingles with the lingering fear and shame of the near miss. Freddy's presence only complicates my tumultuous emotions.
Chapter 6. Freddy. Laughing at my teammates who trail behind me, I turn the corner on the 14th year floor, and what fills my eyes is the sight of a drunken male guest overpowering a maid. My legs race before I have time to think. I hear my teammates hoofing it down the hall, too. "Get off her, asshole!" I grab his shoulders to tear him off the frightened woman. Before I have a chance to lay my fist into his cheek, my buddies tear him away. "The last thing you need is an assault charge," says Sully. "We'll take care of this loser. You take care of the woman." "Thanks, man." I turn to find the poor lady who has fled down the hall. "Ma'am, are you—" As I turn to face her, she's still stumbling halfway down the hall and words escape me. My body freezes in place. I blink several times, assuming my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm literally staring face to face into my past. Once again, my heart beats a sorrowful refrain I thought I had long put behind me. The fighting, the tears, and the final breakup. Her burgeoning music career in Manhattan competing with my professional hockey career in Ohio. My mind bursts with questions. "Jackie, is that you?" The woman freezes, her head tilting up as she offers a meek smile. And in her signature quiet voice, she answers, "Hi, Freddy." "Yes, it's me." I come to my senses and quickly check her over. "Are you hurt? Should I call a doctor?" Jackie, still wobbly on her feet, smooths down her uniform and readjusts her hair. "Gosh, no, but thank you all the same. This isn't my first rodeo with drunken guests. I'm fine, honestly, but I'm grateful you came around the corner when you did. That man wasn't taking no for an answer." "I could tell." I look down the hall, seeing my buddies haul the drunkard towards the elevators and undoubtedly to the authorities. I nod. My guys are great. They pick up that squirt like they are working out on the light weights at a universal gym. I step back to give her room to breathe. My past with Jackie replays inside my head. Jackie insisting on cutting ties to focus on her career. Me telling Jackie I'd follow her to Manhattan, to the ends of the earth if need be. In the end, on that last night together, no amount of begging on my part made any difference. Confusion colors my face. So many questions. How did Jackie get here? From a bright career in New York to a hotel hallway as a maid? I know my curiosity must be stemmed. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see a man in a business suit, brass name tag adorned. I assume it's the manager. My guys obviously alerted him and filled him in on the attack. Jackie, what on earth were you doing causing this fracas? Whoa. Now, guy, Mr. Ulster? I read his name tag. This is not Jackie's fault. You had a guest who attacked her. She's the victim here. You get the authorities on this ASAP. Is this true? The manager asks. Yes, sir. I was on my way to the service elevator when the man appeared and attacked me. Fine. Okay. I'll deal with this. But keep yourself available. The police might want a statement from you. Go about your duties for now. The manager strides down the hall. I glare at the man. It's obvious he doesn't care one whit about his staff, only the hotel's reputation. Once her boss is out of sight, Jackie speaks. Again, thank you so much for helping me. I wasn't sure I'd win that one. Jackie refuses to look me in the eye. Me finding her here, like this, in such a lowly job, I don't insist on eye contact. My eyes would show sympathy, and that's the last thing Jackie needs right now. But I can't stop looking at her. Jackie hasn't changed a bit. She's still the looker she always was. Her soft amber skin, the sheen to her bouncy curls, her athletic build. All I see is the gorgeous girl of yesterday having matured into the beautiful woman of today. Although I can see she looks a bit embarrassed by our meeting, the fighter I knew and loved back then still exists. Her shoulders are back, her head held high. Nothing has diminished Jackie in whatever setback she's currently enduring. Listen, this has been a huge shock. Come to my room. I can get you a glass of water or a coffee or something from room service. It's only a few doors down. Jackie furiously shakes her head. Oh, thanks, Freddy, but I couldn't. I'd get fired for sure. Okay, but come down the hall. Bring your cart. Stand outside my room long enough so you can have a glass of water at least. You're shaking. Jackie looks down at her arms. Her eyes widen. Geez, I am, aren't I? Yes, come on, I'll help you with your cart. We walk slowly down the hall. I watch as Jackie fiddles with her uniform collar. I rub my neck. Neither of us know what to say. Neither of us want to say the wrong thing. I slip my card key on the slot. Click. I walk in and retrieve a straight chair and bring it into the hall. Here, please, sit down. You're in shock. Jackie shakes her head. I can't. Yes, you can. If that brute of your boss appears again and doesn't like it, I'll change his mind. Sit. I return with a bottle of water from the bar fridge. Here, drink. Finally, Jackie looks into my eyes. Her eyes are filled with tears. I say nothing but bring out a box of tissues. The first thing she needs is help. The last thing she needs are questions from me. Jackie wipes her eyes and takes a couple of small sips from the bottle. Her trembling slows. I'm so sorry for inconveniencing you like this. I crouch beside the chair. Hey, you did no such thing. You gave my guys a workout and saved me from an evening of watching lousy movies on the hotel TV. I should be thanking you. A smile appears on Jackie's lips, albeit small, but a smile all the same. It makes me smile. My heart is beating like it's a decade younger. Jackie's sudden appearance in my life lifts my spirit. It's no longer just about the next game in the next city. Seeing her next to me, it's like my life has color, has depth. Are you feeling a bit better? Jackie nods. Yes, a bit. Listen, humor me. I run into my room and return to the hall. Nibble on this. You need a quick energy fix. I hand her one of my sports protein bars. They are a constant staple in my luggage. Oh, no, I couldn't. I unwrap it and thrust it in her hand. Touching her warm skin electrifies me. Oh, yes, you can. Please, if your boss insists you have to stay here, then you need fuel. I won't take no for an answer. Jackie smiles, nods, and nibbles on the bar. I can tell she's still so upset. Part of me wants to whisk her out of this place. But another part knows my life is not hers. I can only do and say so much. I grab another bar and join her. I slide down the wall and sit across from Jackie. The two of us exist simply being together after all these years, quietly munching on protein bars like time stopped. Jackie keeps her head down, but it doesn't stop me from staring at her. My eyes can't believe what they're seeing. My stomach churns with mixed emotions, of sympathy and past love, of confusion pinging in my brain, of so many questions, so many. The foremost, why after all these years does Jackie Rhodes affect me like she does? The love and affection I have for this woman springs back, and is stronger now in this vacant hotel hallway than it ever was. I munch away, watching Jackie's every move. She takes bigger sips of water. Her nibbles on the snack I gave her turn into decent bites. The once frightened woman before me is coming back to life. And with her again by my side, I'm springing back to life too.
Chapter 7. Jackie. The bottled water and Freddy's protein bar do the trick. The shock from the attack slowly wears off. I get up and put the chair back in Freddy's room. Thank you again for all your help, but I must get back to work. I pull my cart close and start pushing it down the hallway again. My head is swimming. I'm fighting off slight dizziness, but nothing is going to get me down. Not in front of my ex or my boss for that matter. I need this job, and I need to hold my head high in front of Freddy, as best as I can anyway. Freddy springs to his feet. No, you can't go just yet. Not like this. Freddy's voice warms my heart. It's like an audible version of home, of a soft and cozy quilt you've always adored. One which makes you feel so safe and so warm. I keep those thoughts to myself. I simply have to. Freddy, it's been great seeing you, but I have to keep working. Fending off drunk guys like that is part of the job sometimes. I'm really grateful you were here to help, but I have to keep this job. I slowly head down the hall, knowing he is watching. I'm so embarrassed having my ex see me like this. I figure if I keep my head down and focus on my tasks, Freddy will leave me be. I forget how stubborn he is until he follows me out in the hall. He has no intention of leaving me be. Just then, conversation erupts farther down the hall. Freddy's teammates are returning with wide smiles, laughter, and pats on the back. I assume the celebration is due to the group successfully hauling the drunk man off. The last thing I need is this, a group of Freddy's pals seeing me, seeing what I do for a living. I hold my head up high. I throw a confident expression on my face. I pray it'll hide the mortification I feel in my gut. So, Freddy, is this the damsel in distress we saved? Yes, Jason. Guys, this is Jackie, a friend of mine from back in high school. Jackie, this is Jason, David, Marcus, and Sully, my defense line. Hi, nice to meet you, Jackie. Chorus the lot. I act as casual as I can and even offer a laugh at the damsel reference. In actuality, having these guys think of me as a helpless woman makes me cringe, but I slough it off. Anything to get this embarrassing ordeal over? I feel their eyes surveying me. Nothing different from years before when Freddy's teammates would look me over. Amazingly, my penchant for suavely handling the discomfort springs back like it had never stopped. Like 10 years never slipped away. I don't expand on Freddy's high school reference. What they don't know can't possibly embarrass me anymore. High school, huh? Says David. I bet you know a ton of stuff about Freddy. We'd pay good money to find it out. Freddy's teammate winks. The others laugh, excitedly nodding. I lean on the cart, think back, and regale. Well, yes, there were a few times you guys might find funny. Freddy had been making fun of my gym outfit one day, and one too many times. So I took him by the collar, dragged him over to the hall water fountain, and gave him a good spray. The guys howl. "Tell us more," Jason says. My meek smile turns full-on toothy. My embarrassment melts away, and I'm loving this memory lane stroll. I look both ways down the hall to make sure my boss or hotel guests aren't within earshot. I put a hand next to my lips and I whisper, "There was this other time." "Uh-huh." The guys lean in. Freddy made a bet with our Spanish language teacher. If he didn't get an A on the next test, he'd do whatever the teacher wanted. "Yeah, and did he get an A?" Sully eagerly asks, his eyes beaming. "Not on your life, even after I tutored him for over a week." "So what did Freddy have to do?" "Oh, you'll love this. Mr. Ridgway made Freddy change into his gym shorts and go out in the quad, while the rest of the class slathered him with leftover porridge from the lunchroom. The staff eagerly helped, giving us the leftovers from breakfast. Word got around, and the rest of the school, everybody ran to windows to watch the sight. It was hilarious. We slapped a sign on him, written in Spanish, obviously, saying Freddy flunked his test. The players double over, clutching their guts and roaring. Freddy, his face a ruby red, interjects. Yeah. So now I know how to say I flunked the test in Spanish." "Happy?" He softly shoulder bumps me. I can't help myself. I break out in laughter, too. "Man, I bet you have tons of stories like that, Jackie." "Yes, I do, but they mostly involve how well Freddy did on the ice. The guy was a genius puck handler even back then. By the look of your face, I'd say there was more than a friendship." Marcus winks. I ignore Freddy's inquisitive friend and my own fluttering heart. He's totally right, of course, and seeing him again has reignited feelings I had long since buried. Everyone adored Freddy. He was voted king at our prom, and for good reason. I don't think he ever showed up at school in a bad mood. Ever. I mean it. He was the guy who would make us all smile. I smile, but inside my guts are doing cartwheels. This is the most nerve-wracking moment, so awkward and far too intense. I'm found out by my ex as a lowly hotel maid. I'm saved by him when a drunk came after me. And now, feelings I thought I had long buried are dug up again. The experience is dizzying in so many ways. Listen, it's been great meeting all of you, but I have to go. Work calls. I quickly grab my cart and wheel it down the hall, heading for the elevators and as far away from this gut-wrenching moment as I can get. I hear Freddy calling my name. I sense he's looking straight at me. "Jackie, no, wait. Don't go like this. We only just got together." "Freddy, as much as I'm grateful to you and your buddies for saving me from that idiot, I think it's better if we part. Our worlds are so different now. I don't think it's right to have them meet again." I quickly turn the corner, out of sight. In the escape, my breathing should be calmer. But it's not, and neither is my beating heart. Seeing Freddy again is explosive. I'm boiling over with emotions, not really recognizing any of them, but knowing they're hitting me hard. Shame, regret, confusion, attraction, yearning. I pack them away, deep inside my mind, as I finally put what remains of my clean sheets away in the linen room and drop the soiled one in a hamper. I beg for an early night, but Mr. Ulster refuses. I suck it up and continue my work, but make sure I'm far away from the 14th floor and Freddy Blaine. At midnight, I pick up Jack from the sitter and head for home. In my weary state, I don't see an oncoming car heading for my lane. With one hand on the wheel and one hand on Jack, who is cuddled up to me, I do my best to swerve, but it's too late. We collide. Screams fill the night air. Screams. Not from me, from my little boy. Tires squeal, metal screams, glass breaks, In the melee, Jack's seatbelt tears. I try to catch his legs. My seatbelt won't give. Helpless, I watch his little body fly into the ditch. Jack, Jack, oh my God. I hear another set of squealing tires. A man comes up to my door and yanks hard, several times to get it open. Lady, are you okay? No, my baby. He's in the ditch. Please help me out. I'll call the police and an ambulance. Hang on, I'll get you out. The time between the accident and getting to the hospital is a blur. I'm only snapped back to reality when the doctor returns with his diagnosis. Miss Rhodes, I'm afraid Jack has been severely injured. He has bleeding on the brain. We need to go in and relieve the pressure to prevent permanent damage. Permanent damage? What do you mean? Jack's ability to maintain proper motor skills. Walking, talking. We need to operate now. Do we have your permission? Oh my God, yes, of course. Please save my boy. That's all I want. Just save him. The surgeon nods and dashes away, leaving me with an administrator to fill out the paperwork, which will morph into a hospital bill I know I cannot pay. My 3 jobs, none of them come with medical insurance. I sit there stunned, afraid of losing my Jack, afraid of going broke. After signing away my life, I grab my phone and call a taxi. I need help, and it can only come from one source. Freddy Blaine.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 8. Freddy. I'm jolted awake by frantic knocking on my door. I shove the pillow away from my face, groaning as I glance at the digital clock. It's 4 a.m. Who the hell is at my door at this hour? It better not be Jason. I'll kick his ass, I don't care. The knocking turns louder and faster, making my irritation grow. With a grunt, I throw off the sheets and shuffle toward the door. I'm ready to give whoever it is a piece of my mind for waking me up so damn early. It has to be one of the guys. One of them must have slipped out to have some extra fun, and time just flew by. That doesn't give them an excuse to nearly break down my door. I swing the door open, ready to let them have it. My annoyance quickly vanishes at the sight of Jackie. I'm quickly startled into sobriety at the sight of bruises on her beautiful dark skin and her eyes wide with desperation. My own eyes turn as big as saucers. What happened? She hesitates at first, but stumbles through her words. I need help, she whispers, the urgency in her voice slicing through the early morning haze. Help? Is that man bothering you again? I ask, rage boiling up inside of me. She shakes her head. A small cry escapes her lips. Her body trembles all over. It's like she's struggling to find her words, and it makes me feel desperate and useless that I don't know how to help. Jackie, come inside, yeah? Catch your breath and tell me what's going on. At first, she just shivers, but then quietly walks inside. I'm sure she should express her troubles in private. Besides, who knows who could be out there again? I guide her to the edge of the bed. After putting on a shirt, I sit on the desk chair to give her some space. She fiddles with her hands, and her leg shakes faster than a jackhammer. I don't have much time, Freddy, she mutters. Confusion writes over my tired face. Please tell me what's going on. Are those bruises from earlier? No, well, I mean, yes. She presses a finger over her temple. It's not from what happened with the guest. Then what's going on? You're worrying me. Everything is going on. I don't understand why this is all happening all at once. First, the assault that I could have prevented if I just kept my walkie in my stupid pocket. I tried to de-escalate, but he wouldn't take no for an answer, and now I'm on thin ice with my manager. She continues. It was already a terrible night, but getting crashed into made it so much worse. It all happened so fast, and before I knew it, I was at the hospital, And now my son might not be able to live a normal life. That's why I desperately need your help right now. I don't know where else to go. Your son? These are the first words out of my mouth. You have a son? She nods. The doctor said if he doesn't get this operation, he may not walk, talk, or live for that matter. He'll just be surviving. Tears stream down her cheeks. I don't want my son to suffer. He doesn't deserve it. My mind reels at her revelation. It's like the whiplash from being tackled to the ground without warning. Despite wanting to comfort her and dry her tears, I'm still processing her words. She has a son. In an instant, there's an incomprehensible anger coursing through my veins. The rage towards her presumed partner flares hot and fierce. Where is he? Why isn't she going to him for help? I clench my fists. Where is the father? I demand, my protective instincts kicking in. A pregnant pause fills the air. It's heavy and eternal as Jackie stares at me with fear in her eyes. I'm prepared to hear the worst of this man. But the words a single mother hit me like a punch in the gut. My heart aches for Jackie's plight. My room suddenly feels too small for the magnitude of her struggles. Jackie, I'm so sorry you're going through this, I start to say. I'll help you in any way you need. I'm here for you. She bites her lower lip, but her expression shows discomfort for some reason. I rub my neck, figuring out what else to say to her. I wish there was something I could have done to prevent all the pain she endured and is currently enduring. There's something you should know first, she says in a near whisper. I barely manage to hear her. There's a reason as to why I'm a single mother. Confusion and curiosity crease my eyebrow. Okay, I prompt. She looks down at the floor for a moment, gathering her thoughts. She has been trembling ever since I opened the door. When she gathers the courage to talk, she looks straight into my eyes. Jack is your son. My world grinds to a stop. What? I say. Jack Rhodes is your son. I have to hold on to the desk. I knew there was something about him. I tried to shake off the feeling when the guys teased me about it, but the truth is now right in front of me. I have a son with Jackie. And now our son is in danger. I'm the asshole that left her defenseless, I think to myself at first. Suddenly anger and shock ripple across my face, unable to hide my emotions. Jackie left me. I was more than willing to cross any ocean, any desert, and damn forest to be with her. But she didn't want that. Now we have a child together. A child she never bothered to tell me about. Why didn't you say anything? It's not something you can easily say to somebody. I stand from the chair. I'm not just somebody. I deserve to know the existence of my child. All these years, and not once did you bother to tell me about him. I pace around the room, trying to keep myself grounded. This is too much shock for my body. I can't decide what to freak out about first. I missed so many years with him, I say more to myself. How could you hide something so important from me? I didn't want to, Freddy, please believe me. I just couldn't bring myself to face you after the way things ended. What do you mean? That shouldn't have mattered to you. I wouldn't abandon my own son. I know. I'm sorry I didn't say anything sooner, she says. But I was so scared of what you would have said. What your reaction would be. Your career was finally going somewhere, and a child could have gotten in the way of your plans and goals. She takes out a tissue from her purse and dabs her eyes. I thought it was better for me to raise him as best as I could to make up for not giving him a father. I wasn't alone in the first years of his life. Grandma was there when Jack was born. She dabs her nose. But then she died so suddenly. She promised me she wasn't sick, but I should have known that she didn't want me to worry about her. I was going through postpartum depression, but I could have still taken care of her. The tears won't stop. She keeps drying her eyes to no avail. I can't begin to imagine what Jackie felt like. That sweet woman practically raised her. After she died, there was no one left but me and Jack. It's just us, and I got too comfortable with the idea that nothing would hurt us if it was just me and him, but now look what happened, and it's all my fault. Her explanation, her fears of my reaction, the loss of her grandmother, Jack as her sole family, all weave a tale of loneliness and protection that pierces my heart. I have a future ahead of me, and it's larger than life. The truth is all out now, and there's nothing more important than Jack's well-being right now. I can be angry, disappointed, or even guilty later when I know he's out of danger. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure he's safe and happy. You'll never have to worry about anything again. I'm here for both of you, I say. Together we rush to the hospital, the city's streets empty and haunting in the pre-dawn gloom, each moment stretching into eternity as we draw closer to our son. My emotions are a tangled web of nerves and excitement. I'm about to meet my son, Jack, now lying in a hospital bed. This is a new kind of excitement I never felt before in my life. It overshadows my fear for his well-being, even though I'm preparing for the worst. Jackie tries to be strong, but it's painfully obvious that she's terrified, and I can't blame her. I can't even blame her too much for keeping Jack a secret. She's been carrying the weight of the world, and it all crumbled over her tonight. Upon arriving at the hospital, the gravity of the situation settles on my shoulders. The prospect of fatherhood mingled with the fear of what awaits us beyond the sliding doors.
Chapter 9. Jackie. Freddy burst through the doors like a hurricane. The nickname Storm has never been so apartment. But he's not the tempest. He's the eye of the storm, the calm amid the chaos. I jog to keep up as we find our way to Jack's room. "Who is Jack's doctor?" he asks. "Dr. Scott," I call, waving him over. He's standing over Jack, monitoring his vitals. When he hears me, he says something to the nurse and then joins us. We're just prepping Jack for surgery. "Are you the top neurosurgeon here?" Freddy asks. "How many years have you been practicing?" The doctor arches an eyebrow, surprised by Freddy's bluntness. "I'm one of the best in the city and have been practicing for as long as you've been alive." He gives a short, curt nod. "Whatever needs to be done, I can pay. I don't care as long as you save my Jack. As long as you save Jack. We'll do all we can. If you want to know more about the procedure, go talk to Dr. Williams. She's been practicing for almost as long and can tell you everything you need to know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to finish stabilizing him for surgery prep." Freddy nods. "Do whatever it takes to save him." He turns to a nurse passing by. "Hey, I need you to check out this woman right here. She's been in a serious accident." "Freddy, I begin, but he shakes his head. "You're obviously not fine. I can't have you collapsing from internal bleeding or going into shock. Jack needs you to be okay when he wakes up. Just go with her." "He's right," the nurse says, squeezing my shoulder and leading me to an empty room for an exam. Craning my neck to look behind me, I watch as he turns to another harried nurse. "I need you to call the best neurologist in the state and have them come pronto. Tell them I will pay for their transport, hotels, and anything else they need as long as they can get here in the next hour." The nurse checking me overs is kind enough to pick a room that partly looks into Jack's across the hall. I sit down on the exam table, my gaze never leaving that doorway. My best window to what is happening with my son. There's still a flurry of activity around it, and I strain to see what's happening. "Keep staring forward like that for me, please," the nurse says, flashing a pin light in my eyes. She asks me the day's date, who the president is, and how old I am. "Does your head or neck hurt at all?" I blink, changing my focus from the door to Jack's room back to the nurse. "No, I don't think so." "Slowly turn your head from side to side for me and tell me if it hurts, please." I do as she says. My neck is tight and a little sore, but not too painful. It doesn't really hurt. She nods. Does anything else hurt? Try rolling your wrists and ankles. When I do, nothing feels broken, so she moves on, grabbing a blood pressure cuff and pulse oximeter. Let me take your vitals. The blood pressure cuff squeezes to the point of pain, and it grounds me a little, breaking me from the fugue-like state I'd slipped into. She takes a stethoscope and instructs me to breathe in and out, listening to my heartbeat and lungs. Does it hurt to take a full breath? I try to focus on my body as I inhale and exhale. It does hurt a bit, so I nod. May I touch your ribs? She asks, and waits until I nod again before prodding them. They don't feel broken. Bruised, probably. But if you find yourself short of breath or in a lot of pain, please don't hesitate to speak up. You're definitely going to be sore regardless. But it's better that you get checked out for nothing serious than if you ignore something serious. You got lucky. I suppress the urge to give a derisive snort. Lucky? Yeah, right. Lucky would be if I was the one near death while Jack came out of the wreck mostly unscathed. I'd give anything to be suffering in Jack's place. So, can I get back to my son? I ask, too anxious to be as polite as I normally would be. The nurse steps aside. Go ahead, but try to stay out of the doctor's and nurse's ways while they fully stabilize him. A look of vague annoyance crosses her face. Tell your husband this too. Let them do their jobs. Oh, he's not my... I begin, but shake my head. I should be focusing on Jack, not explaining my complicated relationship with the father of my son to a random nurse. I rush to the other room. Jack's head has been shaved for surgery, and he's lying with an oxygen tube in his throat and an IV catheter in his hand. His face is cut and swollen with bruising, and I try not to think about the fact that his brain is likely just as swollen. I take a seat beside him and hold his hand. In the corner of the room, Freddy is talking to a nurse about the specialist he wants to bring in. I appreciate Freddy's take-charge attitude and the fact that he can throw his weight around. But judging by the look on her face and what the other nurse said, the feeling is not the same. But I can't bring myself to care. If his fame, demands, and flashing of cash save my son, I can deal with some doctors and nurses being a little annoyed. I'm utterly focused on Jack's too still form. I've never seen him so motionless. Even in his sleep, he constantly fidgets and moves around. But now the only movement I see is the mechanical rise and fall of his chest. I feel a hand on my shoulder. It's there and then gone, and a chair scrapes across the floor. They're prepping the operating room and waiting on the specialist I called in, Freddy informs me. They'll take him back in a few minutes. Okay, I can't put why this is into words yet, but Freddy's presence is a balm to my soul. Something that takes the edge off the pain and terror. Thank you. It's been a while since I've truly prayed, but now I'm beseeching any God that would listen to bring my little boy back to me safe and healthy. Freddy starts speaking again, but the words don't register until I feel his hand squeezing my wrist. Jackie, are you listening? I blink. Sorry, what were you saying? He gives my wrist another squeeze before letting go. I was saying that we need to come up with a plan for what happens after the surgery. My heart stutters. What do you mean? His face is grim, but not cold or angry, just serious. I know this is probably the last thing you want to think about right now, but the cat is out of the bag about Jack, and going forward, I intend to stay in our son's life. I shouldn't have kept you away in the first place, I reply, and I truly mean it. Both Freddy and Jack deserve better than that. Something in him seems to relax minutely at my reply. I'm glad you think that. Right now, our number one priority needs to be Jack. Do you have insurance? The question has been running in the back of my mind since the crash. How will I be able to afford to save my son? I came to Freddy for that reason, but this line of questioning puts me ill at ease. What is he getting at? I swallow, my throat dry. I don't. Freddy gives a quick, curt nod, as though this is the answer he expected. That's what I thought. I can pay for whatever treatment he needs, but I'm not made of money. If something happens that permanently disables him or you, I won't be able to pay off the medical bills in full forever. He gives my wrist another gentle squeeze. But if you were both on my health insurance, you wouldn't have to worry. You and Jack will be able to see all the best doctors both during this recovery and if something happens in the future. What are you proposing? I ask, my heart racing. He gives me a tremulous smile. Well, I am proposing right now. Forgive me if I don't get on my knees or am missing a ring. I blink. What? The best way to keep us both from being bankrupted by medical expenses is to get married. I'll get started on the paperwork to add you and Jack as dependents on my insurance as soon as possible. Then we'll just have to do it before the hospital bills come rolling in. I sit there, stunned and unable to think of an answer. I take pride in my independence and ability to survive on my own, but right now, I need help. And Freddy is offering help. It would be foolish to decline, especially if it means losing Jack. But my mind is a whirlwind right now, and I'm not sure if I can bring myself to say yes.
Chapter 10. Freddy. I don't hear the machines beeping around the hospital wing. My ears are perked for only one voice, Jackie's, saying yes to my proposal. Look, you and I have to put our feelings aside. This isn't about what we had together. It's about what Jack needs. Right now, he needs the two of us united as a team. I stare down at Jackie, who sits in a chair in the room our son will occupy after his surgery. Jackie looks so forlorn, so all alone in the empty space. I know she is still shaken from the accident and injured herself. Jackie looks like an emotional wreck. I know that this is all very sudden and she's in shock, but I don't see any other way, especially if Jack is permanently disabled. I don't intend to let another minute go by not providing for her and Jack the way I should have been doing for the last decade. If you don't say yes, you will be stealing a quality of life for Jack and yourself that I can provide. Don't make me push this idea on you. You should see my reasoning is clear. You've walked the past with Jack all by yourself. Let's walk into the future with Jack. Together. I sit there waiting for her answer. I can tell by her vacant eyes that she is stunned. I watch as her hands shake and her knees compulsively jerk. A different kind of guilt floods me at pushing her like this. Different from the guilt I felt at realizing I had been an accidentally absent father. No matter how I try to handle this situation, the guilt seems to be there every way I turn. Still, this is the right, responsible move. I'm sure of it. Well, come on. You see how much sense it makes, don't you? My heart beats and aches. I have to show a steely resolve to get Jackie to see how serious this situation is. But my gut is churning. Hurting Jackie to help Jack goes against everything I hold dear. But I have to be strong. For Jack. For Jackie to have her see the light. For us all. Finally, she looks up at me. With pleading eyes, she speaks in an all too quiet voice. Freddy, can I have some time? To take this all in. This is all too much. The car accident, Jack's injury. I simply can't digest it all. Jackie is a defeated soul. Her shoulders are slumped. Black circles frame her fearful eyes, threatening their own torrent of tears. I curse myself for being so hard on her, but I know it has to be. I give her no hint as to my softening emotions. I sigh, grab a chair and slide it opposite hers. Jackie, listen. If things were different. If Jack wasn't fighting for his life, look at all these machines he'll soon be hooked up to. Don't you see? Neither of us has time. Jack needs the best possible care. You and Jack have to be my next of kin to get the medical coverage. There's so much more I can offer you if you're legally my wife, sooner rather than later. But Freddy, this is so much. I agree. But your son, our son, he needs my help now. There's no more time left. I need an answer, or I have to take this to court to ensure Jack gets the care he desperately needs. Right now, you are in no fit state to care for him all on your own. That's the reality. You wouldn't have pounded on my front door this morning if you didn't realize that yourself. She lets out a slow, shaky breath. Okay, I'll do it. I take her hand in mine. Before I can say anything more, I hear footsteps coming down the hall. It's the guys. I forgot I'd called David about the accident. He's obviously told everyone, and now they're here to help. I leave Jackie and head out into the hall, closing the door. Guys! Freddy! David rushes up. What's this all about? I nod toward the waiting room so we can talk. My buddies drag chairs in a semicircle around me. I see the worried looks on their faces. They must be reflecting my own terrified thoughts. It's a long story, but here's the short version. I tell them about who Jackie really is, how Jack is mine, how the two were in a car crash, and how I plan to fix all this. Their worried looks spin into shock. For a time, we sit there, face to face, unable to find the right words. Marcus breaks the spell. So, that maid last night, she was your girlfriend? Yes, my first, as it happens. We were high school sweethearts, what a cliché. And Jackie became pregnant and never told me. All these years. And now Jack is fighting for his life in there. The docs lessen the swelling on his brain, but it's still touch and go. Man, Fred, this is all too much. You're a dad. I know we were all joking in the arena the other day, but I have to say, that little boy is the spitting image of you. I'm not surprised this is the result. Maybe I'm stunned you didn't see the resemblance yourself. I offer a smile. I guess I saw the resemblance, but I couldn't even go there. My love affair with Jackie was another life ago. How could I think we had a child from that time? The men nod. Listen, is there anything we can do for you and Jackie? Stuff you need brought to the hospital, people to call. I pat Jason on the shoulder. Thanks, man. I'll let you guys know. For now, I have more pressing issues. You might as well know. I've asked Jackie to marry me. You've done what? David's eyes widen. Surely, you're not thinking this through. It's the shock speaking. Shouldn't you take it slow? Concentrate on Jack. That's why the proposal, guys. Jackie is so poor. She can't afford the top-notch treatment our son needs. And the only way I can get it for him is for Jackie to become my wife, so I can be her next of kin and get the two on my insurance. Jack is going to need a lot of help. It'll go into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, is my guess. I need to fix this problem now. And marriage is the only way out. Wow, is all David can say. Sully taps my arm. Whatever you think is best. The rest can get ironed out later. Sure it can. Know we are behind you and Jackie, whatever it takes. Thanks, man. Thanks, guys. I know this isn't how things should go, but that kid's life is in my hands. I have to do right by him and be the father I should have been from the start. And a husband to Jackie, too, says Jason. Yes, and a husband to Jackie. I think it's about time. But love? What about love? David asks, admitting there is a 900-pound elephant in the room. I inhale, my chest heaving from the weight of all the decisions I have to make. Now, not later. My topsy-turvy emotions be damned. I'll deal with that later. Right now, it's all about Jack.
Chapter 11. Jackie. The clock ticks and ticks and ticks. Jack has been in surgery for hours, and the anticipation makes me want to scream. And yet, I also dread when the anticipation ends and the reality of our future settles in. It could still be a future without my son, the child I sacrificed everything for. Or it could be a future where Jack is permanently disabled, where he doesn't get to follow his dreams. In the best case scenario, it's a future where I enter a contractual marriage with Freddy, giving Jack everything he needs, but forever bound to someone who I once loved, but has every reason to hate me for what I took from him. Schrodinger's cat is not a good metaphor for quantum superposition, but it's a great way to describe anticipation. Right now, Jack is in that box simultaneously alive, dead, and permanently changed, and I won't know which one it will be until the doctor comes in to open the box. Freddy's hand finds mine, and he gives it a gentle squeeze. I'm getting something to eat. Do you want anything? How could I eat at a time like this? I shake my head. Not really hungry. He purses his lips. Okay. I barely notice him leaving and coming back. It could be seconds, minutes, or hours. Time stretches and distorts when you're waiting like this. He takes his seat next to me and sets a small bag in my lap. I glance up at him, confused. I said I didn't want anything. It's just a turkey and cheese sandwich and a water bottle. You need to keep up your strength, for Jack's sake, if not your own. He opens his own cellophane-wrapped sandwich, slowly, numbly. I follow suit, unwrapping and nibbling at the white bread and bland meat and cheese before washing it down with the water. I can't remember if I ate dinner after work last night. Probably not, because as soon as I swallow, my hunger roars to life. I devour the sandwich and chug the water. Once I'm done, he offers me the other half of his snack. I shake my head. I'm okay. Just take it. I'm not really hungry, he says, which is a lie because Jack got his appetite from Freddy, and that man is always hungry. Touched by his kindness, I eat his half as well. Thank you. He doesn't meet my eyes as he collects our garbage to throw away. Don't worry about it. When the doctor finally appears, he looks exhausted, but is smiling. My heart lifts with hope as I jump to my feet. Is Jack? He gives my shoulder a squeeze. The surgery went well and he's recovering. I don't want to make promises I can't keep, but I'm optimistic that he'll pull through and recover. It might take a while, but kids are resilient. My knees go weak, collapsing underneath me, but Freddy steadies me, keeping me upright. When can we see him? He asks. We want to run a few more tests, but not long. We'll have a nurse take you to the room where he's recovering. I stifle a sob. Thank you. Thank you. We won't know everything until he wakes up, but so far things look good. We'll keep you in the loop if anything changes. With that, the doctor turns to leave. Freddy guides me back to the chair, holding me as I sob into his arms. He gently strokes my hair. Jack will be okay. He's a tough kid. Before you know it, he'll be skating again like nothing happened. It's another half hour before a nurse leads us back to the room where Jack is recovering. He looks so small in that bed, his head shaved and a long scar running behind his ear. I collapse into the seat beside him, taking his hands. Jack, baby, I love you so much. Please heal and come back to me soon, okay? Freddy pulls up another chair beside me. He stares at our son with a melancholic longing. He might never truly know Jack the way he was before the accident, and that makes my heart squeeze with guilt. I was thinking, he says quietly, breaking the long silence between us. I don't take my eyes off the soft rise and fall of our son's chest. About? The wedding. My heart sinks. Right. It's not that I forgot about the wedding, but rather, I'm not sure I'm ready to think about it. Not while Jack is so weak. I have to be here until Jack wakes up. After that, I'll do what you want. He covers my hand, the one holding Jack's, with his own. Of course, Jack is all that matters right now. But this is why I want to talk to you about it and come up with a plan. A plan. That sounds like a good idea, and it'll be a distraction from Jack's too still body. Okay, what are you thinking? We'll get married as soon as he wakes up. It'll be a private courthouse wedding. I've been doing some research, and in this state, we don't even really need witnesses, just an officiant to file the paperwork. We won't tell anyone but the insurance companies. Not yet, anyway. I nod. That makes sense. I'm really not ready to face the media yet, and we want to keep Jack out of it for as long as possible. Agreed. He pauses, swallowing. When do you think we should tell him? Something inside me chills. About the marriage? Or about you being his father? I don't want Jack to know about any of this until he's ready and well on the path to recovery. I want him to focus on healing before he learns the truth. But Freddy holds most of the cards in this situation. If he disagrees, I can't control whether or not Jack learns the truth because he could just tell our son anyway. He shrugs. Both, I guess. I swallow, my throat dry. I think it would be best to keep this between us for now. He'll have his hands full dealing with his recovery. I don't want to burden him with the rest until he's bounced back at least a little bit. To my relief, Freddy nods. Yeah, I think so too. He deserves to know, but we can wait until he's a bit stronger. My heart again squeezes with guilt. Freddy looks so resigned to this. He wants to have a relationship with his son, but once again, I'm standing in the way of it. But I have a good reason. This is for Jack's sake, not ours. And Freddy knows it. Jack deserves to know his father and Freddy deserves to know his son, so it will happen eventually. They both just need to ease into things first. In the meantime, Freddy begins, every muscle clenched like he's bracing himself for impact. We'll slowly introduce Jack to the idea of having me around. We'll be married in secret on paper, and the guys know the real reason for our engagement. But they're discreet, so in the meantime, for the sake of the public, we're just dating. A love rekindled in the midst of a tragedy. Makes sense. I keep my voice carefully neutral. He seems to want to romance me, to make it all look real. From now on, I'll have to remember that no matter how sweet he is, everything he does will be for show in order to convince Jack and the rest of the world that we're in love. He doesn't actually feel this way about me. The thought makes my heart squeeze in my chest. It's better than I deserve for keeping Jack from him, but it's still going to hurt. Because even after all these years, I'm still in love with him. After we parted, I didn't have time for dating, and even if I did, none of the men around me made my heart flutter the way that Freddy did. I left him because we both had other loves to pursue. He had his hockey, and I had my music. Then I had Jack, and my priorities changed again. But there's always been a part of me that still hopes we might find our way back to each other. That some part of Freddy might still love me too. When you've had a lifetime of disappointments, though, hope feels like a trap. Freddy chuckles, clearly trying to cut some of the tension. There's no need to look like your beauty, and I'm the beast who trapped you in a castle. I force a smile. Never knew you were a fan of fairy tales? He makes a noise of mock offense. I'm not just some meathead jock. I have layers, and I know how to woo a lady. My smile grows into something more genuine. You're right. Forgive me, my prince. Now that's more like it. His blue eyes crinkle warmly. And I promise that you and Jack won't have to worry about anything from now on. I'm here to take care of you both like you deserve. You don't have to, I begin, but he squeezes my hand, cutting me off. I want to. Please let me do this for you. It's not like I have much of a choice, but at the same time, having Freddy by my side these past few hours has helped me feel safer than I have in a long time. Freddy is here, and Jack and I are not alone anymore.
Chapter 12. Freddy. All we have is time, waiting for little Jack to get out of surgery. I have so many questions, and I know I have to get our minds focused on something else. I figure this is as good a time as any to start asking. I look soberly at Jackie. There's so much I want. I need to know. So many years I missed out on Jack's life. Can you fill me in, little by little? I want to know what I've missed. It's the first smile I see on Jackie's lips since this entire mess unfolded. She fishes for her cell phone and brings up her gallery. The page is filled with hundreds of photos of Jack. There's so much I can tell you, Freddy. Just so very much. It wasn't easy raising Jack on my own. But there were bright spots too, as you can see from all these pictures. Jackie hands me her phone and I scroll. Wow, look at how small he was. Jackie smiles. Yes, that's the day we came home. He was a tiny thing, not underweight or anything, but he's more than made up for it now. Her happy voice trails off. Her smile turns into a frown, realizing the reality of Jack's physical health now. I quickly swipe to another photo. I laugh out loud at this one. This is his first birthday, isn't it? Look at his face. Did he eat or wear most of his birthday cake? I'll say he wore more than 8. Thankfully, I'd cut out pieces for the adults ahead of time. He really had fun squishing it between his tiny fingers. I smile, then I swipe again, and it's a series of toddler shots. His first time in full hockey gear. My eyes fill with tears. This little boy is stealing my heart. A little me all over again. Jackie, was it Jack's idea to play hockey or yours? Oh, that's an easy question. From the moment he could focus on the TV and see hockey players, he pointed and said he wanted to be them. I think it's in his blood, coming straight from your DNA, Freddy. Wow. And the hilarious thing is that the moment I put skates on the boy, he took to them like nothing. No overturned ankles, no falling. I mean, he was this little kid, and he roared onto the ice like he was born to skate. Wow. I know I sound like a mindless dolt, but I'm so in awe. Actual words fail me. I'm so blown away by the little boy, my little boy. Jackie shows me her saved videos. I play each one, hearing Jack's sweet voice. All the birthdays, play dates, school events, and little league games. I study them, looking for clues as to this little person who shares half my genes. He's grown like a weed, huh? Freddy, he eats me out of house and home. I can't keep milk or cheese in the place. And clothes, what a laugh. He grows out of everything practically overnight. We both laugh. My smile fades. This has been hard on you, hasn't it? I mean, the cost. Yes, to be honest. I don't work 3 jobs because they're fun, that's for sure. I make sure he gets the best I can offer while I live on sandwiches and coffee. Way too much coffee. I turn and face Jackie and once again hold her hands in mine. You know, I would have never had you two suffer like this if I had known. Jackie looks up, lips narrowed. Right, I knew that. So I tell you I need help. You rush home to get a steady paying job, and there goes your hockey career. You would have taken some lousy job just to have the security to provide for us, and you know it. Then when you started really making it big, and your life was secure, it just seemed impossible to tell you. Too much time had passed, and I didn't want to look like a gold digger, you know. But you gave up all those things, you know. You had a career, you had plans and a life. Jack became my life. The moment he was born, my desires, my dreams, they fell by the wayside. I would do anything for that little boy, even if it meant postponing college and my music career and working my butt off. I take a second look at Jackie. In a heartbeat, she becomes more than a love lost. I see in her a true blue mother who puts her baby first, above all. I knew her discipline when it came to her career, but this motherly instinct, this is new to me, and all it does is make me adore her more, wishing for so much more than I had a chance to have with Jackie and our little boy. I clear my throat of the heavy emotion and continue on through the many photos of Jack's young life. How's he doing in school? What are his interests beyond hockey, I mean? Oh, he's a kid, you know? There have been so many. He's crazy about animals. At one point, I thought he'd become a vet. And he's also nuts about dinosaurs, so then I thought he'd become a paleontologist. We laugh again. The laughter is at least lessening the knot in my stomach. And his grades. You'd think most boys his age wouldn't be so smart. But Jack is almost too smart. Every new subject he masters so quickly. Jackie looks up at me, her face bursting with pride. Wow. Again, I'm at a loss for words. Yes, wow is right. Silence reigns. My eyes wander to the empty hospital bed, which will be soon filled with my injured boy. I thought I had it all, you know. My life in hockey, all the toys any guy wants. All the while you and Jack were out there without me. I never knew what I was missing until now. Jackie grabs my arm. Freddy, please forgive me. I never wanted to hurt you or Jack. I did what I thought was best at the time. Maybe you can't see it today, all this being such a shock. But maybe you will eventually. For the time being, I ignore her plea simply because I can't process the loss. Has Jack ever asked about me? Yes, he has. When he got into school and saw fathers come to parent-teacher meetings, but realized it was only ever me attending his. He asked. I said it was my fault you left. I figured blaming me was better than blaming you. I told Jack it didn't work out between us, and it was better this way. I told him someday when he was older, he could find you again. Jack loves me, so he accepted what I said. It broke my heart, but I did what I thought was right. In that instant, my heart breaks as if not knowing about Jack is somehow my fault. All these stories, all these secrets and lies, and for what? So I can be a big shot on the ice. Guilt bulldozes in and makes a home in my brain. I knew I should have tried to keep in touch. Every day I thought about calling you, but my stupid pride had been wounded. So instead, I took the easy way out, accepted our love was over, and went on with my carefree life as a hockey superstar, as if that's all that mattered in life. Maybe if I had insisted on trying a long-distance relationship. Freddy, don't think like that. We were young. Way too young. Yes, we were. But you weren't too young to be a mother, and without me there. What you've gone through, all on your own. I have nothing but total respect. I'm the big man on the ice when it's been you who was the most courageous of us both. Jackie smiles. I try to smile back, but the guilt is oppressive. The love and sacrifice Jackie is making, I'll match now. Whatever it takes. I promise you. This burden, this gift of our boy, I'll shoulder the load if you let me. Let's make up for those lost years. Together.
Chapter 13. Jackie. Miss Rhodes, why don't you go home and get some rest? We'll take good care of Jack and certainly call you if his status changes. Thank you anyway, Doctor, but I simply can't. I need to stay here by his side. The doctor raises his eyebrows but nods. I can tell he's seen frantic mothers like me before and isn't about to change my mind. The room empties. It's only me and my boy. I push the chair as close as I can get to his bed. I refuse to let go of his hand. I need Jack to know I'm here. Soon, the rhythm of the machinery and Jack's smooth breathing lull me enough that I doze off. As much as my heart is desperate to stay on guard, my body is wrecked. I need sleep. Sometime later, I wake up to a nurse coming in to check on Jack's vitals. Miss Rhodes, you may want to turn on the TV. Your son's father is giving a press conference now. My eyes pop. I look at Jack. He's still breathing evenly. I grab the remote, put the sound on low, and hit the power button. Sure enough, Freddy is front and center in a conference room at the arena, taking questions left and right from a bevy of reporters. A reporter holds up her hand. So, is it true that you're a father? Yes, it's true. Another reporter does the same. How long have you known? Not long. A third holds a mic close to the dais table and asks, How is he? Is the mother involved? Freddy's jaw tightens. I can tell that he doesn't like the implications of that reporter's question. He's on the road to recovery, and his mother has not left his side. Before the reporters can ask a question that sets him off, the league spokesman takes the mic. Okay, that's all, folks. Mr. Blaine is a busy man. There's a handout at the exit, which will answer most of your questions. Have a great day. The spokesman grabs Freddy's arm and ushers him off the dais. I switch off the TV, sit back, and exhale, relieved. I whisper to myself, it could have been worse. At least he kept my name and Jack's out of the limelight for now and didn't mention the proposal. I don't resent Freddy for being absent at the hospital. I know he's busy doing everything he can to help and protect Jack. When I take coffee breaks away from Jack's bedside, I send Freddy updates on Jack's improving vitals and photos to keep him in the loop. Days roll together, and Freddy and I soon fit into a steady flow. I take the day shift with our boy, and Freddy does the night. We both catch cat naps, as best we can, in the hospital's uncomfortable chairs. But any new sound from Jack's machines or even uneven breathing from our boy startles us awake. By shift's end, we both look awful, but feel hopeful. On the 5th day after Jack's surgery, I ask the nurse, "Can I give Jack a sponge bath?" The nurse smiles. "Of course you can. I'll get you a tub of warm water, soap and towels." I inhale deeply and smile too. Great. Something I can do. In no time, I'm taking care of my son once again. It feels good to gently wash his arms and legs and his precious face. I carefully take a warm face cloth and run it along his forehead. And when I do, Jack's eyelids flutter. I drop the towel and run to the nurse's desk. "Come quickly." Jack opened his eyes. I run back, nurses and doctors in tow, and I hold his hand, now wet, not from the water, but from my tears. Tears of relief and joy. "Excuse us, Miss Rhodes. We need to assess Jack." "Yes, of course. I'll be right outside." I leave Jack with the specialist and quickly text Freddy. 2 words. He's awake. My heart light beams. I know Freddy's will too when he receives the text. In what feels like only minutes, I hear quick footfalls down the hall. "Jackie!" "Freddy, it's true. It's really true." Freddy and I hug, really bear hug, like we never have. Even during those years, we were a couple in high school. This hug is so needed, so from the gut, one parent to another, a bond like no other. We soon let go, sensing others are watching. I take a step back and look Freddy over. I suppress a giggle. He looks a right mess, with a bed head, an unshaven chin, and in rumpled clothes. It's obvious he rolled out of bed and came straight here. Pride overflows in me. Freddy is taking fatherhood seriously, more than I ever thought he would. Soon, the specialists file out of Jack's room. My expression and Freddy's. Neither of us has to ask. The lead doctor chimes right in, flashing a wide smile. Jack is fully awake. His vitals are good. He's out of the woods. You can go right in. We can discuss the details regarding further treatment later, but for now, what he really needs is his parents. No more words need be said. Freddy and I rush into Jack's room and see a bright-eyed boy sitting up, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Mom, what's going on? Where am I? And why is Storm Blaine here?" I laugh. Freddy chuckles too, and he lets me take the lead. "Jack, you and I were in a car crash? Don't you remember? I'm okay, and so are you. There's nothing to worry about. The wonderful doctors are taking good care of both of us. That's all." A nurse came in with a small cup of apple juice and a dish of applesauce. Jack dug into his snack like he'd never eaten before. I know if his appetite is back, my son is back. I smile so widely that I fear my cheeks will crack. In between gulps, Jack repeats his last question. "Mr. Blaine, why are you here?" Are you visiting kids in the hospital today? I quickly take Jack's hand and say, Mr. Blaine is here to help us, Jack. He's decided to take care of us. I figure that's all my little boy needs to know for now. I look up at Freddy. He's smiling. It's obvious he agrees with my careful choice of words. Until our boy regains his strength, that's all he needs to know. That he is safe and cared for by everyone around him. Storm Blaine, Jack's hockey hero included. Jack's eyes narrow, his look of confusion deepening. Why? Freddy steps up, smiling. Because of the hockey game, he lies. You were so amazing that I knew I had to mentor you. Kind of like when Batman sees the perfect kid to be his Robin. I normally wouldn't condone lying, but Jack seems to accept this answer. Thank you, Mr. Blaine. I won't let you down. I turn to Freddy and see tears threatening in his eyes. I whiffle my head. Freddy wills them away and taps Jack's hand. I do my own willing away of tears. We can't upset him, even with happy tears. There will be time for deep emotions later. For now, Freddy and I need to remain strong for our little boy. Mom, can we watch a game on TV later? Will Mr. Blaine stay? I hear weakness in Jack's voice. His energy is waning from all the excitement. Maybe tomorrow, sweetie. How about you lie back and try to rest? But Mom. No buts. No, but will Mr. Blaine still be here? Freddy stands closer and rubs the boy's shoulder. I'm not going anywhere, Jack. I'll be here. Listen to your mother and get some rest. You know, you can't grow up to be a great hockey player if you're too tired to play, right? Okay, I'll rest. Jack yawns. Just for a while and then we can... Before Jack can finish his sentence, he drifts off to sleep. His body needs the rest. Freddy and I are relieved and tiptoe out of the room. Once out of earshot, Freddy and I hug again, this time slow and soft. Tears well and pearl down both our cheeks. Relief and gratitude overflow. Freddy regains his composure. We have a fighter in there, don't we? I blink back more tears and brush them off my reddened cheeks. Nothing but a fighter, Freddy. Jack's made out of hardy stock, wouldn't you say? I serenely smile. Freddy brushes my hair off my face. Nothing but. Jackie, we have so much to catch up on. My head is spinning. Mine too. But our son is back. That's all I care about. Our son is back and so are you. That's all I care about.
Chapter 14. Freddy. The day after Jack wakes up, I convince Jackie to leave the hospital for a few hours to file a marriage license at the courthouse. Everyone involved is made to sign an NDA beforehand, and we sneak out the back, avoiding the cameras and paparazzi. This license is only for insurance purposes so that we can pay for Jack's medical bills. We're married on paper, but to the rest of the world, Jackie will be my girlfriend, a relationship rekindled by a crisis. Can I convince you to grab some lunch before we head back? I ask as we drive away from the courthouse as husband and wife. She shakes her head, looking absolutely exhausted. Sorry. Maybe another time. I'm worried that Jack will wake up and be afraid without me there. I hesitate before patting her shoulder. We're legally married, but I still feel like I'm walking on a frozen lake, unsure if I'm about to fall through the ice at any moment by crossing some kind of invisible boundary. Of course, I'll have something delivered to the room for you and Jack. That hospital food looks awful. She chuckles. It really isn't so bad. Better than a week straight of ramen and peanut butter. I smile too, but mostly to mask the guilt I feel. She scrimped and saved to survive, all because she didn't want to hold me back from achieving my dreams. Time to return the favor. Or those protein shakes we all have to drink during training, I say, making a face. It's like drinking liquid chalk. Her fists are clenched in her lap, and I realize that this trip is one of the first times she has been in a car since the night of the accident. Driving there, I was so preoccupied with the fact that we were getting married that I didn't notice. Now I reach over and cover my hand with hers, stroking her knuckles. I'll order some Chinese from that little place on 5th Street. Do you remember it? With the fried sweet and sour dumplings? She grins. I still daydream about them sometimes. That's settled then. Dumplings for lunch. Will it be okay if I head to practice after? I've got some strategizing I need to do with the rest of the team for the upcoming game. She nods, waving a dismissive hand. Oh, of course. Do whatever you need to do. I place the call as we drive. By the time we get back, Jack is awake and playing on his iPad. Jackie lights up at the sight of her son looking bright and alert. Hey, baby, sorry I wasn't here when you woke up. He grins. It's okay. As soon as I woke up, the nurses sent me through a bunch of machines. They said it was an MRI and a CT scan to get a picture of my brain and see if everything was working right. They showed the pictures to me. It was so cool. Jackie takes a seat next to him on the bed, peering over his shoulder to see what he's doing on his tablet. I'm glad you're feeling better. Are you hungry? He nods. The nurses said I can eat solid food, not just Jell-O and popsicles. She ruffles his hair. I'm going to talk to the doctors, see what the scans say, and if you can get some lunch. Getting to her feet, she slips out, leaving me alone with my son. What are you playing? I ask, taking the chair next to his bed. Minecraft, he says, tilting the iPad to make it easier for me to see. How do you play? He grins and launches into a lengthy explanation of build mode, survival mode, and what each mode does. I had heard of the game before, but never felt the need to play it. But by the time Jackie gets back, I've already built a small house in survival mode. She's carrying our Chinese order with a triumphant grin. Look what I found. After that day, it becomes a routine. I train during the day, dodge the paparazzi, and spend evenings with Jack and Jackie until visiting hours are over, and then try to catch a few hours of sleep before repeating it all over again the next day. In between, I do my best to make their stay at the hospital a little bit nicer, sending in fresh flowers, stuffed animals, and new pajamas. Anything Jack mentions that he wants, I get for him. His mother and I may be married now for convenience, but I want to be the father and husband they both deserve. The next big game is coming up in a few weeks, though, so we've had to put in the extra hours. My teammates are understanding, but I'm feeling pulled in several different directions at once. Jackie, my son, and my obligations to my team. But then I remember that Jackie has been practicing this juggling act for a decade, and she's been doing it on a financial tightrope. Compared to all that, a few weeks is nothing. 2 weeks after Jack first wakes up, I finally convinced Jackie to spend the night at home. In all this time, I've been going over, bringing her anything she needs from their dingy apartment. The longest I've ever been able to get her to leave aside from our wedding was an hour at the apartment to shower. Jack has been entertaining himself by playing an online multiplayer video game with his hockey teammates, who have been sending in just as many cards, flowers, and toys as I have been giving him. You're exhausted, I say, and I'm sure Jack will be fine, right, bud? He nods, barely looking up from his game as he crinkles his nose. No offense, Mom, but you do kind of smell. I can sleep alone tonight if you go back to get a shower. Jackie glances between us before sighing. Fine. She kisses the top of his head. But if you need me for any reason at all, promise that you'll call me. Even if you just had a bad dream. He rolls his eyes, his shoulders going up by his ears like a turtle retreating into its shell. It's one of those movements so typical of preteens and teenagers that, again, I'm struck by how much of our son's life that I've missed. Okay, Mom, I promise. Good night, baby, sweet dreams. He smiles. Good night. Love you. Because I'm not sure if she'll really leave if I don't give her a push. I help guide her out of the room. We drive back to the apartment with only the sound of the radio between us. It's not an awkward silence, but it is a heavy one. Jackie has obviously sunk into her own thoughts, and I feel no need to interrupt them. As soon as she gets home, she takes a shower while I pull some clothes out of the dryer where I had left them this morning. I had been rushing to get to practice and didn't have time to take them out and add them to the ever-growing pile of laundry. But tonight, I decide that it will be an easy thing to do while I wait for Jackie to finish up. While I fold it, I watch a crime drama just because it's on. "You don't have to do that for me," she says, standing in the doorway and wearing an old t-shirt and sweatpants. "I want to," I say. She smiles and sits beside me. "That guy did it," she says, pointing at the television before grabbing a shirt and folding it with practiced ease. I laugh. "How do you know?" He looks suspicious at first, but has a perfectly good reason to debunk the clue pointing to him and send the detectives on a wild goose chase. They always introduce the killer in the first third of the episode as someone who looks like a red herring because we don't have all the information yet. I raise my eyebrows. "Big fan of crime dramas, huh?" "Grandma was. She and I would marathon them for days at a time, especially at the end when she couldn't do much else." I set aside a folded t-shirt and grab another one. "She was a character. Remember her beef with the squirrels in the backyard?" Jackie laughs, soft and sweet. "And the raccoon who kept getting into our trash. I'm pretty sure that most of the neighborhood knew her as the lady who yelled at wildlife." "But she raised you well." Jackie smiles. "Yeah, I guess she did." We both reach for the same item of clothing, our hands touching. She freezes, and I can tell that she's about to pull away, but I can't bring myself to let her go. My fingers wrap around her slender wrist, and I pull her hand towards me. Without breaking eye contact, I bring her knuckles to my lips, searching for signs of panic in her gaze, any indications that she does not want this. Instead of pulling away, she leans subtly closer, and I slowly bridge the gap between us, giving her plenty of time to turn away. But she closes it, her lips meeting mine as though we had never left each other. But then, she breaks the kiss.
Chapter 15. Jackie. Breathless and confused. I stare at Freddy. There's a part of me that has missed him terribly. Now there's this deep, dark desire I can't shake. I want him, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. When he lowers his head to kiss me again, I pull back, my uncertainty plain. "Jackie," he mumbles against my jaw. "Give me a chance. You did before." My heart pounds. I want to love him the way I used to, but my nerves are frayed over Jack's accident. I need to focus on my son. Freddy's fingers tangle in my hair, drawing my head closer so that our lips touch. This time I allow it. His lips are warm and familiar. My hands move on their own volition to grasp his jacket. My fingers clenching tight around the fabric. Freddy pulls back, his breath warm and comforting against my skin as our eyes lock in silent understanding and desire. "I missed you, Jackie," he murmurs, his voice raw with emotion. "I've thought about you a lot over the years." His words are so honest and genuine that they stab through my defenses. Tears prick at my eyes as I see love reflecting at me from his gaze. "I know," I whisper, blinking back tears. "But my world, it's changed. My son." His hands move from my hair to my shoulders, applying gentle but firm pressure, as if trying to ground me. "We can figure this out together, Jackie," he assures me. His thumb strokes across my cheekbone tenderly. "I want to be here for you. For Jack." With those words, something unravels. The uncertainty is still strong, but staring into Freddy's compassionate gaze, I find myself yearning for that simple comfort of being loved and cared for by someone who knows you inside and out. "Yes," I say softly, leaning into him as I wrap my arms around his waist. "All right, Freddy." He holds me tight against him. I feel him begin to unbutton my shirt, and with little effort, he slides it off my shoulders. Cold air nips at my bare arms, but the warmth radiating from Freddy offsets it. His palms slide over the skin of my back, tracing a trail that sends shivers rippling through me. His touch is tender, yet possessive, and I suddenly realize how much I had missed this intimacy. "Are you sure, Jackie?" he asks, his voice hoarse with restrained desire. "Yes," I breathe, more to myself than to him. "I'm sure." Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like things are getting too hot for YouTube to handle. You can find the uncut, unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to BWWM.romance.com. Even better, score a 40% discount as one of our YouTube listeners when you use code VXA40 at checkout. Now, why don't we get back to the story? Pulling me close, he tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers lingering on the curve of my cheek. Something changes in me. Now that it's over, the moment is lost and I wonder what I'm doing. I pull myself out of bed. I have to grab a few things and get ready to go back to the hospital. The words fall from my lips before I even have a chance to give them a second thought. It's partially true. I see the frown darken his handsome features, but he nods. I watch him rise from the bed. He dresses and is out the door in a matter of minutes, his features unreadable. As soon as I'm sure he's gone, I collapse onto the floor at the foot of the bed. What did I just do? I'm a heap of frayed nerves. I'm stuck between the love I never managed to let go of and the daunting, uncertain future I'm about to step into.
Chapter 16. Freddy. I peek my head inside the room, checking if Jack is asleep. He's playing with the Rubik's Cube one of the nurses gifted him. The toy is supposed to help with cognitive skills, but by the look of his frown, he doesn't seem to agree. After softly knocking on the door, Jack lifts his eyes to see me. His face brightens and his frown turns into a big smile. The sight of it tugs at my heartstrings, knowing that he got that from me. "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling?" I ask. He shrugs and puts the toy down. "Good. Just get bored of being here all day." I sigh. "I'm sure you do, but we just want to make sure that everything's fine with your little head." "My head's not little." "Well, technically it is. You're still considered a little boy, you know." "No, I'm tall for my age. Mom says that I'll be taller than her one day." I chuckle, resisting the urge to tell him that he gets his height from me. "Speaking of your mom," I say. I crouch next to Jack's bed for closer proximity. "Has she mentioned anything in particular to you? Something you may have questions about?" He tilts his head. "Like what?" "About why I'm here all the time. I know you weren't expecting to see me, so I was just curious what you thought about it." He raises an eyebrow. "Does it matter what I think?" "Of course it does. Look, I'll be honest, I kinda have a crush on your mom," I say as gently as I can. He scoffs and his bright expression turns to caution as he eyes me up and down. Now that I know he got from Jackie. It's less subtle, but the intention's the same. "You do?" I nod. "Well, yeah. Your mom's a beautiful and sweet woman. Who wouldn't have a crush on her?" "Yeah, but is that the only reason why you come to visit me?" No, of course not. I want to make sure you're okay. But I figured I wanted to be honest with you first before talking to Jackie." "Why?" "You're the most important person in her life. I can't compete with that, so I need to ask your permission to take her on a date," I say, trying to blend in a little playfulness to my request. He gives me a stern little frown instead. "I'm not her boss, Freddy. Mom is going to do whatever she wants to do, and there's nothing you or I are going to do that changes that. But I don't mind it either, if that's what you're asking. I want my mom to have fun and be happy. Of course, I completely understand. And Mom always pretends like she's not tired or hungry. You have to make sure that she eats well and nothing happens to her. Nothing." His hand balls up into a fist. His resolution to keep his mother safe and happy is more than apparent in his assertive requests. I feel nothing but pride and happiness about how my son grew up to be. Respectful, kind, and protective. I nod and smile without hesitation, an assurance given with the weight of a promise. My role as protector expands beyond the pretense. Thank you, Jack. I'll do anything to make your mom happy. Freddy, what is all this? Jackie asks as she peers behind my shoulder. I wanted to surprise you with something nice for our date, I explain, patiently waiting to be led into her home. She glances back and forth between me and the team of stylists I hired. She settles her eyes on me, having the most incredulous look I ever witnessed on her face. I smile my way through it, knowing that she won't say no. And when she doesn't, she lets out a relenting sigh and shakes her head while gesturing for us to go inside. The team of stylists follows behind me. Jackie looks even more surprised than the last moment when she sees how many people are coming in. You didn't tell me about all of this when you asked me for dinner tonight, Jackie mutters to me. That's what makes it a surprise, I tease with a wink. Do you really think I need all these people to look presentable? She teases. Of course not, I assure her. I just thought it would be fun. Despite her face showing unsureness about the arrangement, she still lets herself be worked on by the team I hired. They accentuate her lovely features, bringing me back memories of when we were younger. Although I can never forget how she looked with red lipstick. It was one of my weaknesses. She's quiet throughout the whole preparation until she takes a look at the dress selection. Is this Gucci? Her eyes almost pop out of her socket. And is that one Dior? I simply nod. You don't like them? Of course I like them, but how much is all of this? Don't worry about the price, Jackie. Pick whichever dress you like. If you don't like any of them, I'll call someone in to bring you more options. She stares at me for a few seconds. It looks like her brain's trying to process everything around her. No, this is more than enough. I'll just wear this dress. It looks like it's the least expensive. Bergdorf Goodman? Oh my goodness, I can't believe you, Freddy. I can't help but chuckle at her bouts of unending surprise. The most expensive dress she picked looks like the most simple one out of the bunch. It's made of silk and the color of sage. The neutral tone complements her skin nicely and sets the tone of elegance that comes to her naturally. Everything is meticulously finished. Every detail from attire to styling orchestrated to present her in the best light while safeguarding her from undue scrutiny. We talked about the public's reaction to seeing me with a woman, but I'm going to make sure that that won't be our problem tonight. I just want to enjoy dinner with her and not worry about everyone else. We arrive at the private restaurant, a bubble of exclusivity amidst the flurry of flashbulbs from afar. The paparazzi catches only glimpses of Jackie from angles that preserve her anonymity. My posture is one of guarded relaxation, my actions a delicate balance between public figure and private individual, my priority to completely shield at least Jack from the media's invasive eyes. Per my request, we're seated at the farthest end of the restaurant, in a private room. I take out the chair for her before I take my seat. The waiter serves us our wine and then leaves us with a menu. Now we're officially on our first date in a long time. This place is beautiful, she says, as she looks around at the exposed brick. I agree. They have the best food in the city. Oh, do they? Yep. I looked it up. That's nice. It is. Candlelight flickers between us. We quietly sip wine and exchange glances. It's been so long since we've done this. My head is blank, remembering what we used to talk about on our dates. Jack is protective of you, you know? I comment. Why do you say that? He gave me a stern talking to when I asked him permission to take you out tonight. She laughs. He did? What did he say? To worship the ground you walk on, and to also make sure you eat well. Oh, he's always on my case about that. I just get full faster than most. I shrug. You say that, but I remember you picking food from my plate because you were still hungry. She scoffs. That was a long time ago. My metabolism's changed, and I'm pickier with food. If you want a long life, it all starts with what you eat. That's true, but you can't deny that I fulfilled every craving of yours. Because of you, I often crave sweet things in the middle of the night. Because we'd always be out so late, sugar would give me more energy. And what gives you energy now? A healthy lifestyle. I let out a snort and she joins me in laughing. Her face looked so serious, but even she couldn't believe that of herself. If there's one thing I know about Jackie like the back of my hand, it is that she enjoys sweet treats. We order our plates and both of us seem to relax more. The initial awkwardness of our conversation gives way like ice melting under a warm sun. You laugh, Freddy, but I know you agree with me. You're a hockey player, don't you have a strict diet to follow? Not that strict. As long as I'm bulked up enough to play, I'll be fine. Jackie sighs. To be honest, I kind of miss seeing how you looked before. Really? Wasn't I really skinny, though? You weren't as skinny as you think. You were slender, I should say. She sips her wine. But you still had some muscle on you. Just not as much as you do now. If Marcus or Jason are ever around, can you repeat those same words to them? Thanks to Coach, they think I was one gust of wind away from flying off. She laughs as she shakes her head. Is the whole team like this? Like what? Childish, she quips with a smirk to her lips. They are, not me. You know I tend to be the mature one in every group. Of course. Whatever you say. Oh, come on, tell me when I wasn't. You were always playful, she says. It's just that playfulness sometimes got you into trouble. Like what? Spraining both your wrists in a group huddle after you jumped over it. Jumping off heights you're not supposed to. Using scooters, bikes, skateboards, and other things to do ridiculous trick shots. Need I say more? I playfully roll my eyes. I was just bringing the balance in our relationship. You're the sophisticated singer, and I'm the loving meathead jock. I don't just sing, though, she says after laughing. I like dancing, too. Now that's something we have in common. She smiles. We were the best dancers at any party. I return the smile and clink her glass. No one can ever deny it, that's for sure.
Chapter 17. Jackie. Freddy is already in the room when I arrive home. They're watching a video on Freddy's phone, and I'm guessing it has to do with one of his games. The loud cheering coming from the phone makes it obvious that it's a crowd of frantic fans. Jack is immersed in it, with his eyes following every shape and movement of the screen. I can almost see stars coming from them. I wait by the door, not wanting to interrupt them. The way Freddy's propped up next to Jack is so heartwarming. Our child even feels comfortable leaning towards Freddy when they share a laugh. Their closeness looks so natural, just as a father would look like bonding with his son. A mix of joy and heartache swirls in my chest as I watch the connection I once feared would never be. They already miss each other when one isn't present. Jack asks about Freddy when he has to be with the team. Freddy calls, texts, or stops by my house to ask about Jack when he's too busy. Even then, he's never too busy to pop in the hospital for a quick check-in, I think to myself. Mom? Jack asks once he notices me. Hey, baby, just came to see how you were doing, I say as I approach his bedside. Good. Freddy was keeping me company. How nice of him. What have you two been doing so far? He's showing me videos of his best games. Mom, he looks so cool when he shoots a goal from the other side of the ring. I chuckle as I quickly glance at Freddy. I'm sure he does. Is that something you'd want to do once you get better? Uh-huh. I want to be just as good as him. Freddy interjects. You're going to be better than me. Do you have any idea how fast you skate? I just blinked and you were gone. Jack perks up. Really? You think? Cross my heart. I know you'll be the greatest hockey player ever. Jack giggles with a mix of bashfulness and excitement. His happiness rubs off on me, and I find myself smiling so wide that my cheeks hurt. As Jack gets engrossed with another clip of Freddy, we share a single look. Our eyes linger on one another with no words needed to fill the silence. My heart skips a beat, and it feels as if we're laying eyes on each other for the first time. I avert my gaze to return my focus to Jack. He's watching a video where Freddy jumps over a huddle like he used to do all the time. "You're not allowed to do that, okay?" I tell him. He looks at me incredulously, showing that he's not going to listen to me. I frown playfully before tickling him. Freddy joins in before he starts tickling me, knowing that I do not like it. I retaliate by pulling his ear. "Hey, that's cheating. You started it." "Don't tickle my mom," Jack exclaims as he starts tickling Freddy. The once sad and quiet hospital room is full of laughter as we emulate the image of a perfect family. But one person doesn't know this yet, and I'm not sure when he should learn it. I wanted to wait a little longer, but Jack's already getting attached to Freddy and vice versa, all in due time. These thoughts soon become wishful thinking. Freddy and I spend more time together for Jack's sake. At least that is what I try to tell myself. But with each passing day, I note the tension between me and Freddy building, an undercurrent of emotion threatening to breach my carefully maintained composure. Tonight, we sit together at dinner, a domestic scene that feels both natural and surreal. The radio's on as it plays soft music to serenade the hamburger dinner I whipped up. Freddy casually starts peeling an apple and shares scraps with me. The window by the sink is opened by a crack to let some fresh air in. The night is calm and not too chilly. The stillness of it brings a comfort I haven't known in a long time. I catch Freddy stealing glances at me. I can only bring myself to smile as I try to keep this swirling of emotions at bay. "Penny for your thoughts," Freddy says. I swallow a peel. It's weird to eat an apple right after eating a hamburger. He chuckles. "It's to cancel out the unhealthy food we just had." "What kind of logic is that?" "The one that keeps my conscience clean and guilt-free," he declares as he takes a bite of the fruit in question. "I asked you what you wanted to eat, and that's what you picked. It just seemed easier to make. Besides, I missed your cooking." "You did?" "Yep. Can't tell you how many times I craved a burnt pizza or a quesadilla with the same consistency as a lump of coal." I throw a dish rag at his face. He takes it off laughing while I pout. But I can't help laughing too. "You know you're not a superstar chef yourself. Don't you get your meals catered to when you're not eating out at restaurants?" "When you say it like that, it makes me sound spoiled." I snort. "Well, I didn't want to say, but..." He throws the towel back at me laughing. "Honestly, I am pretty lucky to be treated so well by the team. I wouldn't change it for the world." "I'm glad you're happy with them. You all look very close to each other, like you've known each other since childhood." It does feel that way. I think part of the reason why I'm good at what I do is because I have them as support. But the other reason is because you're just good, right? "Oh yeah, without a doubt. I'm not just good, I'm a professional." "Right, sorry. My bad. A professional." "That's right. And because of that, our son will also be one." I facepalm. "Oh God, then that means he's going to be doing stupid stunts like you did." He scoffs. "May I remind you that you always laughed at them?" "Right after I made sure you weren't dead. You were always giving me heart attacks." "Oh, come on. I wasn't that bad. I think I mellowed out, so you shouldn't worry so much now." "We'll see about that. The second Jack pulls the same stunts as you, I'm kicking both your butts." "You wouldn't." "Try me and find out, Freddy Blaine." His eyes crinkle as he laughs at my playful attempts to threaten him. He returns to his boyish days every time he does that expression. It's like looking at Jack, and it's getting hard to suppress this feeling of longing. At the hospital, I quickly notice Jack seems off as soon as I walk into the room. He tries to put on his usual happy face, but it's obvious it's forced. Freddy and I exchange looks, both wondering what could be the problem. My mind immediately goes to something hurting him, and he doesn't want to say it. "Jack, is something wrong?" I ask, trying not to have my voice crack. He nods. "I'm okay, Mom." "Are you sure? You seem different today. Is your head hurting? Or anywhere else?" I gently palm over his head, arms, and legs. He doesn't flinch or wince to show any sign of pain or discomfort. But he's a tough little boy. What if he doesn't recognize a problem? I bite my lower lip. "Freddy, can you call the doctor, please? Something's not right." "Wait, Mom. No, I'm fine. I promise," Jack says just as Freddy's about to leave. "Then what's wrong? Do you not want to tell me something?" Jack glances between Freddy and me before he lowers his head. I'm scared Freddy won't want to see me anymore." Freddy jerks his head back. "What? Why would you think that?" He shrugs. "Because I won't be hurt anymore." "Buddy, I want more than anything for you to get better. Once you're out of the hospital, we'll spend much more time together." "But that's 'cause you like my mom." Freddy sighs. "It's more than that, Jack. I'm going to hang out with you because I want to. You're a great guy. Who wouldn't want to spend time with you?" Jack's eyes glisten. "Really? You mean that?" "Of course I do. You also said you wanted to play hockey together, right?" "Yeah, I do." With a chuckle, Freddy ruffles his head. Jack giggles, and he's back to his usual self. My poor baby was worried for nothing. Even if things don't work out between us, Freddy will no doubt always be part of his life. It's a bittersweet thought, but as long as Jack's happy, I don't mind. Jack's giggling resonates through the air. His worries are lifted with a single promise. Then he confesses something he must have hidden deep within the crevices of his heart. "I wish Freddy could be my dad," he says. The moment pivots on Jack's innocent wish. His voice is earnest with a child's longing. With a sharp intake of breath, I feel the room spin. The weight of the secret I have kept is now heavy on my shoulders. The tears that fill my eyes are a testament to the power of his words. Jack's concern is immediate. His hand reaches out to me and squeezes my fingers tight. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have said that. I know it makes you feel sad when I talk about my dad. I won't say it again. I was just talking to myself," he says to try to soothe me. "No, baby, it's not that. Freddy moves to my side, his nod a silent signal of solidarity, his presence a source of strength as I prepare to unveil the truth. I can't keep avoiding this. I can't keep doing this to my child. With a deep breath, I meet my son's worried gaze. "Freddy is your father." The words cross the threshold of my lips. The confession hangs in the air like a fragile bubble waiting to burst.
Chapter 18. Freddy. My dad? Jack's eyes balloon. Yes, sweetie. Freddy is your father. I watch as Jackie takes Jack's hand in her own. My heart breaks. I see the weight of all the years I've missed with him in his eyes. There are so many emotions. His face is unreadable. I wait patiently for Jack's reaction, stoic on the outside, reeling on the inside, my gut fearing the worst. As it turns out, I didn't have to wait long. Jack turns to me with cold eyes. Good of you to finally show up. Except you're a little late by about 10 years. We've been fine without you, though. Except for Mom working like a dog at 3 jobs and me not having a dad. So, nice to meet you, Dad. The word drips with disdain, and I deserve it. In a way, it feels cleansing to experience the hatred I feel for myself for not being able to be with them. I lean forward, praying I can find the words to explain the unexplainable. Jack, it's a long story, but know that I would have been with you if I could have, if I had known. And I've thought about Jackie moving before either of us knew she was pregnant, cutting off all contact so she could start a new life. But I don't want to throw Jackie under the bus for that. We're all here now, and she's his hero, deservedly so. Jack, Jackie starts, caressing her son's hand. Your dad's right. If anything, it's my fault. I left, and I broke ties with everything from my old life. He tried to find me, and he couldn't. He should have tried harder then. We both can see from Jack's scowl that he's having none of this. He is angry, and who can blame him? Jack, listen. I'm not going anywhere. I promise on my life I'm taking care of you and your mother. She doesn't have to work those 3 jobs anymore. She can spend time with you and go back to school. And I can be there for you. Both of you. Jack crosses his arms and turns his head away from me. What if we don't want you to be there? I force a smile, wanting to rise above the resentment. It would be more bizarre if he wasn't completely shaken. His world is changing drastically by the second. It's crazy news to wake up to after nearly losing your life. Jack, I know this must be a lot. I know I have a lot of making up to do, with your mom and with you. I'm so glad to be your dad, and meeting you is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life already. His scowl is still there, but it looks like it's lifting. You don't even know me. I want to more than anything, and we'll go at your pace. He looks at the ground and breathes out heavily. But why weren't you here for us? What were you doing? Your mother and I were taking different directions in life. I got the position here, and she had to move to New York. I didn't know about you at all. If I had, I would give anything to have gotten a chance to see you grow up. Jack turns to his mother, now with some of the anger directed toward her, and I'm starting to feel like a real parent. Why did you send him away? That was selfish, Mom. Why didn't you tell him? Jackie shakes her head. It was wrong. I was young and stupid. Not young and smart like you. A small, punctuated laugh interrupts his stony expression momentarily. She continues. We both had these new starts. He didn't need a baby on another coast. But who are you to decide that, Mom? Jackie looks lost at sea. I put my hand on hers and look at her son. At our son. We both made mistakes, Jack. We can't change the past, but what we can do is live our lives so that we don't have regrets like we did then. And that means being the best mom and dad we can be. I'm sure your mother will always be better than me, but when isn't she? Jack laughs at that one, and it seems to part the clouds a little bit. So how are you going to do it? I look at him, puzzled. Do what? Make it up to us. You said you have a lot of making up to do. Anything you want, kiddo. Make a list of demands. It's all on the table. Sky's the limit. Oof, be careful, Freddy. Jackie laughs and wags a finger at me. He might take you up on it. Good. Anything and everything. Kings Island. Rent it out for my birthday. What's the date? I'll get on it. Jack looks stunned, unable to speak. Jackie looks even more blown away. Come on, Jack, don't be crazy, Jackie tells him. Nah, nothing's crazy. There are no bad ideas. Spaceflight? So the sky isn't the limit. Let's see, that's about $1.5 million, give or take. I pretend to think about it, but it's obvious what my answer is. I think I can swing it. Jack looks delighted with his increasingly absurd demands, and it's one of the many traits I see he gets from me. Pushing it to the limit and seeing where that is. Practice with the Great One? Okay. Space might be easy in comparison, but I can try. Well, there's a lot more that I'm going to think of. Bring it on. You need some paper? You might need a few sheets. He looks horrified. No. He turns to Jackie. Mom, where's my iPad? You have it here, right? I'm relieved that he probably looks slightly more alarmed at the possibility that his iPad isn't here than at the news that I'm his dad. She looks around the room, frantic. God, just what he needs. One more disappointment. Mom, are you kidding? Please say you're kidding. She stops, and with a sly smile, she pulls it out of her purse. Come on. You think I'd dream of leaving it at home? How else would I have motivated you to wake up? Thank you, thank you, thank you. He grabs it greedily, and immediately I hear the clicking of the screen opening. It's even charged. You're the best mom ever. Note to self. Get him the most ridiculously excessive iPad they have on the market, or two. Okay, so, this list. He puts his finger on the screen. So, okay. Kings Island. Space flight. Gretzky. What else? You know, I have a whole bunch of hockey equipment I've never used, and a ton of things that need autographs from all the players. Really? And box seats for every game, obviously. For you, your mom, and a friend. Mom, what do you think? Jack asks. What else should I ask Freddy for? She laughs and shakes her head. Yes, Jackie, what do you think? The world is your oyster. Let's just focus on you getting better, Jack. Then we can figure everything out. But for the time being, what do you think of us figuring out becoming a family as the three of us? There's so much bad blood. I'd understand if she just wanted to split custody and not give it a try as a couple. But I'd like to see what it would be like to start living as the family we should have been back then. She nods slowly, and there's a sheen in her eyes. Oh, I can make the note shared too. Mom, I just sent it to you. Freddy, should I add you? I don't have your contact info. Crazy to give my son my cell phone number so he can add me to a group note. He's not calling me Dad yet, but we're a lot better from where we started. I look at his face and I see a mixture of the two of us. I see the kids we were back then when he was conceived, and I see the potential he offers in everything he does. I reach out to hold Jack's hand. He puts his hand in mine, and we, as father and son, reach out to hold Jackie's hand together. When I look at him, I see love. Already I know that he's my blood. Already I love him. I don't even care if he winds up loving me. Just having him here and being in his life is enough. I used to believe that second chances were impossible, Jackie says, putting her finger to her eyes and clearing her throat. Nothing's impossible. Not even practice with Wayne Gretzky. I said we'll see. All of us laugh in unison, and it's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. You know you're the best kid a mom could have? Jackie winks. Yup. We three laugh again, and I savor the sound, practically drinking it in, closing my eyes to keep from getting emotional. I haven't cried in years. No, decades. And I won't now. He doesn't need that for his first introduction to his father. I recognize in Jackie's eyes the same yearning to freeze frame this moment as mine. But if we did, we wouldn't have the opportunity to have what I hope are many, many more. Ones even better than this.
Chapter 19. Jackie. Only a few days left and I get to take our son home? I put coins in the coffee machine and wait for the cup to fill. My smile can't get any wider. At the start of all this, the car crash and Jack's life on the line, I dare not even dream of the day. I hand the cup to Freddy and throw more coins in for another brew. In the last few weeks, I must have spent a fortune on this machine. I wait and watch the doctors, nurses, and visitors stream by. Hospitals, no matter the day or time, never sleep. Freddy leads us to the waiting room, which by now might as well be our living room. He offers me a seat and we both look out onto the hospital garden. The tulips are in bloom, spring, a renewal, a fresh start, in more ways than one. Our son, God, I love the sound of that. And yes, we need to take him home and be a proper family. So much time has been lost where my parenting is concerned. Jackie, I want to make up for it in a big way. How do you mean? I take a sip. Okay, now hear me out. Listening. Another sip. Freddy turns to face me. My stomach ties in knots. I force a calm demeanor I don't feel. How about you and Jack move into my home? The place is massive, lots of space for Jack to play, even an indoor pool to help him with his therapy. And when he's up to it, I have an enclosed ice rink he'll absolutely love. He can invite his friends over. I can renovate any room you want done to be more kid-friendly. How about it, Jackie? It solves so many issues. I look up at Freddy, wide-eyed. I can tell he's not joking. I blink several times, trying to digest the offer and calculate the risks and rewards, especially for Jack. But on a personal level, for all three of us. Freddy, I don't know what to say. Just say yes. Listen, I know what you're thinking. Too much, too soon. But why not jump in with both feet? We both want Jack to have a stable family life with both of us in it. You moving in is ideal in so many ways. And you get to spend more time with Jack. Yes, of course. Maybe this offer is for me too. But can't you see the positives for all of us? Even for you and me? I look down at my coffee cup and then out the window. So many things to consider. We both sit there, sip at our brews, and say nothing more for a while. The sun warms us, and even though there is the usual hustle and bustle of hospital life swirling around us, we sense nothing. It's just Freddy and me sitting in a world of our own, silently weighing decisions that will affect all three of our lives going forward. My coffee has gone cold. Mine too. I look at Freddy once more. How about we let Jack decide this? His happiness has to come first, as well as his healing. Freddy smiles. Perfect idea. We'll let our son decide. Within the hour, we find ourselves at the same coffee machine in the same waiting room. Wow. That went better than I thought. Jack said yes before I got all the words out, I say. Freddy chuckles. It's his turn to buy the coffee. I watch as he plunks in coins, and the magical machine does its thing. That kid knows his own mind, that's for sure. How are you with all this? Your opinion counts too. Freddy hands me the first cup. Yes, Jack does. He's always been like this. Ever since he could walk and talk, he's been my little man around the house, always looking out for me when it should be the other way around. That resounding yes, Freddy? Jack wants me to be happy too. Both of us happy. You know that, right? Freddy grabs the second cup, and we retake our seats in the lounge. The morning sun is all but gone, replaced with high noon brightness in the garden chock-a-block, with staff and visitors having their lunch in the warm spring air. We sip and watch and process. Yes, I know that. Jack is your big man protecting his mom. I guess that's what happens when the dad is gone. The child instinctively knows to protect. That's wonderful, but sad too. No child should have to take the place of a parent. I place a hand on Freddy's arm. The past is in the past. Let's focus on the present and the future. Jack and I gratefully accept your offer of moving in. None of us will know if we can be a family if we don't try. Jack has given the green light, so let's try. 3 days later, Freddy drives Jack and me to our new home. It's a mansion, not merely a house. An expansive, rough-hewn log and fieldstone home on a huge acreage overlooking a verdant valley. Wow! Freddy and I look back at Jack and laugh at his one-word exclamation. Yes, sweetie, that about sums it up, huh? Quite the place. I'll say, Mom. Look, there's a pond too. Yes, and I told you about the swimming pool and skating rink. Plus, I had your room renovated. I had it all done up like a boy like you would like, but you can be the judge. Let me know if my decorators screwed up. Changes can easily be made. Wow. We laugh again at our awestruck son. Freddy pulls the SUV up and under the portico. I help Jack get out. He's fine. All his injuries are well on the mend, but I can tell he's tired. Now you, up to your room for a little nap before lunch. Aw, no, Mom. Let me look around, please. Jack flashes baleful eyes. I'll stay with him. Show him around the place while you go in and unpack. Fine, but don't be long. Jack needs to rest. You heard what the doctor said when he signed the discharge papers. Jack isn't completely out of the woods just yet. Okay, Jack, you heard your mom. A quick tour, then rest. The boy eagerly nods. I hug him and let him wander off with Freddy. Hand in hand, they go. The sight brings tears to my eyes. It's like they've never been apart, talking, laughing. It's all so natural. I breathe easier, thinking our decision to come here is the right one. I wave the boys off and head inside into a luxurious home with everything a boy and his mom could want. In no time, I have our basics unpacked and am preparing a light lunch when my two boys walk in. Wide-eyed and full of pep, Jack blurts, "Mom, you should see the place. Wow." I chuckle. So you said in the car. No, way better than those wows. It's awesome, wow. Freddy says we can fish off the dock, and I can swim whenever I want, as long as you guys are around, and maybe even skate in the rink later this year, once my doctor says I can. I laugh. Looks like your schedule is full, big man. You going to pencil in any time for a rest in your room? I took a peek. You're going to like your bedroom, I think. Do I have to? I'm too excited to sleep. Hey, we had a deal. First, ginch and then a rest. You don't have to sleep, but you need to rest your back. You heard what the doctor said. Jack dutifully nods. We three sit down at the kitchen table, and over soup and sandwiches, we talk about our future until I see Jack stifle a yawn. Okay, mister, let's take you to bed. Jackie, I'll take him up, if that's okay. Sure. Share and share alike. I clear the dishes and relax with a coffee in the great room. I see kindling is already in the fireplace, so I start a fire to take the chill out of the air. Well, that was easier than I thought. Jack laid down and he was out like a light. He nodded off in mid-sentence. Poor guy. I pour a second cup from the carafe and hand it to Freddy. We sit down and enjoy the pastoral view out of the cathedral high windows. This is a dream come true for me, you know. What? To have us mess up your pristine place? To have it become a home and not a house. Listen, I'm still serious about us having a real relationship. But I want you and Jack to be on the same page as me. We can go at your speed, okay? When and how you two are comfortable. I snuggle close and lay my head on his arm. Jack and I are there now. Let's do this. Let's be a family for real. Freddy hugs me, softly, gently. We kiss. It all feels so right. My heart is content. My mind has a few things to say. Can Freddy and I really continue where we left off? Can I really believe in our love again? The crackling fire and Freddy's loving kisses quell the answers. For now.
Chapter 20. Freddy. I dial my parents with a mixture of excitement and nerves. The news of Jack and Jackie's presence in my life is a revelation I hope will also bring them joy. As the phone rings, I pace around the room with anticipation. My parents are always traveling somewhere, and it takes a few tries to reach them. But I won't stop calling until they pick up the phone, because I can't contain myself from this happiness. Luckily, the call goes through. My mom's the one to pick up as I instantly recognize her usual melodious hello. Hey, Mom, how have you been? Everything's well. I've been meaning to call you, but your father's been keeping me so busy. The man can't do anything himself, you know. I chuckle. He's not so bad. You know he's only like that because he wants your attention. Yes, but a girl can use a break. She sighs before laughing as well. To what do I owe the pleasure? Are you coming for a visit soon? Well, honestly, I was going to ask you and Dad to come down here with me. Oh, okay. Simon, Simon, can you come here really quick? What is it, Teresa? Did you misplace your ring again? I hear my dad's voice in the background. No, Freddy's on the phone. Here, I'll put him on speaker. Freddy, your father's here with me too. Hey, Dad, how are you? I say. Got nothing to complain about. What about you? Everything okay? It's nothing. I was just telling her that I want both of you to come for a visit. There's something I want to tell you. What is it? They both ask in unison with curiosity in their voices. You remember Jackie, right? Oh, of course we do. She was such a sweet girl with the most beautiful voice I ever heard. I was so disappointed when you two broke up. She gasps softly. Are you and her back together? Even better. I pause as I rub the back of my neck. Here it comes. We have a son together. Oh my God, what? I can't believe this. We're grandparents, Simon. It appears so. Congratulations, son. What's the little one's name? His name is Jack. Oh, and don't call him little. He doesn't like that so much, I say, basking in my parents' instant acceptance of my child. My dad laughs. Duly noted. Well, we won't keep you then. Looks like we have to come over there right this instant. Oh, yes. We'll be there as soon as we can, darling. Love you. Can't wait. Before I can tell them anything else, my mom hangs up. I laugh while shaking my head. Knowing them, they'll probably be here in the evening. I have to set everything up and also prepare Jackie for a reunion with my parents. A couple of hours later, the doorbell rings. Jackie and I are in the kitchen busy with food prep for the small gathering we decided to have. The team is also coming by a little later. Jackie's nervousness is instantly noticeable in the way she rubs her palms over her legs and fusses with her hair. It'll be okay. They've always loved you, I assure her. But it's been so long, Freddy. I don't know what to say or how to explain Jack to them. Trust me, they will be nothing but happy to meet him. I turn to Jack, who sits at the table with his Rubik's Cube. Ready to meet your grandparents? His face lights up and he quickly jumps out of the chair. The three of us hurry to the door, ready to welcome in the rest of the family. I open the door to see my parents standing there, almost jumping out of their socks. Glad you could come this quickly, I say as I hug them both. How could we not? You told us we have a grandchild! My mom squeals. Her eyes fall on Jackie, who stands in front of Jack. My mom smiles tenderly at her with a hand over her chest, a simple gesture showing the affection she always held for her. Without saying anything else, she brings Jackie into a hug. It's so wonderful to see you, Jackie. It's been so many years, Mom says. It's good to see you too, Terry. I'm sorry about how things ended with Freddy and that I didn't keep in touch. They break the hug. Nonsense. I'm sure you had your reasons. I'm just glad to see you're doing well. My dad greets Jackie the same way as my mom does. Where is he? Jackie moves to the side and slowly brings Jack forward. I thought he'd be shy, but he stands there beaming at my parents. My mom and dad stare at him in wonder and adoration, all in just seconds of seeing him for the first time. My mom's eyes glisten while my dad's smile couldn't be wider. Jack, this is your grandma and grandpa, Simon and Teresa, Jackie says. Jack throws his arms around their waists. My parents exchange surprised looks but quickly melt into a fit of joyful laughter. They hug my son and pat his cheeks, simply admiring him. You look so much like Freddy did when he was a child, my mom says fondly. You're as tall as he was too. You might be taller than him when you get older, my dad comments. You must play basketball, don't you, Jack? The latter shakes his head. No, I play hockey. Mom gasps. Oh my goodness, you're a carbon copy of your father. Come on, Teresa, he's part of Jackie as well. I'm sure he's got a good head on his shoulders, my dad interjects. I scoff. That sounds like a backhanded compliment to me. Dad rolls his eyes. You're going to ignore the times I caught you trying to jump in the pool from the roof of the house? I was young and stupid. Jackie giggles on the side, enjoying the sight just as much as I am. I wonder if she's thinking the same thing as I am. This familial ambience feels so natural and just right. "What should I call you?" Jack suddenly asks. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" Mom asks. "Like Nana or Pawpaw? Grammy and Grampy?" Dad chuckles and shakes his head. "Whatever feels right to you, Jack. But to be honest, those nicknames make me feel older than I am." Jack giggles. "Then I'll just call you Grandma and Grandpa." "That sounds perfectly fine." Jack hugs his grandparents again, who already adore their newfound family member. Hugs and kisses come in abundance already, and they don't separate even as we walk back into the kitchen. We all finish preparation and start to bring the food outside when the doorbell rings again. When I go to open it, the guys and their wives are all waiting outside with more plates of food. I welcome them inside, eager for them to officially meet my son. The entrance of the house becomes the stage of introductions as my parents come running out of the kitchen with Jack in tow, and instead of giving me the reins to present my son, they take it from my hands. "I'd like all of you to meet my grandson, Jack," Mom says. My dad gently pulls Jackie to the front, and this is his mom, Jackie, who will become our daughter-in-law. "Well, I think she already counts as one, don't you think, Simon?" "I suppose you're right, as long as we don't have to wait another 10 years. Everyone laughs, and I just stand back to watch as my parents proudly present Jack and Jackie to my extended hockey family. The welcome is unanimous. The warmth from my teammates and their spouses envelop the newcomers. We take the party outside where delicious food awaits us. My parents are entertained with Jack as he shows off his new dance moves to his grandparents. His moves are still rusty, but if he's our child, he'll hone them down later on. "So, Jackie, what did you see in Freddy to give him such a great kid?" Jason asks. His wife elbows him, and he feigns innocence. "Come on, we're all thinking it. The golden child of the ice had to be insufferable when he was younger." "He was a troublemaker for sure," Jackie says with a smile. "But it was his golden retriever personality that drew me to him." The guys howl in laughter. Sully nearly drops his drink as he holds on to his wife for support. "You just gave them ammo against me," I mumble to Jackie. "I wasn't lying, though," she says with a smirk playing on her lips. I playfully roll my eyes and wrap my arms around Jackie's shoulders. She doesn't tense up or shy away from my touch, and we casually keep the conversation going. "Jackie, I heard you like to sing," Marcus's wife Danielle says. "What do you typically like to sing about?" "Well, I was going to be a lounge singer before I had Jack. I would say that type of scene is more to my taste. I'm not classically trained for Broadway or anything like that." She laughs at the end of her words. I know she's trying to seem modest. Despite that, there's a sense of contentment settling over me just observing Jackie mingling with ease. I turn to the guys, while Jackie chats with the wives. "Now you guys believe me that Jack will have a bright future in hockey?" "I never doubted you, but let's hope his head doesn't get as big as yours," David quips. "What do you plan to do with him, Freddy?" Dennis asks. "Whatever I need to do to make sure he's successful. He's the best at hockey, but even if he plays another sport, I'll make sure he's great in that too. I'll do every practice, every game, every sponsorship, every journey, anything." "That's nice of you, but don't pressure him about it either," Marcus says. "Of course not. My point is that I'll give him everything he needs and support whatever decision he makes, be it on the ice or a dream all his own." We all agree. Someone comments for Jackie to sing for us a little. With just one look she gives me, I move the conversation along. Laughter surrounds us, as well as petty remarks on who's the worst player, or who was the skinniest before. Just a bunch of nonsense that I wouldn't want to miss for a second. I notice the sparkle in Jackie's eyes as she converses and laughs, seeing her finally slotting into the world that I inhabit, a missing piece now in place. She feels so perfect in my world and at my side. I just watch her. The happiness in her expression mirrors the satisfaction in my own heart as we navigate this new beginning together.
Chapter 21. Jackie. This is so exciting, huh, Jack? Jack eagerly nods, his mouth full of popcorn. He gulps his soda and swallows. This is the best, Mom. We're right over Dad's teammates' bench. Too cool. I laugh and hand Jack a napkin. There's more liquid butter on his chin than in his mouth. Oh, look, Jack. Your dad's team. They're coming out. Loudspeakers regale the team's entrance. Air horns blare. Fans rocket to their feet, stamping, cheering, and yelling. Go, Hawks, go! In no time, Jack and I are on our feet too, cheering on the team. I look down at Jack. He can't keep still. He's so excited. It's truly a miracle to see him like this. It's as if the car crash didn't happen at all. My son is back to his energetic self once again. I put his hand in mine and we cheer together, laughing, giggling, and waving our number one foam hands. The game starts with the face-off. Freddy eye to eye with the opposing captain. A hard clash of the sticks and the battle is on. With a body check, the arena goes wild, and Jack and I go wild too, spending more time on our feet during the game than in our seats. Every time Freddy skates back to the bench, he flashes a small wave. I beam, and Jack wildly waves back. I shouldn't be amazed at Freddy's skill on the ice, for I had witnessed it all those many years ago. But his strength and agility are unsurpassed. If the puck comes to Freddy, it lands in the opposing team's net each time. The air horn sounds after an action-packed match, signaling the game is won. The fans cheer so loudly that the den reverberates off the walls and ceiling. The pride I feel in Freddy goes beyond measure. He's as great on the ice as he is as a brand new father to Jack and a loving partner to me. It's all too incredible. It's like I'm in a dream I don't want to end. Ma'am, Mr. Blaine would like me to escort you back into the tunnel so you can meet up. Come this way, the public relations rep says with a warm and welcoming smile. Jack nudges me. Wait, Mom, are we really allowed back there? Looks like it. Come on before your dad changes his mind, I joke, hugging Jack. The rep leads us into the tunnel labyrinth. Cement walls, floor and ceiling, the halls. As Jack and I follow, manly hollers, laughter, and lively banter hit our ears. Go on in, it's okay. They're all decent. Or shall I say clothed, the rep says, winks, and walks away, leaving Jack and me completely out of our depth. We stand there a while until I see a big hand waving wildly. You made it. What a game, huh? You guys were awesome. Jack and I had a blast. Come on in. I want you to meet the guys. Freddy leans over and gives me a quick kiss. Surprised, but happily so, I kiss him back. He takes my hand and Jack's to lead us into the main locker room, where his teammates are sitting at their respective lockers, drinking Gatorade and talking up a storm. Some are giving interviews to the local channels. The place is buzzing with excitement and frivolity. Kissing, choruses the team. Oh, so mature, you fools. Quiet down. I want you to meet my family, my partner, Jackie, and our son, Jack. The players who already met them at dinner the other night jump up. This is the brains behind Freddy's brawn. We knew he had to get his great ideas from someone. His 2 brain cells couldn't handle that amount of work, jibed Sully. Put a sock in it, Sul. Take your 2 brain cells back to your locker where they belong. You wouldn't want them to fall out. Freddy gently body checks his pal and sticks out his tongue. The other teammates boo and throw things. Jack giggles and my face heats. I don't know why. Maybe being introduced as a family or as Freddy's partner. I don't question it for long. I luxuriate in my joy. The dream continues. Please, don't let it end. Listen, I won't be long. A quick shower and change, and then we can go out for dinner. How's that sound, Jack? Yep. But can I get everyone's autographs first? Jack, you already got... No, let him be. The guys will be happy to oblige. Freddy takes Jack around to each player, and soon our son has all their signatures on his program. The hockey fan comes back, beaming. In no time at all, the three of us enter a steakhouse near the arena. Its decor is dark wood. Its seating is private. It's time to sit back, relax, and finally be out of the public eye. It's my turn to say, wow. Do those sportscasters ever stop asking your questions? I pick up my glass of red wine and take a sip. Only once I walk away. If I didn't, I don't think they would. I look down at our boy sitting beside his dad. Jack occupies himself with playing on his iPad, utterly content and a world away. I know I knew you when you were in the B League, but this A-League attention is unreal. It's like you're a superstar. Mom, Dad is the superstar? Jack looks up from his drawing, flashing a toothy grin. Freddy and I laugh. Right. How silly of me to question that. Okay, Mr. Superstar, let's dig into these steaks. I'm starving like I was the one playing on the ice. We all tear into our steaks. An hour later, we three are happily full. If I keep eating like this, I'll need a winch to get me out of my seat. You're hilarious. We could hit the park over here, go for a leisurely walk. The night is still young. Are you up for that, Jack? Freddy side hugs his son. Yep, there's a lake down there. Let's go. As soon as we leave the restaurant, Jack takes off running. It's all we can do to keep up. You'd never know that kid was in a hospital bed, would you? Freddy says. Nope. The kid is definitely yours, Freddy. Unstoppable. I pant, laughing, my legs going as fast as they can. Dusk fades into night as the three of us sit near the lake. Freddy and I occupy a bench and watch Jack play by the water's edge, picking up stones and scrutinizing them, deciding if they should become a part of his closet stash. Freddy leans back, pulls me close, and inhales deeply. We both breathe in the soft night air of freshly mowed grass and the musky scent of the tree bark, and watch as one by one, each park lantern ignites, giving the space a warm midnight green glow. This is it. This is all I've ever wanted. I look up. A winning game, a steak dinner, and a park bench? I ask with a wink. Yes, all that and nothing else. Silly girl. No, you and Jack, just like this. A simple life with a family all of my own. Success doesn't mean much if you have no one to share with. I inhale deeply this time. Yes, I guess you're right. Jack and I never had much in the way of material things, but we always had love. And I'm jealous of that. Don't be. You're part of our family now. Jack runs up and pushes between us on the bench. The three of us hold hands, snuggle, and listen to the loons call out their goodnight. I look across at Freddy and he at me. We smile. No words are needed. I know in my heart I can never be as content as I am right this minute. Let's head back. I think it's bedtime. Do we have to? Yep, I'm beat from the game, and I think your mother is too. And it's way past your bedtime hour, that's for sure. Jack sighs, gets up, and jogs ahead, taking the scenic tour around trees and bushes, wearing out the last of his inner glee. Hand in hand, Freddy and I follow. He holds me tightly like he never wants to let go. At this moment, I know with all my heart we deserve a fresh start. Part of me wants to kiss Freddy all over and say yes to everything. A smaller part insists on caution. Freddy could have self-serving reasons for his actions. His love could be more for Jack than for me. Familial love rather than romantic. I'm no fool. I feel Freddy's body warm, but my soul slowly feels the cold. It's a bittersweet ending to the sweetest of all nights. Chapter 22. Jackie. Have you got everything? Your lunch? Your colored pencils? I search inside Jack's pack, making sure he has what's listed from his new teacher. Yeah, Mom, it's all in there. Can I go? I don't want to be late for my first day. Jack looks up at me with an edge of concern. In that instant, my mind flashes to the future. I see Jack all grown up, a titan in business, saying roughly the same thing. I smile. My heart aches as much as it bursts with pride. Okay. Off you go. Have a great day. Jack smiles, runs up and kisses me on the cheek. I so want to grab him, hold him next to me, and never let go. A mother's secret wish, I suppose. Don't worry, I'll get him there in one piece. Jack will be fine, says Freddy. I nod and will away tears. Out the expansive picture window, I watch Freddy take Jack to school for the first time, like he's done it 1,000 times before. We are really a family now. An honest-to-God family. I nod to myself, grab my cell, my purse, and keys, and pull out of the drive. Keeping busy is the best medicine for missing my son. After hitting the dry cleaners and the post office, I drive to Bond's, our neighborhood supermarket. Thankfully, the parking lot is not full. I can shop at my leisure. Grabbing a cart, I breathe easier. Life is only as tough as you make it. My heart lightens as I head into the produce aisle. On my mind is the making of a perfect dinner for the family, and then after Jack goes to bed, Freddy and I can talk about our future. Selecting various fruits for Jack's lunches, my heart is light. My personal needs will always come after Jack's. Freddy is such a good father and such a good provider for us both. Now what's on my list? I open my cell's notepad. Right, a nice roast, baby potatoes, and asparagus. First the potatoes. I gaze around in search of the spud aisle, oblivious to all the surrounding shoppers. While selecting the best spring spuds, I feel a light tap on my shoulder. I turn around to see a blonde-haired and perfectly made-up white woman smiling back at me. I smile back. You're Jackie, aren't you? Dennis showed me your picture on his phone. Yes, I am. Dennis. Dennis who? Dennis Platt, Freddy's teammate on the Hawks. My eyes widen. I quickly remember the locker room, meet and greet, and the dinner party the other week. Right, Dennis. Now I remember. So you are Deidre, his wife. Sorry, I couldn't make the dinner party. The lady offers a dainty hand, her long fingernails perfectly polished. I shake her hand. I hope she doesn't notice my nails are not long or polished. No worries. Well, it's nice to finally make your acquaintance, Deidre. I smile. Deidre barely does. Yes, well, I pride myself on knowing all the women in the players' lives. It keeps us a cozy family. What I mean to say is I'm the head of the wives team. That's what we call ourselves. We regularly meet for coffee, drinks, and other social events. My eyes brighten. I'm thrilled to now be a part of such a close-knit bunch of women. Deidre puts a hand on my upper arm. Her smile fades to a frown. I thought I had better warn you. The wives team is just for wives and serious girlfriends. Hence the name, longtime partners. Sounds like a tough initiation process then. I'm fine watching in the stands with my son. I purse my lips. I don't have time for this mean girl bull, and I'm having familiar thoughts about whether I fit into the life of a star athlete. I'm tempted to tell her that we are in fact legally married, but she seems like the kind of woman who would use that as a weapon against me. Well, maybe we'll see you around at the arena. Or maybe not. You never can tell how long these things last. Right. My bemused expression morphs into indignation, but I keep my trap shut for Freddy at least. I thought I had better at least introduce myself. We do our best to support our men and try not to distract them from their careers. That won't be an issue for you, will it? I'll do my best. Well, thank you for the introduction. I serenely smile. I forget there's a potato in my left hand. I end up breaking it in two, and the pieces fall to the floor and wobble away. Oh, you're very welcome. I like to keep abreast of changes with the team, the single women who come and go. I'm sure you're thrilled. Freddy has a fondness for you and your son. Enjoy it. Life can be so full of change, especially with these fickle guys. Am I right? I want to fight, but I hold my own. My eyes dilate, my face on fire. Absolutely, life is so full of change. Thank you for the heads up. I grind my teeth. A guard strides up. Is there a problem here, Deidre? Deidre is on a first-name basis with the store guard. His demeanor tells me he's looking at me as some kind of troublemaker. I am anything but. Deidre smiles sweetly. The guard smiles back. Pathetic. Hi, Ed. No, we're just chatting, right, Jackie? Just some honest truths, woman to woman. Ed smiles at Deidre, then turns and glares at me. Ma'am, your voice was getting quite loud. I think it would be best if you paid for your purchases and left. We don't want this to become a scene, do we? I want to set him straight. This isn't me starting an issue. I open my mouth but realize it'll only make matters worse. It's obvious that Deidre has the store employees wrapped around her little finger. I'm just some angry black woman. Anything I say will fall on deaf ears. The guard points. The checkouts are right over there, ma'am. You have yourself a good day. But it wasn't. The guard angles my cart, smiles, and points again. I blink. I can't believe I'm being bum-rushed out of the store. I grip the cart, quickly pay for the few things I managed to select before this Deidre accosted me, and I head for the doors like I'm the problem and not the smarmy woman. All the way, I see some shoppers side-eyeing me, whispering, others walking up and murmuring support. Their faces and voices are all a muffled blur. I stride past and pick up speed, and once out the door, I march to my car. The utter humiliation is too much. Once inside, I grab the wheel and break down. Tears stream down my face. The stress, not just of this awful moment, but of the entire ordeal, has me emotionally collapsing and audibly chastising myself. I finally get a grip and stare into the rearview mirror, dabbing my eyes with a tissue. I knew this wouldn't work. I won't fit into his life with all these rich snobs. That's not me. Why am I signing up for this bull? I don't want to live some two-faced life, fighting to impress people and attack others like that witch. How could I think this would ever work? What makeup I had on melts amid the warm tears. Mascara streaks run down my heated cheeks and mixes with the lip gloss I'm nervously chewing off my lips. I open my wallet and look at Jack's last school photo, and I sob. How could I? How could I get poor Jack involved in this fantasy life? He adores Freddy and his new home. Now what, idiot? How do you get out of this mess and not tear your baby's heart in two? I wipe the tears with the back of my hand, start the car, and burn rubber out of bonds. I imagine Deidre standing at the door with that guard, the pair pointing and laughing. I glance in the side mirror. Thankfully, no one is there. All the way home, I mentally list the differences between Freddy's life and my own. No amount of love or caring can surmount this lifestyle chasm. Maybe once upon a time, I had been worthy. Once upon a time, I had an up-and-coming life of my own. College, a career in music, increasing gigs. I had been a star rising, but after Jack came, so many things changed. Had being the operative word, I say to myself. At most, you're a has-been, Jackie, and you know it. I nod. From the moment I bumped into Freddy in the hotel hall, I've known it. Love, whatever there might remain between us, cannot bridge my fantasy to his reality. Too much time, too many traumas, too many hurts and disappointments and losses, and humiliations. Too much of too much. I return home to a home that is not mine.
Chapter 23. Freddy. I look outside the kitchen window. Jack is playing with his trucks in the sand pit I built for him, as Jackie sits and watches too. Her expression, the one which held such contentment at the park a few nights back, is somber. Her eyes are empty, staring at something unseen to the world. 3 days. 3 whole days since Jack started school, and since then Jackie has been so withdrawn. I go over and over it in my head, wondering what's different. But nothing is. Jack is doing well in his class. The teacher adores him, and he's making fast friends. Why is Jackie so deflated? She should be over the moon. And yet, I walk out to be with her. Another vain attempt at getting her close to me. He's loving that pit, huh? Jackie looks up at me, no smile offered, and she returns to staring straight ahead. Yes, Jack has always enjoyed playing in the sand. I remember when we... Her voice trails off. She offers no more. I sit down beside her in the double swing chair. I don't rock it. Jackie is in no mood to rock. While I have you here, is there something you need to tell me? Something you need to get off your chest? Have I done something wrong? Is it about me taking Jack to school? I thought I was helping, but if I'm stepping on toes... If you prefer to take him, just say the word. Jackie meekly smiles, but keeps her eyes looking straight ahead. No, I think it's great you have that time with Jack before school. Jackie says nothing more. I raise my head to the sky and inhale. Going nowhere and getting there fast. Jack, come in. It's getting late. Do I have to? Jack. Coming. Jackie gets up from the swing and ushers Jack inside, leaving me alone and more confused than ever. Her mood is so weird. It's not outright anger. It's not complete sadness. The emotions seem aimed inward at herself, or maybe at everything and everyone. I rub my chin, racking my brain for answers, for how to approach Jackie without making things worse. I whisper to the night sky. Worse? How can anything be any better? Things are great, aren't they? What am I missing? The twinkling stars and the bright quarter moon loom over me silently. I slap my knees and head back in. I pull the shades and lock the door. Dad, can you read me a bedtime story? Jack asks. Jackie raises an eyebrow. I thought you told me reading bedtime stories is for babies. He shrugs. Well, yeah, but I have a headache and Dad never got the chance, so I thought just this once. I'll read you as many bedtime stories as you want, I say, marveling at the thoughtfulness of our kid. I'll even break into your college dorm and read them to you if that's what you want. He makes a face. Please don't. Laughing, I take a seat in the occasional chair in Freddy's room. Jackie tucks him in and sits by his side. So what'll it be? I ask, skimming the pile of books on the nightstand. I've been reading the BFG. He points to the Roald Dahl book near the top of the pile. A ticket to one of my games acts as a bookmark. The BFG it is. I reach over, grab the book from Jack's shelf and crack it open. Chapter 7. The Marvelous Ears. I look up and Jack is snuggled in under the covers, holding his worn teddy bear in a faded hockey jersey. Jackie leans against the bed rest with her arm on his pillow. Her eyes aren't looking at me. She's looking down at Jack and stroking his forehead, lulling him into a restful calm. While I read the tale, I'm wishing Jackie would look up, look into my eyes, and meet my loving gaze for her. Her demeanor, it's as if she's using Jack as a barrier between the two of us, a shield to protect her feelings, as if to do so is still necessary. With each moment that goes by, my heart aches more and more, its beat low and slow. I want to throw the book on the floor and demand Jackie tell me what's going on. Of course, I don't. Jack's eyelashes are fluttering. They finally close and our boy falls to sleep. My voice trails off to a whisper, then stops. I quietly reshelve the book, and Jackie and I leave the room, making sure Jack's nightlight is on and the door is slightly ajar, as he likes it. I turn to look down the hall. Jackie's not there. I look the other way. She's headed for her bedroom. I whisper, "Jackie? I'm having an early night. Terrible migraine. See you in the morning." And she quietly closes her door before my gaping mouth forms words. I'm stunned. No, I'm beyond stunned. I'm hurt. All the way down the stairs to the living room, my mind races with questions. Why won't she tell me what's going on? Why won't she look into my eyes? Why this feigning of normality when it's obvious our relationship is anything but? The questions, the doubts, the second-guessing, it all gives me a headache of my own. I can master any obstacle on the ice, and whatever trouble Jack may have. But when it comes to Jackie, I'm a helpless soul. She won't confide in me. She refuses to tell me what's on her mind. I head for the bar fridge and grab a sports drink. I should throw half a bottle of vodka into this thing. Of course I don't. Wrecking my health and jeopardizing my career is not the answer. Instead, I take the can and head into the computer room, thinking Google might have the answers I seek. I learned how to skate. I can learn how to be a better partner. An hour goes by and I'm no closer to knowing what I'm doing wrong. I sit back, swig back the drink, and rehash every move, every word, every decision I've made since I picked Jackie up off that hotel floor. Nothing springs to mind. Nothing which could have made her go from so happy and content to so despondent and detached. A soft ping makes me refocus my gaze. A new email. It's from the league. I lean forward and click it. Holy hell! I forgot about this, I whisper. It's announcing the team's annual vacation, where the players and their families get together to relax, have fun, and bond as one big family. The owners know if the players' families are tight, they can travel to out-of-town games with less stress and worry. It's a win-win for all. I have always enjoyed the trips even without a family of my own, but this year will be special. I lean back again and stare at the words. At first, I assume this will be yet another hurdle to jump with Jackie. But then, I rethink. No, this could be the opportunity I need to get us closer and back on track. And to have Jackie feel like she and Jack truly belong. My furrowed brow smooths and a smile forms on my lips. I turn off the screen and head to bed, now with hope for better days. Yet, when I kill the bedside lamp and lie down, doubt seeps back in. What happens if my world isn't enough for her? What happens if she stays distant and unreachable? Maybe she's regretting this move. Maybe she wants her old life back, the one where she had her own hopes and dreams. Moonlight bleeds onto my bed, painting the room in an icy blue hue. An owl hoots in the far-off trees. A brisk night wind whips. I smell a hint of rain. I turn over and try to get comfortable. I pound my pillows into submission. My hand reaches out and feels the coldness of the emptiness next to me. The space I dreamed to one day be filled by Jackie's body. Her head next to mine as I fall asleep to her breathing. Instead, I'm alone, and this once promising home is ebbing back into a house. A cold place full of empty spaces. My eyes finally close to the outside world, only for my mind's eye to take over with images of the trip. How things could go horribly wrong. Chapter 24. Freddy, the promise of crystal-clear waters and sun-kissed beaches lifts the veil of Jackie's recent aloofness as we embark on a team vacation to the Maldives. Being surrounded by my friends helps distract me from the awkwardness between us. I'm partially relieved that our seats aren't assigned close together. The whole team mostly got separated from their spouses. First-class seating has been mostly divided between men and women. I sit near the front next to Marcus and Dennis, while Jackie sits at the back with Danielle by her side. Jonathan's wife, Cassandra, and Hayden's wife, Alicia, sit in front of them. I peek over at them from my seat, just curious how Jackie's holding up. My relief is palpable as I observe the tension easing from her shoulders. Her interactions with the other wives and Jack are warm and open during the flight. I don't know what they're talking about, but from their laughter, it's obvious that it's a lively conversation. My mind's at ease for the rest of the long flight. Although I do the occasional checkup when I get up to use the bathroom, and a few times from my seat, just to make sure she's still doing fine. As we make our descent into paradise, I mentally prepare myself for what's to come between us. As much as I want to know our stance on things, I'll back off so she can enjoy herself. The team and their wives serve as a buffer into this small hill of our relationship. After each couple settles themselves in their respective bungalow, Jackie and I quietly join the rest of the team by the water. Jason and Sully thought the best way to start off the vacation was to act like assholes at the beach, even though there's no doubt we'll do that for the rest of our stay. Everyone took their spot under the palapus, already in beach attire with a couple of wine coolers. Jackie takes a seat nestled between Alicia and Heather. "So, what do you guys have in mind for our first day at the beach?" Marcus asks as he leans back against Danielle. Jason shrugs. "Something fun. I don't want to be laid up all day and drinking alcohol." "Then what are we here for?" Sully jokes. "How about some games?" "Like what?" "I didn't plan on getting dirty today," Heather bemoans to Sully. "Babe, we're at the beach. Get with it, and you better make the biggest fort out here." Our first game is similar to water bucket relay. I'm going to be running to the water to fill my buckets to wet the sand so we can make a fort. Jackie hesitates to participate at first, but her expression shows pure determination to make the biggest fort. She has her hands ready to dig and build. Sully puts the timer on and all the guys start sprinting towards the water. We shove each other playfully at first. It soon becomes a game out for blood when David tackles Jason before getting to Sophia. I pour the water around the sand as Jack and Jackie go ham at building the fort. They have the time to make it look like a real one. Our fort has pillars growing on the sides. "You don't have to go this far, you know," I say. "I want it to look nice. We can win extra points with this." I snicker. "If you say so. Try not to make it collapse over you." "Try not to get tackled by your teammates," she quips. She looks at me with a serious expression, making sure that I know that she means what she says. It suddenly reminds me of how competitive Jackie used to get when we played board games. She'd oddly be a perfectionist at that, too. I run down the sand with Marcus on my heels. I can feel him breathing down my neck. I grip my bucket as I try to up my pace. Then, the air is knocked out of me as I get a face full of sand. Marcus and I wrestle in the sand, all while the others get ahead in their forts. "Dad, hurry!" Jack calls from our fort. I shove Marcus away after blowing sand in his face. After retrieving my bucket, I dash toward the water before getting tackled by Jonathan. I fight for my life, but the salt water gets into my eyes and nose. "Time's up, we win," Hayden announces. From the shore, I see Jackie pouting at me, but we both burst out laughing. She's covered in dirt while I'm dripping wet. "You went and did exactly what I told you not to do," she says. I shrug. It's a cruel world out in the wilderness. Yes, I did hear beach bungalows have a reputation for being wild and dangerous. And this is just the first game. Then we still have more chances to win. As the camaraderie of the team extends to family games, Jack and I find ourselves as allies, our synergy on full display as we navigate each challenge. We play volleyball until only 2 couples are left standing by the net. Jack sits out of the Brazilian version of volleyball, mostly because everyone gets hit right in the face. I know most of the hits were on purpose from the guys, though. The next game is a lighter version of flag football, girls versus boys. There are some complaints about us men being too rough. We settle some rules about only tackling the other guys and just tapping the girls on the shoulder. The rule doesn't apply to our respective partners. I soon come to find out that Jackie's competitiveness makes her an expert in every game, such as the one we're playing right now. When she takes the ball, I run after her, but I can never seem to reach her. She stops running and holds the ball behind her. Then she smirks at me. I scoff at that. "Don't you look smug? I just thought that you'd be a faster runner. I guess you're only fast on ice." "You can't say that, but don't forget one of the rules is to go easy on you girls." "What? You mean you're not fast enough to even tap my shoulder?" "Yeah, Dad, get her," Jack yells. My eyebrows raise in amusement. Jackie and I circle each other with mischievous and devilish smiles. I can't help feeling so undeniably attracted to her. The way she sachets her body around me, how her skin glistens underneath the sunset, the way she looks at me like a fox eyeing its prey. But I'm the predator here. I'm winning this little game of dominance. Her sweet and gentle nature is smothered by her intention to rile me up and win the game for herself. You know, you talk high and mighty yourself, Jackie. Is all that shyness just a front to get what you want? Oh, don't tell me you're getting intimidated by sweet old me being better at a sport? Huh. Throw the ball and let's find out. She stares at me for a second. Slowly, she lifts the ball over her head and prepares to throw it at Danielle. I quickly shift toward her to make it look like I'm going after her. She gets startled for a second and rolls her eyes. She glances at me and Danielle. Out of nowhere, Jackie starts running past me, but I'm quicker this time and catch her with my arm. She squeals and throws the ball at Danielle in a last attempt. I pick her up to spin her around. Instead, my foot sinks a little too deep in the sand and I lose my balance. We go tumbling down together. I try to shield her from a hard fall, but in the end, we roll in the sand like seals. She falls on top of me as I lay flat on the ground. Laughter bubbles up from us in a shared moment of joy. We're covered in sand, and some of it still falls on my face from Jackie's hair. I turn my head away to avoid getting it in my eyes. When she notices, she shakes her head to let more sand come out of her curls. You're getting dandruff on me, I joke. She scoffs. Who has dandruff? It most certainly isn't me, you little sand monster. Her giggling has me in a trance, so carefree and beautiful. I seize the moment. The laughter turns into a spontaneous kiss. My heart leaps out of its chest as our lips meet. A reaction to being deprived of such a feeling for so long. Jackie responds with a passion that speaks to the depth of our bond. She cups my cheeks while I hold her by the waist. All I can focus on is her scent and the feel of her lips. Everyone else disappears from my line of sight. Mom, Dad, we're still here, Jack calls out. Marcus whistles. You're not on the honeymoon yet. Keep it in your pants. You're giving Jack another sibling? David jokes. Alicia chimes in. Get it, girl! Make him work for it, Jackie, Cassandra says. Our friend's good-natured teasing washes over us. My heart swells with happiness as we settle into this newfound comfort with each other. As we break the kiss, we press our forehead against each other, looking deeply into each other's eyes with a big smile on our faces. We should go back, Jackie whispers. I really don't want to right now. She giggles and pecks my lips. If we don't, they'll make us play beach charades. I suppose. I sigh with a little exaggeration. We stand up from the ground to join the rest of the group, still receiving humorous teasing. And as the day wanes, we join hands, the two of us silhouetted against the setting sun. The serenity of the moment is a balm to any lingering uncertainties.
Chapter 25. Jackie. The relief I felt when I realized that Deirdre wasn't coming on this trip was immense. Without her around, none of the other wives and girlfriends seemed nearly as snobby or scary. In fact, they're as welcoming as the rest of the guys on the team. The topic of Deirdre hasn't come up, and I will not talk about her unless someone else mentions it first, but it looks like she's the outlier here rather than me. Knowing that allows me to breathe a bit easier. I don't feel as much like a fraud. They and the rest of the world think of us as the perfect family. Maybe, instead of pushing away the two people I love most in the world, I can fake it until I make it. Who cares what people like Deirdre think? They wouldn't know struggle if it walked up and smacked them in their pretty, overly Botoxed faces. Right now, the guys are building a bonfire out of branches they found and logs left for our use by the owners of the villa. It brings out Jack's inner firebug as he hunts for things to use as kindling, used napkins, receipts, and even some dried seaweed. Do you want to do the honors? Freddy asks, handing Jack the lighter. His eyes brighten with eager mischief. Yes. Freddy shows him how to ignite the lighter and helps guide it to a bit of kindling near the center. They repeat the process a few times, allowing the kindling to catch and the fire to expand with a sudden boom. Nice! Freddy gives him a high five, which Jack returns with enough enthusiasm to leave his dad shaking his hand to get it to stop smarting. They take their seats beside me in front of the fire. I grab 3 skewers and stab a marshmallow on each one before handing one apiece to Jack and Freddy. How do you like your marshmallows, Jack? Carmina, the coach's wife, asks as she holds her own skewer to the fire. They've been busy trying to wine and dine potential sponsors for the team, but made a point to hang out with us for the night. Crispy. He shoves his straight into the flames, letting it catch on fire, its outer layer bubbling and blackening before blowing it out. Then he takes his chocolate and graham cracker and slides the marshmallow onto it. Just like your dad, Sully says, nodding to Freddy's charred ball of sugar and gelatin. I don't know how he can stand the taste of that. You're missing out, Sully, he says, making it into s'mores. Do you guys remember that first team camping trip back when I was a rookie? Marcus laughs. You mean the snipe hunt? What's a snipe hunt? Jack asks. Freddy grins, and I see where this is going. A North American snipe is a species of rodent, somewhere between a rabbit and a squirrel. It only comes out at night and it's incredibly hard to catch, but it does have a special call. Brrrah-ack, brrrah-ack. If you make that sound for long enough, it'll come and find you. Jack squints skeptically at him. That doesn't sound real. Oh, it's very real and very mean when cornered. It'll try to chew your face off like it did to me all those years ago. He rolls his eyes. Sure, Dad, and I'm Bigfoot. Marcus laughs. 10 years old, and this kid is already smarter than you at 20. Jack's eyes widen. Really? He bought it, hook, line, and sinker, Sully says. We had him out there with a bag and on his knees doing the call. Jack gives his dad an incredulous look. Seriously, how did you fall for that? Freddy puts up his hands in a placating gesture. To be fair, I was super drunk, and I was the new kid who wanted to impress the guys. Peer pressure. Not even once, Danielle says, taking a sip of the martini that Cassandra told her she had to try. No one comments on the irony. Do you have any other funny stories about my dad? Jack asks, skewering another marshmallow on a stick. Freddy fashions his abomination of a burned marshmallow into s'mores. Enough about me. You want to hear about your mom in high school? Yeah. Jack's entire demeanor lights up. What kid wouldn't pass up the chance to learn embarrassing things about their parents? It's good for them to know that we're human too, and we also have made stupid mistakes. But the guys and their partners also lean in, curious, and that makes me nervous. I've finally begun to think that they aren't like Deirdre, but this could prove me wrong. Do you remember when you were Belle in our high school production of Beauty and the Beast? Freddy asks me. I relax a bit. This story isn't too embarrassing, and it isn't really my fault, so I'm not likely to be humiliated in front of his friends. Right, the scene with the duck hunt. We'd used a dog's squeaky toy as a prop, but Gaston left it on stage, right in my blocking. What happened? Carmina asks, leaning in. I stepped on it at the end of my big opening number, of course. I was just about to get to the final notes when I felt something soft underfoot. The toy squeaked, interrupting my big number about how I want to leave life on a farm for an adventure. But you didn't let that stop you, Freddy says. I grin. Nope, I finished the song, picked up the duck in disgust, and looked straight at the audience. I said to them, "Do you see what I mean?" before throwing the duck off stage. It, of course, squeaked again where it landed. Everyone in the audience laughed, Freddy says. And I was so impressed that you did it all without skipping a beat. Do you still sing? Carmina asks, leaning closer. I remember Freddy once said you two broke up because you wanted to pursue a music career. The blood rushes to my cheeks, and I try to pretend it's just the fire I feel on my face. Yeah, I wanted to, but life got in the way. You know how it is. Carmina tilts her head, studying me as though I'm some kind of math problem she needs to solve. Can you sing something now? I shake my head. Oh no, I couldn't. Come on, Freddy says, squeezing my shoulder. Show her what you've got. The bonfire becomes inundated with people chanting for me to sing. Okay, fine, I say, and mentally shuffle through some of the songs I've memorized over the years. Finally, I settle on Don't Stop Believing. I haven't performed in front of an audience in more than a decade, but right now it feels like I never left the stage. Closing my eyes, I picture the lyrics and melody and lose myself in the music. When I finish, I open them, and everyone starts clapping. You know, Carmina says, I'm a music producer. I blink. You are? She leans in closer to me, her eyes sparkling. I am, and I think you have a voice that can make it big if you want it to. Excitement gives way to terror. This is what I wanted 10 years ago, but things changed. I changed. I'm not sure. You should do it, Freddy says. Come on, Mom, Jack says. You've always wanted to be a singer. Just don't forget me when you're famous. Taking a slow breath in and out, I smile, my chest feeling lighter than ever. Okay, I'll do it. Carmina grins. We'll hammer out the details when we get back, okay? I can't wait. The bonfire lasts long into the night. Eventually, Jack starts nodding off, so Freddy scoops him up. We say our goodbyes and head inside to our quarters. After tucking Jack into bed, we find ourselves alone in our room. Thank you, I say. He furrows his brows. For what? Everything. I know I've been distant these past few weeks, but you've only ever stood behind me like tonight with Carmina. I would have panicked and turned her down if you hadn't spoken up. He shakes his head. I've been able to pursue my dreams. You deserve a chance to chase yours. I realize how close we are to each other. He takes my hands, his face drawing nearer as he studies my lips. I can smell the wood smoke in his hair and the lingering scent of s'mores on his breath. Bringing my head up to meet his gaze, I give him a small nod, and he closes the gap between us. We kiss, and it feels like a release. For once, all my fears and doubts are far away, and the only thing that matters is the feeling of his body against mine.
Chapter 26. Freddy. With that kiss, I can feel Jackie let go. Her arms wrap around my neck as she pulls herself closer to me. Her kiss is intense, raw, and passionate. I love this woman with everything I have, and tonight, I'm going to prove it to her. Sorry to interrupt, but things are getting a little too heated for YouTube. To listen to every juicy detail, go to vixavon.com with discount code VIXA40 for 40% off all digital products. Now, where were we? Our movements slow down gradually until they are nothing more than whispers against the silence of the night. She lowers herself onto my chest, and I instinctively wrap my arms around her. Her head fits perfectly in the nook between my chest and shoulder, a sign that she was always meant to be there.
Chapter 27. Jackie. The sun streams through the windows, bathing the room in a gentle golden light. Outside, the sky is a warm red. I feel Freddy's fingers stroke down my bare back. Red sky at night, sailor's delight. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning, he says. I turn to face him, our foreheads just barely touching. So should we be worried about scuba today? Nah, the weather's calling for clear, sunny skies. He rolls onto his back, the blanket lowering enough to reveal his abs. He looks carved out of marble, like a Greek god come to life. We've seen each other naked before. Obviously. But it feels different this time. I'm no model, especially in comparison to him. The past decade has been hard on me and my body. I've had a baby after all. It's hard to feel worthy in comparison. But last night, he kissed every one of my stretch marks like they were precious veins of gold. Even after all these years, he still sees me as beautiful. Stretching luxuriously like a cat in the sun, I get to my feet. Come on, I need to get ready for the scuba tutorial. Are you sure I don't need more training than that? He shrugs. We're going to a fairly safe place, and the diving instructor will be there the whole time. I've let them know you aren't experienced, but they didn't seem too worried. I nod and throw on my bathing suit before putting a shirt and pair of shorts on top. We head downstairs for breakfast. The rest of the guys and their partners are already snacking on pancakes, eggs, and bacon. Jack seems to be sleeping in this morning. I'll wake him up before we go to make sure he's okay, but for now, I'll enjoy being around adults. Not for the first time, I'm relieved that Deirdre and Dennis couldn't make the trip. The other partners are so nice and welcoming. All my fears that the rest would be snobs like her have been assuaged. It's too bad Dennis couldn't make it, Sully says between bites of his bacon. He loves scuba diving. Alicia smirks. Was the villa not luxurious enough for Deirdre? She didn't feel like slumming it in the Maldives with the rest of us? Cassandra giggles. It's probably because we flew first class instead of chartering a private jet. She gives an exaggerated shudder. She might have to interact with someone in economy. Oh, the horror. I bark a surprised laugh. Everyone looks at me. Sorry, I mutter awkwardly. Alicia raises her eyebrows. So you've had the pleasure of meeting our delightful Deirdre? Pleasure isn't exactly the word I'd use. She laughs. Yeah, you've definitely met her then. I gotta say, if she was your first impression of us partners, I'm that shocked you came on this trip. I would never be brave enough to face the possibility of a vacation with a bunch of Deirdres. I laugh, a knot of tension loosening in my chest. The other women all seemed nice, but I was afraid that they would fall into line once Deirdre was back in the equation. It's nice to know that the queen bee has no real crown. Freddy squeezes my arm. Did she say something to you? He whispers, his gaze dark and stormy. I pat his arm. She was rude and threw me off for a bit. But now that I know for sure that she's the weird one, I'm feeling a lot better. You should have told me. I could have talked to Dennis and gotten her to back off. How very chivalrous, I say, pecking him on the lips. But seriously, I'm fine. I can handle rich snobs. No need to call us names, Alicia teases before changing the subject to our upcoming scuba expedition. We meet the instructor outside of the yacht we chartered for the day. I take Freddy's hand and give it an excited squeeze. Jack is staying home with some of the wives for this trip, much to his dismay, but I'm excited to have a few hours alone with Freddy. The instructor gives us a brief tutorial, showing us how to put on our gear, how to breathe, and how to slowly ascend so that we can avoid decompression sickness. The waters are a perfect blue-green as we sail to the dive spot. Standing at the bow, I close my eyes, savoring the sun at my back and the salty sea air. A presence sneaks up behind me and wraps his arms around my waist. I spread my arms out wide. I'm flying. And I'm the king of the world, Freddy says into my ear. A giggle bubbles up from my throat as I lean my head against his chest. Do you think it's tempting fate to make the Titanic references on a ship? He nuzzles against me. So what if it is? Sometimes you have to live a little dangerously. Nearby, Jason gags. Get a room, you two. Freddy smirks. Oh, trust me, we will once we get back. Freddy! I elbow him playfully as Jason gags some more. Well, Jack isn't here, so I think we can be a bit more PG-13. He leans in close to whisper in my ear. And maybe even R-rated if we're lucky. I press a finger to his chest, pushing him away. It'll take a lot more than luck to get you there. We're almost there, Sully calls from the wheel. Or maybe not. I give Freddy a wink. Help me into my wetsuit? Soon, we're all in our scuba gear. The more experienced divers go in first to show the less experienced ones how it's done. Okay, so the waters here tend to be pretty safe and calm, the diving instructor says to us newbies. But there are 3 rules you should follow. 1, stay as close to the group as possible. 2, be careful of the currents and pay attention to your surroundings. You might drift away without realizing it. And 3, no touching the wildlife or the reefs. This is a delicate ecosystem, and we want to minimize our impact here as much as possible. I get into position and don my goggles and respirator. Sitting on the ledge, I wait for the signal and then roll backward into the water like I watched Freddy and his teammates do earlier. 1 minute I'm in the air. The next, I'm crashing into a strange new world. There are splashes on my left and right as Alicia and Danielle enter the water beside me. Freddy swims up to me and points down, signaling for me to look. I resist the urge to gasp. The coral reef stretches out below us. It's teeming with vibrant life that swims in and out of the colorful, living structure. A part of me wishes that Jack was here to see this, but another part is glad that Freddy and I can have this together. Kicking my feet, I swim deeper to get a better look. Freddy keeps pace, swimming right beside me as we explore the reef. Even though I should have known it would be quiet, I am shocked by the utter silence of being underwater. With my earplugs in to keep water from filling my ears, the only sound I hear is the inhale and exhale of my respirator as I swim through the reef. I don't notice the current as it tugs me along the bottom. I'm lost in this wonderful alien world, fascinated by the strange and lovely life below the ocean. When I spot a sea turtle, I turn to show it to Freddy, but then realize that he's nowhere to be found. None of my dive mates are. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I can't have gone far. I'll just retrace my steps and find them again. So I swim, my arms straining against the current. But it's much harder to swim against it than it is to be carried by it, and none of this looks familiar. Oh, God. My diving watch buzzes. I'm running low on oxygen and have 10 minutes to ascend. What was the rule again? 30 feet every minute? I'm pretty sure I can do that. And maybe when I surface, I'll be able to see the boat. They'll be looking for me by now. As I slowly make my ascent, I focus on keeping my breathing slow and even. I remember that the instructor said not to hold my breath because it could cause an embolism. Finally, I break the surface. Treading water, I remove my respirator and swim in a circle, searching for the boat. But all I see for miles around is nothing but that blue-green water I had been admiring so much earlier that day. "Hello," I yell at the top of my lungs. "I need help." I'm not sure what I expect. A plane, a boat to appear out of nowhere, a helpful dolphin, anything. But it's just me alone on the open water. Okay, don't panic. Think. The late morning sun was at my back when we were sailing to the diving spot. That means that we were sailing east. According to my watch, it's now early afternoon. If I swim away from the sun, that would be close to back the way I came, so I might find land. It's a long shot, but it's the best chance I have.
Chapter 28. Freddy. A mammoth school of silverfish stream by. What a sight. I turn to get Jackie's attention to point out the wonder, but behind me there's only water. Not even an oxygen bubble trail. I jerk my head left and right. I put my flippers in gear and twirl around. Only the deep blue sea surrounds me. I dive. I head to the coral beds. I swim through, looking up and down. Nothing. No one, no bubbles at all. Without thinking, I yell out, "Jackie!" I immediately realize the foolishness. The alarm beeps, telling me that my tank is on low. I must resurface. No, no, no! I scream inside my mask. Yelling is futile, of course. I need more air. I have to alert the others on the yacht. I rise faster than I should, but I don't care. I pop out of the waves and blow my whistle 3 times. Heads turn inside the boat. I rip off my mask. Jackie's gone. Call a mayday to the offshore Coast Guard. Load me up with another tank. I'm going back down. I thrash over to the hull and climb the water well. One guide switches my tank. He yanks on my shoulder. What were your GPS coordinates when you last saw her? I flash the last screen. He nods and runs to call the alarm. Everyone on board suits up, their faces frantic with fear. No time to talk. No time to answer questions. I must find her. I must dive. I backflip into the turgid water and head back down. The sky blue sea deepens to a midnight blue the farther I get. I'm alone. Shock seeps in like I'm diving in the Great Lakes, but I'm not. This is the exotic Maldives. I should be warm as toast, swimming like a fish in a soupy sea. But I'm not. I'm freezing without her. Down and down, around and around, nothing, no one. Even the exotic fish have forsaken me. Only sand, abandoned shells, and coral waft and wave in the undulating drink. I'm too deep, I know it. I went over the shelf. I would dive the entire ocean to find Jackie. My tank alarm beeps again. No! God! Damn it! There's nothing more I can do. I resurface as fast as I can. The bend, who cares? Maybe the others have found her. Maybe at the surface I have a reason to feel warm again. The waves slam into my mask. My body jostles in the sea. I call out, "Anyone find her?" The guide waves me in, but shakes his head. At that moment, my stomach drops. I nearly vomit in my mask. "Load me back up," I order. "No can do, Freddy. The SAR officials need you topside for more information." The guide pulls me in, and I land hard on the boat deck. Gravity overcomes me, and it's all I can do to unsnap the equipment. The guide sees my helplessness and gets me out of my apparatus. Then I stagger to the bridge. Through the windshields, I see a denizen of boats of all sizes and shapes, with divers taking turns scanning the depths. A crane lowers a one-man submersible for a deeper scan. Reason tells me everything that can be done is being done. My heart screams for more. The SAR official approaches and barrages me with questions. I reply. I hear myself reply. But I'm not here. I'm there. Below. With her. Hustle and bustle swirl around me. All I can do is stand there and go over the worst-case scenarios in my head. I grab the official by the arm. He interrupts his radio call. "I need to go back down. Let me go down." "Sir, I appreciate what you're saying, but we need you topside, just in case." "In case of what?" The official expression is somber. I know what he means. I don't beg for an answer. "And if I ignore you and go back down, we will pull you out. You're in no fit state to be scuba diving. Stay aboard. Be here to help us out when we need you." As you can see, every available resource is searching for Miss Rhodes. Plus, one of your teammates mentioned that you have a son. Stay here for his sake, if no one else's. The mention of Jack hits me like a tidal wave. Oh my God, Jack. The official puts up a hand. Jack is okay. He's with your group. No one is saying anything to him at this time about his mother's delay. Only that your tour group is having fun and may be late arriving back in. My heart restarts and I breathe again, but only just. Jack without his mother. Me without Jackie. I can't. I can't. I can't. I wring my hands. I go numb. The world staggers into slow motion. I shiver, yet there is no cold. One guide grabs a blanket and puts it around my shoulders. "Come with me, Freddy. Sit below for a while until you get warm." "No, I can't. I have to be here in case, My voice trails off. Suddenly, I feel faint. The guide catches me and helps me below. Someone hands me hot tea. I see my hand lifted. I sense the hot liquid in my mouth, and that's it. My mind goes blank. I sit. Someone catches the cup. All motor skills stop like I'm frozen dead in the water like her. The midday sun lowers upon the horizon. Helicopters buzz above as do fixed-wing planes, their massive Klieg lights bathing all in a powder pastel blue. Oh, if Jackie could see this, she'd think it was beautiful. I'm losing my mind. I can't think clearly. I can't reason. My imagination has a body bag being lifted into a boat, on endless repeat in my tortured mind. Panic overtakes. I throw off the blanket and rush topside. I grab the official with both hands and scream in his face. Where the hell is she? It's been forever! Can't you get her? For God's sake, find her, bring her to me! Sir, we're doing everything possible to do just that. Please, calm yourself. It's early hours yet. I see the man's eyelashes flicker. I know he's lying. He thinks she's dead like I do. I swallow hard and will back tears. It's easy right now. I'm too enraged to cry. I slam my fist into the plotting table and stagger off the bridge. I can't look these men in their faces anymore. I know they're doing their best, but God Almighty, it's not enough. Jackie's tank must be long depleted of air. How many hours until brain death? Will they just locate her limp body? How on this earth am I ever going to tell Jack? Images flash through my mind of Jack bawling, begging for his mom. Future flash forward. Jack despondent. Me, a drunken mess. No way to heal. No way to breathe. No way to live. The realization is too much. I grab onto the boat rail and look out over the heaving sea. Jackie! Jackie! I call out. Over the rescue din, no one hears my plea. I will never leave you! I will search with all these people or alone. I will never give up on you. On us. Do you hear me? My voice cracks. What strength I had to fight against death dies. I slide down the rail and curl into a ball. Accumulated seawater of 3 inches or fewer sloshes from side to side, splashes against my face and stings my eyes. I don't care. I don't care if I go blind. Without Jackie, there's no reason to see. I clutch my stomach. I close my eyes. And from the depth of my being, wails escape. In my heart of hearts, hope is gone. There's nothing left. There's no more of me to fight the fight. And yet, Jackie, Jackie, come to me. Chapter 29. Freddy. Early morning sunlight breaks through the below-deck window panes. I blink and blink again. For a second, I'm about to call for Jackie, like she and I are on some exotic cruise and everything is more than okay. A second later, my stomach drops. I will back tears. Nothing is okay. Against the insistence of the SAR officials, I remain on board the yacht. I'm going nowhere until they find Jackie. I splash water on my face and rush topside for the bridge. Anything? I frantically look at the 3 men aboard. No, sir, nothing yet. I am sorry. But we are still searching. Try to relax. We will certainly call for you if we find anything, the one official says, while the other 2 quickly scan the sea with their binoculars to avoid my gaze like grief could be contagious. I say nothing more. What's there to say? I stare out at the sea. Today, it's glassy calm. My wild imagination turns to how the ocean sat still when the Titanic sank. I think of how those without life vests or spaces in boats froze to death, their bodies slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. In my mind's eye, I pictured Jackie, sinking, arms and legs falling. I gulp back a sob. The 3 men look at me. I cover my mouth with my hand and leave the bridge. Walking to the stern and seeing the rescue boats and planes, I realize life without Jackie could be real. She could be gone forever before she and I had a second chance to make things right. Another sob escapes when I think of Jack. The loss for both of us is simply too great to digest. I'm about to head through the below-deck hatch when I hear one boat fire its air horn. I stop in my tracks, reverse course, and race back up. To the west, I see a group of men gathering at the bow of a Coast Guard boat, with several other rescue crafts motoring alongside. I rush back to the bridge and grab at a SOAR official's arm, my eyes bugging out and my heart racing. What's going on? Have they found her? Yes, there is news. We're not sure if it's about Jackie, but a local fisherman has located someone on one of the Coral Islands. He's over there now, giving the other SR officials the GPS coordinates. Before I can say another word, the official puts his hand up, talks on the radio, then throttles up. I assume we're headed for the location. Shockingly, we're headed for shore. Where the hell are you going? Head to the site! You need to disembark, sir, then we will. No way, come on, let's go! Standard operating procedure, sir. No loved ones on board. We don't know yet what this might be. We're taking you to the radio station on shore. You will be apprised as soon as we know. No, I want to... The yacht reaches land, and the officials gently but firmly put me ashore. I'm red-faced, raging mad. Frantic minutes later, I'm boring a trough in the wooden floor, pacing in the radio room. A voice comes over the air. We've got her. Tell Mr. Blaine to head to the Gann Regional Hospital. Officials pile me into a car and we race over. The minutes flow like hours. I lean forward in the front seat as if it will make the car go faster. Where is she? Where is Jackie, Miss Rhodes? I ask when we arrive. My bulging eyes say it all. Right this way, sir. We've been expecting you. A doctor guides me to a triage room. In the hall, most of my teammates and their wives are already there. They gather around me, offering comfort. I nod but gently push through, following the doctor. I enter the room. There is Jackie. She's a sickly gray and hooked up to a bank of monitors and 2 IVs. I hear her heartbeat on one. Steady rhythm. To my relief, she's alive. My God, she's alive, but she's unconscious. There's no stopping my tears now. The hot droplets flow down my cheeks and hit the floor. I don't care who sees the embodiment of relief. I go to her side and gently hold her hand. It's warm. My God, her skin is warm. She's really alive. David, Marcus, Jason, and good old Sully follow me in and hug me, their eyes red and full of tears too. I completely break down. The stress I'm holding finally lets go. There's no time to care about my manly image. However, I don't care, she's here. That's all that matters. Hours tick by. Listen, Freddy, go get something to eat. We'll sit with her and text you if there's an update. Sully puts a hand on my shoulder. I can't leave. I want to be here when she wakes. I stare at Jackie. My eyes won't look anywhere else. Sully sighs. Okay, then I'm going to get you a sandwich. You'll be no good to her if you're too weak to help. I nod. My hand doesn't leave Jackie's, but I sit back and for a moment I close my eyes. The beeping of the machines lulls me into a half-conscious sleep. Sometime later, Jackie's heartbeat changes and the new rhythm wakes me. I sit up and look at my girl. My eyes pop. Jackie's eyelids are fluttering. Jackie! Jackie! I'm here. We're all here. You're safe. Oh my God, Jackie! I hold her hand tightly and her fingers move slightly in mine. Jackie's eyes open and stay open. She looks at me and simply smiles. The doctors and nurses rush in. Mr. Blaine, please wait outside. We need to assess Jackie now that she's awake. I nod, look over their heads and say, Sweetheart, I'll just be outside in the hall. I'll be back with you soon. I promise. I walk out and pace the linoleum floor, praying they find her okay. No lasting damage. I'm not one to pray, but pray I do now. Please. Please, please. Make her be okay. Some minutes later, I feel a tap on my shoulder. It's Jackie's head doctor, and he's got a smile on his face. Mr. Blaine, we want to continue to monitor Jackie's vitals and take her for a CART scan to ensure there's no head trauma. But she's doing fine. Dehydration and sunburn. IVs and skin treatment will fix both. but your partner is fine. I say nothing. I bear hug the doctor. He chokes for air. When I let go, he laughs, shakes his head, and waves me back into Jackie's room. I run back in. The nurses have Jackie propped up on several pillows. I take her hand and kiss it over and over. Oh, sweetie. I can't believe it. You're awake. You're really back with me. You have no idea the relief, how grateful I am. We all are. I squeeze her hand in mine. Jackie Rhodes, I curse myself for not saying this sooner. I love you. I always have, and I always will. I'm so sorry for not confessing my true feelings until now. I've been an idiot. I thought I'd lost you. Jackie points to a water jug on the side table. I quickly pour her a cup and help her drink, gently raising her head. She swallows, coughs, swallows, and clears her throat. I lay her head back on the pillow. She grabs on tightly to my hand. Oh, Freddy, I love you too. Always. I'm so happy. Jack? Our son is okay. He's at the resort. He's perfectly fine, sweetheart. We're all perfectly fine now that you're back with us. Jack thinks you're just on an extended island trip with me. Jackie sighs. The tautness I see in her face loosens and disappears. I was so afraid I'd never see you again. Are you able to tell me what happened? 1 minute you were diving alongside me. The next, you were gone. Jackie nods. I know. So weird, so frightening. Some undersea current, I guess. I got turned around, and before I could find my way, the water swept me away so fast, I couldn't fight it. It took me so far. All I could think about was getting back to you and Jack. And then there was this little island. I swam to it. Then I don't remember a thing. I nod. A fisherman found you. You were out cold, so they tell me. Jackie nods, but her expression is blank. I can tell she doesn't remember a thing. Listen, all that matters is that you're here with me. The doctors say other than dehydration and sunburn, you're okay. They're monitoring your vitals and loading you up with electrolytes through IVs. Jackie nods once more. This time, her bloodshot eyes fill with tears. Mine do too. We are both so very thankful. Words alone cannot describe it. I lean over and place a gentle kiss on Jackie's chapped lips. I'm about to let go when Jackie pulls my lips closer. The kiss is everlasting. A bond. A promise of abiding love, now and into the future.
Chapter 30. Jackie. I've been thinking, Freddy says as he drives me to my appointment with Carmina. We've been back in the United States for a couple of weeks now, and he's barely let me out of his sight after the scuba incident. Always a dangerous move, I reply, clutching the manila folder containing a song I wrote on the flight back to Cincinnati. I've been practicing it for weeks, making sure it's just right. Freddy chuckles. We should get married. We are married, I tease. No. I mean, yeah, we're married on paper, but I want to make it official in the eyes of the rest of the world and give you all the things we missed out on when we signed those papers. Proposal, big wedding, honeymoon, the whole shebang. Laughing, I hit him with the folder. Babe, between the hospital room confession and right now, you really have the worst timing on the planet. He chuckles. Okay, fair. But you will think about it? I'll give you my ring size after the meeting. I smirk. He turns to flash me one of his trademark brilliant smiles. That's what I love to hear. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting in the waiting room of Carmina's studio. Miss Rhodes, a secretary says, poking her head in from the hall. I get to my feet and flash her a smile that I hope looks more confident than it does anxious. That's me. Carmina, we'll see you now. Follow me. She leads me into Carmina's office, where she waits with a few other producers. I shake all their hands before having a seat. Carmina smiles. There's no need to look so scared. We're all on your side here. I laugh, trying to release some of my nervous energy. Sorry, it's just been a while since I've auditioned for anything. She nods sympathetically. Here's how it will go. We'll take you to a recording booth, have you sing a couple songs, and then go from there. A stab of panic flashes through me, and I feel like I just showed up to school on the day of an exam I didn't study for. Do I have to have written all the songs? Oh, no, not at all, she beams. But if you have something, we'd be happy to listen. I relax a bit. Okay, I do have something I've been working on. Then let's hear it. The next thing I know, I'm in a booth with the lyrics to my song in hand. Carmina flashes me a thumbs up, signaling that I can start whenever I'm ready. Closing my eyes, I take a slow, deep breath in and out. Then, I begin to sing. Drowning in an ocean of time, will you take your hand in mine? Freddy and Jack like to talk about being in the zone, living only in the moment. The world reduces itself to you and your task. I've never experienced it when playing sports, but I have when singing. It's just me and the music. Everything else fades away. When I finish, Carmina presses a button and the intercom system buzzes. Jackie, that was amazing. We'll just record a few more songs to test your range. But once you're out of here, we can talk contracts and performances. The rest of the day is spent in a haze. I record a few more songs at different tempos, along with the scales to test my range. Then I have a contract in front of me with a request to look it over with a lawyer, to be signed by the end of the week. So, Freddy says as I get into the car, how did it go? I grin and show him the contract. They loved it. He throws his arms around me. The angle is a bit awkward with him behind the wheel, but it's heartfelt. I knew they would. Sitting back in my seat, my eyes well up with hot tears. After so many near-death experiences in the past year, I'm constantly struck by the fact that life is so short, and I have to savor every minute of it. I can't believe this is really happening, I say. All my dreams are coming true. He reaches over and squeezes my knee. You more than deserve it. We all do. 2 months later, the conversation from before the meeting has been pushed entirely from my mind. Between my burgeoning music career, Jack's schoolwork and practice, and Freddy award nomination, I don't think at all about his desire to get married again. I'm standing in a ceremonial hall, wearing a green and gold Christian Siriano gown. Jack stands next to me, eyes wide with wonder as his gaze ping-pongs from one famous hockey player to the next. Freddy has been nominated for this year's Hart Memorial Trophy, an award given to the year's most valuable player. I feel his hand on my shoulder as I take in the room of illustrious hockey stars. Before we sit down, there's someone I want you to meet, he says, and leads us to a table near the front of the room. Jack freezes as we approach, his eyes growing wide as saucers. Is that? The middle-aged man sitting at the table turns. When he sees Jack, he smiles and waves him over. I haven't been able to get you a one-on-one training session with the GOAT yet, but he said he'd love to meet you and sign your old jersey. He produces the jersey from inside his suit jacket. Jack takes it reverently before bounding over to meet his hero. I rest my head on Freddy's shoulder. You just made his year. I'm still working on the lesson, though. Gretzky's a hard man to pin down even in his retirement. You're too good to us. He flashes me his gigawatt smile. You ain't seen nothing yet. Gretzky is incredibly patient with Jack, as the kid gushes to him about what a fan he is and that he wants to be a hockey player just like his dad. Soon it's time for us to sit for dinner and the award ceremony. After a luxurious meal of filet mignon and lobster tail with a side of couscous and roasted vegetables and a dessert of creme brulee, the ceremony begins. I expect Jack to be bored with this part, but he's riveted as various awards and their winners are announced. With Gretzky as the presenter, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. And now for the most important award of the night. The Hart Memorial Trophy recognizes the greatest in the game today, Gretzky says. Here are the nominees. Behind him, 2 television screens play, listing the nominees and their stats, and showing their highlights. Jack cheers when Freddy shows up. No one else makes a sound, so I hush him. Save it for when he wins, I whisper. When it ends, a beautiful woman hands Gretzky an envelope. And the winner of the Hart is... He pauses for dramatic effect. Freddy Blaine. Jack and I erupt in cheers as Freddy climbs the stage to take the trophy. He leans into the microphone, flashing everyone his brilliant grin. Before we begin, I have a request for my son. Jack, will you please escort your mom to the stage? I glance at him, confused, but Jack is grinning as he gets to his feet and offers his elbow like a proper gentleman. Whatever is happening, Jack's in on it. I push down my nerves, smiling as I take his elbow and climb the stairs. What's going on? I whisper. He winks and zips his lips. I guess I'll find out soon enough. When I take my spot beside Freddy, he begins his speech. This past year has been a roller coaster both in and out of the rink. You may have heard about some of it, but every day, when I wake up next to the love of my life, it always knocks the breath out of me to think about how perfect my life has become. My eyes blur with tears. I feel the exact same way. And it's all thanks to the people who have shaped who I am today. My parents, of course, and my coaches, and my teammates. A team, by definition, cannot be just one person, and I'm grateful to be surrounded by some of the best people on the planet. He reaches behind him and takes my hand, pulling me forward. Most of all, though, I need to thank the love of my life for this happiness. I never want it to end. So, Jack, if you'll please. Jack pulls a small box from the inside of his suit coat and hands it to Freddy, who opens it and gets down on one knee. I gasp as he beams up at me. Jackie Rhodes, will you marry me? And then he mouths, just for me, again. Yes, I say, throwing my arms around him. We kiss and get to our feet. He slips the ring on my finger, showing it off to the crowd as it glitters in the light of the stage. He hands Jack the trophy and lifts him onto his shoulders, both hamming it up for the media. I smile, wrapping my arms around them as the cameras flash and the crowd cheers us on.
Chapter 31. Freddy. I stand at the altar as the music swells and the procession begins. The 6 months after the proposal have flown by in an instant, and finally, we're here. I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. Jackie picked the venue, a gorgeous mansion overlooking the Appalachian Mountains. It belonged to some Gilded Age millionaire or another. I can't quite remember which one, but it is perfect. We're having the ceremony in the garden, the air sweet with roses and hyacinths. Then the reception will be in the ballroom, all perfectly decorated. As the string quartet we hired plays Vivaldi's Spring, the bridesmaids and groomsmen proceed down the aisle. The bridesmaids all wear lovely sage green dresses, while the groomsmen have sage green accents to their suits, all picked out by Jackie. Next is Jack, beaming jubilantly as he carries the rings down the aisle. He was so overjoyed to have a role in the wedding that we didn't have the heart to tell him that we've been technically married for about a year now. Maybe we will someday, but not today. He takes his place beside me, and I ruffle his hair affectionately. "You ready, Dad?" he whispers. I grin. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. And finally, Jackie walks down the aisle, escorted by Coach. Her dark skin is stunning against her white dress. The fabric hugs her curves perfectly before spilling out behind her, and the lace appliques are studded with crystals, making her shimmer in the sunlight. Her dark hair has been braided into a graceful updo, partially hidden by a veil. But her smile is what steals my breath, and sets my heart racing. It is utterly radiant, like the morning sun after weeks of rain. I can't believe that I will officially have that smile in my life for the rest of my days. Our legal wedding may have been almost a year ago, but that was a quick marriage of convenience. There were feelings, yeah, but they were overshadowed by the shock of seeing Jackie and discovering that I had a son on the night that he almost died. Because we were so careful about keeping it a secret, I didn't really think of us as married. But now, I finally get to declare before the world that Jackie is my wife. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of Jacqueline Rhodes and Frederick Blaine, we are gathered here today to bond these two in holy matrimony, the officiant says. The couple has chosen to write their own vows. Jackie goes first, her eyes already shining with unshed tears. Freddy, I don't know what to say. You've always been there for me, been good to me. In my and Jack's hour of need, you stepped up in a way I never could have hoped was possible. She sniffles. I made a mistake breaking up with you all those years ago, and I will forever regret the time together that we all missed out on. But as you always say, there's no use dwelling on the past, not when the future is still to come. And I cannot wait for our future together. I love you, I never stopped loving you, and I never will. My throat goes tight as she speaks, forcing me to clear it before I begin my vows. Jackie, words cannot begin to describe how happy you and Jack make me. Before we found each other again, I thought I had it all. My dream job, a mansion, fame, and fortune. But none of that matters if you don't have anyone to share it with. I take a slow breath to steady my voice. You and Jack are the most important things in my life. I know that you carry guilt about how we began again after 10 years away from each other. But I want you to know that you're forgiven. I love you. I always have and always will. The ring bearer will now present the rings, the officiant says. The crown erupts into light giggles as Jack gets between us and kneels, presenting the pillow like a knight swearing fealty to a king. We both take the rings. Thanks, I whisper to him. He grins. I had one job. Better do it right. Jackie puts my ring on first. With this ring I thee wed. And I take her hand and slip her ring onto her slim finger. With this ring I thee wed. The officiant smiles. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may now kiss the bride. I take Jackie into my arms and bring her into a dip as I kiss her. The crowd goes wild, and it's better than any goal I've ever scored. When we come up for air, she giggles. Always gotta put on a show, huh? I grin and go back for seconds. For you? Always. The next hour or so is a blur of wedding party photos. I never understood why weddings had to be such big productions, but there is a magic to them, especially if you're doing it with your best friend in the world. We are officially introduced as husband and wife, and the party gets started. Jack and his friends from hockey tear up the dance floor while we sit at the head table and field people coming up to extend their congratulations. Soon, though, it's time for the first dance. Everyone sits and the lights go low as a Queen Latifah song begins to play. Jackie rests her head against my chest as we waltz across the dance floor. How are you feeling? I ask. Like I'm in a dream. Same. I laugh weakly to myself. I can't believe that we did it. We actually did it. 10 years apart and 1 year of chaos, she says, but we made it. We found our way back to each other. I twirl her before bringing her back to me. Was there ever any doubt? We're meant to be together, always have been and always will be. Too soon the dance is over and we take our seats. Jack pops up beside us. Mom, you have to watch this! My friend Joey taught me how to do a flip. Her face goes pale with horror as Jack runs onto the dance floor before she can stop him. Jack, wait! She shouts, chasing after him. Shaking my head, I get to my feet and follow them. But we're too late. He's already done the flip and is grinning up at us. Did you see? Do I have to do it again? I saw! Jackie says a little too quickly. It was very cool, but let's save that for the trampoline, okay? No more traumatic brain injuries, please. I hook my arm around her waist. Yeah. You don't want to go to the hospital on our wedding day. You've already used up the number of times you're allowed to go into a coma. Rolling her eyes, Jackie elbows me. Not helping. No, Dad's right. 1 coma is enough, Jack says. The music shifts and a line dance comes on. Grinning, Jack grabs our hands and drags us to the line of people already dancing. After we've done the electric slide, Cupid shuffle, and even the chicken dance, the lights go down once more. I glance over to Jackie, confused. What's... She smirks. Do you really think you're the only one with surprises up their sleeve? Jack hands her a mic. Thanks, baby, she says, and then turns back to me. Freddy, here's a song I wrote for you for our wedding day. Ready, Carmina? Carmina gives her a thumbs up, and music begins to play. Consider this my wedding gift to you. With her free hand, she takes mine and begins to sing. Drowning in an ocean of time, will you take your hand in mine? I try not to get choked up as she serenades me with a song she wrote just for us. Jackie's voice has always been like that of a siren's. Every time I hear it, I'm mesmerized by its richness and beauty. This time, though, the unique spell it casts is as all-consuming as it is lovely. When she finishes it, I pull her into a deep kiss. So I take it that you liked it, she giggles. It's perfect, just like you. At a nearby table, some of the guys whoop and cheer. The rest of the night follows like a dream. We eat dinner, cut the cake, layers of strawberry and lemon, our 2 favorite flavors, and smile until our faces ache. Most of Jack's friends leave at around 10, and we find him asleep under the cake table at around midnight. I scoop him up and pass him off to my parents. Because we want a bit of privacy for our wedding night, he's sharing the hotel room with them. With the party winding down, Jackie sits beside me with a sigh and rests her head on my shoulder. I brush some of the flyaway hairs from her face. So, was it everything you ever dreamed? She snorts. Freddy, we could have gotten married in the public bathroom of a 7-Eleven, and it still would have been perfect. Just because it's you I'm marrying. I hum. Well, you could have told me that earlier. Would have saved me a lot of money. No regrets, she says. And then she picks up her head to meet my eyes. About anything, I mean it. I'm glad we're getting our happily ever after. I press a lazy kiss to her lips. Me too.
Chapter 32. Jackie. I'm Mrs. Jackie Blaine. The name sounds strange on my tongue, but it's something I'm certain I can get used to. I look at my official husband with all the love and adoration I can muster. His eyes, a brilliant shade of blue, are filled with mirth and a promise of a lifetime. His blonde hair is tousled in a casually elegant way only Mr. Freddy Blaine can manage. A shiver of anticipation runs down my spine as he tucks a stray strand of my hair behind my ear, his touch lingering tenderly on the nape of my neck. He pulls me close, wrapping his arms around me. His heat radiates, contrasting sharply against the chilly air nipping at our cheeks. We sway gently to an unspoken rhythm in our hotel suite. This is our dance, slow, unhurried, just like our love story that unfolded against the odds. I look up at him, and he dips his head lower to meet my gaze with an intensity that never fails to steal my breath away. Happy, wife? He inquires softly. I smile, ecstatic. His returning grin is broad and genuine, one that warms me to the very core of my bones. No regrets. None, I whisper. But you know what would make me a little bit happier? He pauses as he looks at me. He would move the world for me if I asked him to. Tell me, he says. I want you to make love to me, I whisper seductively in his ear. A surprised chuckle bubbles up from his chest, but the spark in his eyes reveals a flurry of emotions: desire, love, amusement. His grip tightens around me slightly, and he dips his head once more to capture my lips in a soft yet passionate kiss. Mrs. Blaine, he breathes out against my lips, his voice husky and filled with promise. Your wish is my command. He scoops me up into his arms effortlessly, as though I weigh nothing more than a feather. I wrap my arms around his neck and bury my face in the crook of it, inhaling the intoxicating scent of him, a mixture of frosty pine and the comforting musk. He carries me tenderly toward our waiting hotel bed, and my heart flutters with excitement. Setting me down gently on the edge of the bed, he kneels before me, our eyes locked onto each other's as he starts to undress me. Each button he unfastens sends a wave of anticipation pulsing through my veins. His touch is electric against my skin, warm and solid. He gazes at me as if I am the most precious thing in the world, the look of love and adoration in his eyes, nearly bringing tears to mine. He places a gentle kiss on my collarbone, causing a shiver to run down my spine. His lips trace a path upwards, brushing against my neck lightly until they meet my own lips. The kiss is slow and passionate, filled with a yearning that matches my own. His hands slide up my sides, causing goosebumps to appear on my skin. He cups the sides of my face, pulling me closer for a deeper kiss. He pulls away to catch his breath, resting his forehead against mine as he whispers, I love you, Jackie. His words fill the air around us, poignant and powerful, an echo within the confines of the hotel room. I whisper back, I love you too, Freddy. He smiles at my words before capturing my lips once again. He slowly guides me down onto the plush bed, his actions careful and considerate. His gaze never leaves mine as he removes his suit and reveals himself to me. The sight of him, raw and beautiful, causes my breath to hitch in my throat. Well, it's getting too steamy in here for YouTube to allow, so we can't share the rest of this spicy scene with you. If you want the uncut version, find it and any other Vixa audiobook at BWWM To make it up to you, get 40% off on us when you use code VIXA40. Thanks for listening to Vixa Romance on YouTube. His fingers trail through my tousled hair as he pulls me closer against him. I love you, Jackie, he says again, kissing the top of my head. I love you too, Freddy. We lay in silence for a moment, basking in the afterglow of our love. My eyelids grow heavy, and I snuggle closer into Freddy's comforting warmth. His chest rises and falls in rhythm with my breaths, a soothing lullaby that lulls me towards sleep. Just as I am about to succumb to sleep, Freddy shifts gently beneath me. His fingers trace tender patterns on my back, making me sigh contentedly. Sleep, my love, he whispers softly into my hair. I snuggle deeper into his warmth, secure, happy, and with a heart full of love.
Chapter 33. Freddy. I think I'm getting the hang of it, Jackie exclaims as she skis down one of the beginner slopes. I ski up beside her. You're a natural. We both spoke too soon. She wobbles over a bump and slips, wiping out. Laughing, she sits back up. Maybe not, but I'm getting there. I offer her a hand. Soon you'll be flying down those black diamond courses like you were born skiing. After the disaster in the Maldives, neither of us felt in the mood for tropical places near the ocean. I doubt either of us will be going back anytime soon. Instead, we decided to go for the opposite and spend our honeymoon skiing in the Swiss Alps. She'd never been to Europe and always wanted to visit, so we decided to combine it with our love of winter sports. The Lucerne resort we're staying at is both luxurious and cozy. We can ski all day or visit the nearby villages to shop and indulge in the finest Swiss chocolate, and then spend the night curled up by the fire in our room, and sometimes entwined on the bearskin rug in front of the fireplace. Taking my hand, she pulls herself to her feet, rolling her eyes. Yeah, right. Stretching, she twists her body and shakes out her legs. Ugh, my knees are not what they used to be. Do you need a break? I ask. She shakes her head. I want to go down at least one hill without falling. I smirk. That might be a bit of a tall order. Ha! She gives me a push, knocking me off balance before skiing away. Last one, there is a rotten egg. You're on, I yell, skiing after her. This time, we both make it to the bottom without falling. Jackie cheers. I did it! Like I said, you're a natural. My stomach growls, letting me know that we've spent too much time on the slopes, and all the exercise and winter cold has made me hungry. Ready for lunch? Absolutely, I'm starving, she says, reaching down to release her shoes from the skis. Stepping out of them, she stretches and groans. I bet Jack would have been up here all day if we let him. I'm too old for this, though. We left Jack with my parents for the duration of our honeymoon. We love the kid, but we want some time for ourselves. He understood, though, but with one caveat. Just don't come back with a little brother or sister. I want to stay an only child. We can make no promises. Jackie ruffled his hair as he retched at the innuendo. Don't start that kind of thing unless you're ready to deal with the consequences, I said. And this kid looked at me and smirked, smug as hell. The same can be said for you, too. I was too busy laughing to reprimand him. Should we return the skis and head back to the hotel for lunch or eat out here? Jackie asks, snapping me back to the present. Do you think we'll do more skiing this afternoon? She shrugs. I think I've had my fill for today. The town has an arts festival going on and I kind of wanted to check it out. I take her skis from her. Sounds like fun. I'll just return these babies and we'll grab lunch before going. Lunch at the hotel is just as delicious as ever. We both enjoy a bowl of saffron risotto with a side of sausages and a medley of vegetables. Though we debate getting dessert, we ultimately decide against it. There's a bakery in town that we're both itching to try. We take the sky tram down into the beautiful town of Lucerne. The tram runs over the crystal blue waters of the lake, and we watch the boats and swans grow larger as we descend. Stepping off the tram, we find the city bustling with people and vendors. I have an idea, Jackie says. What is it? We'll separate and find something for each other. Then after an hour, we'll meet at the bakery and exchange our gifts. Looking around, I'm already getting ideas not just for her, but as souvenirs for Jack, too. I'm game. See you in an hour. We go our separate ways, and suddenly, I find myself overwhelmed by choice. Artists and craftsmen from all over Switzerland have come to sell their wares, and so much of it is beautiful. But is it perfect for her? I wander down aisles of jewelry, pottery, and paintings, pausing at each stand to assess what she would like best. Jackie prefers things to be simple and elegant, so I turn away from some of the more ostentatious jewelry and decorations. She goes for practical things, so I ignore the trinkets that exist just to gather dust on a shelf. She likes comfortable clothes, so I spend time looking at the yarn workers and embroiderers, but I don't see anything she would wear. This is way harder than I expected, though it's probably because I'm overthinking things. It's not like I'm picking out an engagement ring. She made the suggestion on a whim to add an extra layer of fun to visiting this market. I need to relax, and that gives me an idea. I head over to the handmade soaps, candles, and body washes. The air in that section is fragrant with the smell of flowers, fruit, honey, and vanilla. I buy her vanilla, honey, and tropical fruit-scented soaps, candles, and bath fizzers, all in bright, fun colors and designs. It's practical and luxurious. Perfect. I spend the rest of the hour looking for a souvenir for Jack. He's getting too old for most toys, but I find a hand-painted dragon marionette. I was never a puppet kid myself, but it's gorgeous enough that even the most cynical child would be impressed. I reach the bakery first and order for us 2 chocolate croissants and 2 hot cocos, and take a seat out front. Jackie joins me, her eyes bright with excitement. So, I take it you were successful? She asks, sitting and taking a bite of her croissant. She briefly closes her eyes in appreciation. I grin and take a sip of my cocoa. I think so. You? She nods. I'm pretty sure. Are you ready? I pull the spa set from the bag as she pulls out her gift to me. It's a brass compass on a long chain. The outside is decorated with constellations studded with crystals that shimmer in the light. I had him engrave something on the inside, she says with a bashful grin. Opening it, I feel my chest squeeze as I read the short sentence over and over again. Freddy, this is to prove that no matter what, we will always find one another. Love, Jackie. Wow. I laugh, shaking my head. You really showed me up. My gift pales in comparison. Jackie picks up the box and inhales its sweet scent. I feel like I should explain, I say. I picked these soaps and candles because I know that you're practical. You'd prefer something you can use to something that looks pretty on a shelf. But you also deserve to be pampered like the queen that you are. I love it. She cracks an eye open. I'm serious. I was looking at those soaps earlier, and you picked out the exact ones I would have wanted. I smile and close the compass. Its weight is a comfort in my hand. So, I did good. You did. She smirks, her dark eyes bright and playful. But if you still feel like it's inadequate, I can think of a few ways you can make up the difference. I raise my eyebrows. Is there now? After paying for her chocolate and souvenir buying spree, we have dinner in town and make our way back to the hotel laden with candy and souvenirs. When we get into our suite, she sets all our purchases on the writing desk. We need to take Jack here. He'd love it, she says, flopping onto the bed. Next year? I lie down beside her, the compass a comforting weight around my neck, and I take her hand. Definitely. She stretches luxuriously like a cat in the sun. You know what would be perfect right now? What? I ask. She turns on her side and runs her fingers down my chest. Testing out those bath bombs and soaps you got me in that massive bathtub. I smile. Would this be a solo bath or... Well, what's the point of luxury if you have no one to share it with? She nibbles on my ear, her hot breath sending goosebumps across my flesh. I turn my head and kiss her. For a moment, we're both lost in the taste of each other. When we come up for air, I ask, do you want to use the mint or the vanilla soaps? She kisses me again. Surprise me. Pushing myself to my feet, I grin. Your wish is my command.
Chapter 34. Jackie. Just one more push, Jackie. You're almost there. I'm surprised Freddy's hand isn't broken from how hard I've been squeezing it. It's not my first time going through labor, but to say it's still agonizing the second time around would be an understatement. I do as the midwife instructs. And just like that, it's over. Our darling baby has entered the world. I hear a high-pitched cry and heave a sigh of relief. I want nothing more than to hold my little angel, but the midwife doesn't hand her to me right away. She and the doctor give her a quick examination to ensure all is well. Overall, the past 9 months have gone fairly smoothly. There were a few bumps here and there, including a few scares with spotting and some insane morning sickness, but overall, nothing dire. Still, I can't help but worry. Freddy seems to notice my concern. With a sleepy smile, he's been up since 3 a.m., and it's starting to show. He presses a kiss to my cheek. You feeling all right? He asks. Absolutely not. I'm running on 45 minutes of sleep, and my entire downstairs feels like it's on fire, I say, letting out a tired laugh. But I will be. You will, Freddy says, stroking my knuckles. And so will our little angel. Moments later, the midwife approaches us. She's carrying our baby in her arms, wrapped up in a soft purple blanket. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Blaine, the woman says. Your baby girl is healthy as can be. Tears fill my eyes as she places the newborn in my arms. She's nothing short of beautiful. She has short, swirly black hair, just like Jack's. Her skin is warm brown like my own, and she has adorably chubby cheeks that will get plenty of kisses in the years to come. "Hey, sweetie," Freddy coos, running a finger along our newborn's cheek. I resist the urge to giggle. Very rarely does Freddy show this soft, sugary side of himself, and the last thing I want is to discourage it. Our kids couldn't ask for a better dad. "So, names," Freddy says as he turns to me. "What do you think?" "Well, I've been thinking of naming her after you," I admit. "Frida sounds like a cute name, doesn't it? Or is it too on the nose?" "Nah, not at all. I like it," Freddy says. "Speaking of noses, I think she's gonna have mine." He gives her nose a playful little boop, and I can't help but laugh. "Frida Marie Blaine it is, then," I say. "Named after her amazing daddy and a grandma who would have loved to meet her." A few hours later, Freddy's parents bring Jack to the hospital. The moment he's at the door of my room, he runs up to hug me. "Hi, Mom," he exclaims, a huge grin on his face as he squeezes me tightly. "Careful, kiddo," Freddy gently warns. He's holding Frida in his arms as he sits down on the chair beside me. "Your mama's still sore. Having a baby hurts a lot." "It's okay, hun. He's just excited," I say with a giggle. Jack sits between me and Freddy, peering at Frida with wide eyes. "She's so tiny," Jack says. "Can I hold her? I promise I'll be super careful." Freddy chuckles. "You think he's ready, Jackie?" Jack's growing up. He's still got a long way to go, but he's already lost all of his baby teeth. And before we know it, he'll be moving on to 7th grade. I think by now, he's old enough to take his first step as a big brother. "I think he is," I finally say, to which Jack sighs with relief. Freddy places Frida in Jack's arms. "Be very careful. Remember to support her head. Babies don't have very strong necks," Teresa adds. "Got it," Jack says, smiling bright and wide once Frida is in his arms. He kisses her soft head. "Can't wait till you're older," he says. "I'll teach you how to play hockey and video games, and if anyone messes with you, I'll make them regret it." The rest of the room all laugh. He's only known Frida for a minute, and he's falling into the role of a protective older brother. Initially, I'd worried that Jack would be jealous of all the attention Frida will be getting, but right now, it feels like these two are going to get along just fine. That said, I can't help noticing Freddy looks a bit uneasy. There's a smile on his face, but I can tell there's some sort of worry underneath. A couple of days later, our family of 4 is finally all together at home for the first time. After Jack has settled into bed, I make my way over to the bedroom. Freddy is standing by the window with Frida in his arms, gazing at her with a thoughtful expression. He's dressed her up in a onesie we got at our baby shower, a light pink one with a strawberry pattern. Freddy has changed into his usual sleepwear as well, a plain t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. "You doing okay, hun?" I ask. Freddy almost looks startled by my presence, as if he'd been lost in his thoughts until I walked in. "Oh, yeah," he says, adjusting Frida in his arms. "Just thinking." "About what?" I ask. I approach him and place a hand on his shoulder. Freddy sighs. "It's just, I still feel awful for not being in Jack's life as much as I could have. I don't want to screw up. I want to be the dad these kids deserve." I take his free hand into my own, fidgeting with the wedding band on his finger. "You already are," I say. "Jack loves you, and while Frida may not understand love just yet, I'm sure she feels it for you all the same." Freddy manages a smile. He puts his arm around me and pulls me closer, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "I hope that's true," Freddy says. He turns his attention to Frida, whose tiny mouth opens in a sleepy yawn. "Let's get to bed." He places Frida in the crib next to our bed and by the time I drape the little blankets over her, she's already dozing off. I'll have to cherish these easy nights while I still can, because if I learned anything from raising Jack, they're going to be far and few between. Once the two of us are under the comforters, Freddy pulls me close. As he spoons me, the sounds of nighttime crickets singing outside our window, we doze off. When morning comes, I wake up to an empty bed. My first instinct is to check on the crib, which is also empty. I then hear movement in the kitchen. Freddy must have gotten up before me. Instinctively, I drag myself to my feet, take off my bonnet, and change out of my pajamas. "Sorry, I slept in," I call as I slowly make my way down the stairs, still a little sore. "No worries. After producing a little miracle, you deserve all the rest you can get," Freddy says with a chuckle. He's holding Frida in one arm, feeding her a bottle of formula with the other. My shoulders relax. Sometimes, I forget that I'm no longer the only adult around here, that I don't need to rely only on myself anymore. "Thank you," I respond softly, sighing with relief. I extend my arms, and Freddy hands Frida over to me. My heart melts at feeling her tiny, warm body in my arms once more. "Hey, Mom, Dad." Jack runs into the kitchen with Freddy's phone in his hands. I just realized something. We haven't taken a family picture yet. "Oh, you're right," I say. "Just let me run upstairs to do my makeup." "No need. You're already as beautiful as can be," Freddy says. I smile bashfully. "You sure? It'll only take a minute." "Positive," Freddy says. He cups my face and presses a kiss to my lips. "Come on, let's get to the living room." The four of us settle down on the couch. As Freddy sets up his phone in the selfie stick, Jack turns to me. "Can I hold Frida for the pic, Mom?" "Absolutely." He's already so attached to his little sister, and I couldn't be prouder. I place Frida in his arms, and Freddy sits down on the couch. "All right, say cheese," he says. "Cheese?" Jack exclaims. Freddy puts an arm around me and snaps the camera, kissing me on the cheek right when it clicks. "What do you think?" Freddy asks. Once he removes the phone from the stick, handing it over to me, my heart melts. I have a surprised smile on my face as Freddy kisses me, and Jack is holding Frida up in the air with the big shiny grin he got from his father. This is definitely a picture that we'll hold on to for ages. "It's perfect," I say, tears welling up in my eyes. He thinks I'm talking about the picture, but in reality, I'm thinking of the wonderful family we've created. Epilogue. Jack, 10 years later. A hush falls upon the crowd as the Jackie Blaine steps onto the ice. Her rich, full voice fills the auditorium. It soothes me the way it always has, bringing me back to a childhood of soft lullabies and road trip sing-alongs. "Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?" she begins. Goosebumps erupt on my skin, and it's not just from the ambient chill of the hockey stadium. My mom is just that good of a singer. It's been amazing watching her in these past 10 years. She went from someone working 3 jobs and barely keeping us afloat to going on international tours. She would have been on one now, but when she found out the date for my very first game with the Hawks, she insisted on pushing her start date back so that she could sing the national anthem and support me and Dad. To everyone else on the team, my dad is Coach Blaine. After an injury 3 years ago, he decided to retire from playing and take up coaching instead. He's already earned them the Stanley Cup once. I intend to help the team win it for the second time. "And the home of the brave," Mom finishes, to thunderous applause. Dad stands before us, the smile lines on his cheeks exaggerating his winning grin as he prepares his pre-game speech. "All right, you've all fought hard to get here. Now is the time for all that work to pay off. Go out there and kick some ass so that you don't embarrass me in front of my wife and kids." This earns a laugh from my teammates. Steve, my best friend on the team, throws an arm around me. With Daddy's boy here, no way. Dad winks. Now that's what I like to hear. Go out there, play a good game, and kick ass. As my teammates file onto the ice, I feel a hand on my shoulder. Dad stands beside me, smiling. Before you get out there, I want you to know that your mom and I are so proud of you, kid. Win or lose, nothing will change that. The rest of the guys will give me hell for it later, but I briefly wrap my arms around my dad. The crowd erupts into a collective awe, and I look up. To my horror, the television cameras are pointed right at us as we embrace. My face heats up. Dad laughs as he steps back, patting my shoulder. It could be worse. You could have accidentally taken melatonin gummies right before your first game the way I did. That's a good point. It assuages my embarrassment and bruised ego a bit. I'm saving that for the next game, I say, stepping out on the ice and skating to join my teammates. As I glide along, I glance up at the VIP box. Mom and Frida are both at the window, waving and cheering. My little sister is decked out in her Hawks jersey and a sparkly skirt in the team's colors. My personal cheerleader. I may take more after my dad, but Frida is an even split between them, while also doing her own thing. Instead of hockey and singing, she loves figure skating and musical theater. And she's great, too. Just last week, she was cast as the lead in the Cincinnati Music Hall's production of Matilda. It may be game season, but nothing will stop me or Dad from seeing her opening night. She's going to be fantastic. I reach the lineup and wait for the buzzer to herald the start of the game. It blares, and from that moment on, my concentration is entirely on my teammates, the other team, and the puck. Everything else fades away. The buzzer blasts, signifying halftime. I'm sweaty and out of breath, but also exhilarated. The game is close, but we've pulled ahead. Now, all we have to do is keep the lead. When I join the rest of the team, Dad gives me an approving nod as I take a seat on the bench. I haven't scored any goals myself yet, but I've assisted on several and am playing better than most in their first professional game. Sipping a sports drink, I try to center myself for the next half of the game. Nothing can break my concentration now. Not the crowds or the other team or... "Jack!" Frida yells, throwing her arms around me. I yelp in surprise. "Where did you come from? I thought you were in the box with Mom." "I told her I had to use the bathroom and then came to find you. You're doing awesome." I pat her dark curly hair. "You should probably head back up to the box before Mom freaks out." After the car accident, she practically wrapped me in bubble wrap for months after. Things started to get more relaxed, but then Frida came along and her overprotectiveness flared again. She's gotten better about it over the years, but I still don't want to stress her out too much. "It's okay," Dad says, scooping Frida up. She lets out a delighted shriek of laughter as she clings to him. "I already texted your mom to tell her where she can find Frida. In the meantime, you can be my co-coach." She rolls her eyes at that. "Dad, we both know that's just a stupid thing you say to make it feel like I'm helping." Beside me, Steve bursts out laughing. Damn, the kid's got a mouth on her. I elbow him in the gut. "Probably learned it from you." "Actually, I learned it from Dad," she says. Dad sighs. A slow breath in and out that usually is a sign that he's either trying not to laugh or trying not to get mad. Finally, he just chuckles and shakes his head. "Just don't use that language around your mom, okay? We don't want to give her a heart attack." "Okay." She glances around. "You can put me down now." Nah," Dad teases. She points to the timer counting down the minutes until the game is over. "But halftime is almost over." Dad blinks and cranes his neck to see the clock. "Right." He sets her down. "Good catch." She turns to leave before pausing. "Good luck, Jack. If you lose, I'm going to pretend we aren't related when I go to school on Monday." With that, she flounces back to the VIP box. Dad shakes his head. Where did that sass come from? Straightening, he addresses the rest of the team. All right. So I noticed a weakness in their left flank and, before I know it, I'm back on the ice. The buzzer blares, and the world is reduced to nothing but the game. The second half is even closer, and we find ourselves tied with the other team. We stay that way while the clock ticks down. 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. I have control of the puck and we're on the other team's half of the rink. All I need is an opening. There. With 10 seconds on the clock, I strike the puck. It slides past the goalie and lands in the net. The entire stadium erupts into cheers. But it takes a moment for everything to sink in. I did it. I won the game. My teammates crowd around me. We're all screaming, my voice carried in the chorus of cheers. Dad runs onto the ice and hugs me. I'm so proud of you. I couldn't have done it without you, I reply. He steps back and beams at the rest of my team. Drinks are on me. The promise earns him even more cheers. Mom and Frida meet us at the bar Dad picked. We're all shoveling hot wings and jalapeno poppers into our mouths. Winning games can make you hungry. Jack, Mom exclaims, throwing her arms around me. You were amazing out there. I squeeze her back. When I get inducted into the Hall of Fame, you'll be the first one I'll thank. She laughs. So ambitious. But yeah, I better be. I step back. Seriously though, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and everything you sacrificed for me as a kid. You've been the best mom anyone could ask for. Someone's getting mushy. Mom chuckles and ruffles my hair. Her thumb runs over the raised skin of the scar on my scalp from the surgery that saved my life after the car accident. Her face falls slightly. I'm just glad you're here to enjoy it all, because you deserve it. I gently remove her hand from my hair. You too. I don't think I've ever told you how happy I am that you're finally following your dreams too. I wrinkle my nose as soon as the words come out. Is it you or Dad who is the emotional drinker? Because I hate being corny like this. Mom cups my cheek in her hand. Really? Because I love it. Patting it twice, she joins Dad and Frida at the other end of the bar. I watch him wrap his arms around her, pulling her in for a kiss. I hope I can find a love like theirs someday. I watch them for a moment and think back to myself at Frida's age. Never in a million years would I have dreamed of having all of this. But here I am. Smiling, I cross the room and rejoin my family.